Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen, amen. Namaste. Okay.
Oath or affirmation. Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, I wish to advise that a delegation from the Tobago House of Assembly Legislature, comprising the Minority Leader, Assemblyman Kelvin Morris, Minority Councillor Mrs. Petal Daniel Benoit, are present in the chamber for today's proceedings. I ask you to join me in welcoming the delegation.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers.
The Attorney General.
Of the Attorney General, I have the honor to lay paper number 1, the Civil Proceedings Amendment Rules 2022.
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the draft Election and Boundaries Commission Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly Order 2021.
Leader of the House.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay paper number 2, the ministerial response of the Ministry of National Security to the interim report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the response of public authorities to the COVID-19 pandemic in Trinidad and Tobago, first session, 12th Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reports from committees. Prime Minister's questions, urgent questions.
Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to the Minister of Social Development and Family Services. Will the Minister advise the House on what interim measures will be adopted to bring immediate relief to those beneficiaries affected by the theft of social welfare grants in the Sangre Grande area?
The Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Ministry has already made arrangements to have the checks reprinted and dispatched to the beneficiaries on or before Wednesday, February the 9th.
Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Given the fact that the Ministry has published the listing of stolen check numbers, can the Minister state whether recipients outside of that list or within other regions can proceed or will now be allowed to cash their checks at supermarkets or retail outlets for the month of February and March?
Minister.
No, Madam Speaker, no checks will be honored cashed at supermarkets between February and March.
Member for Chaguanas East.
Madam Speaker, can the Minister state how would those people, based on the fact that this will not be allowed, how are those people expected to survive for the next 2 months?
Madam Speaker, I don't understand this question. Everyone else would have received their checks, and there are other areas that they can cash the checks, the Treasury, the banks, and so on. And we have other persons who are on direct deposit. Their money will be going straight to the bank.
Member for Caroni East.
To the Minister of Health, will the Minister inform the House when will the PCR machine housed at the San Fernando General Hospital will be expected to be back in full service?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning to you and good morning to all. I am happy to report that the PCR machine at San Fernando came back into full service yesterday, Thursday, 3rd February.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for?
Thank you, Minister. How many clinical procedures have been affected by this downtime at the San Fernando General Hospital?
Thank you. Good question, and the answer is we prioritize PCR testing for patients in the hospital setting, especially those in the emergency departments and hospitals. So therefore, no procedures were delayed due to this because we prioritize those. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Gary.
Thank you. Minister, how has this affected the daily COVID-19 confirmed cases tally?
Thank you. So what we did in prioritizing, normally we will report the cases from so-and-so to so-and-so. As I said, these tests were prioritized on an emergency basis for emergency departments and hospitalizations. To minimize exactly what you were asking about, we outsourced the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex, Trinidad Public Health Lab, and to the private sector to minimize inconvenience. But there will have been maybe a 48 to 72-hour lag in non-emergency cases. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions on notice? Questions for oral answer?
Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are 3 questions for oral answer. We will be answering all 3. There are 2 questions for written response, and we have both answers.
Member for Tabaquit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the member for Tabaquit, question number 43 to the Minister of Education.
The Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as a standard practice, every one of the 17 members of the University Council representing respective governments was presented with the option of either supporting the reappointment of the Vice-Chancellor or searching for a new candidate. After careful consideration and widespread consultation, via letter to the Chancellor, Trinidad and Tobago indicated support for the option of searching for a new candidate for Vice-Chancellor of the UE.
Member for Naparima.
Could the Minister state why the contract for Sir Hilary Beckles was not renewed, the tenure was not renewed?
I would not allow that as a supplemental question. Member for Tabaquit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, on behalf of the member for Tabaquit, question number 44 to the Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Government of Trinidad and Tobago, in practicing its due diligence regarding the decision to reappoint the current Vice-Chancellor or appoint a new Vice-Chancellor, reviewed all of the documentation made available surrounding the matter, including 1, the report from the Chancellor's Commission on Governance, 2, the 360-degree assessment of the Vice-Chancellor, 3, the Atain report of 2016, 4, the Vice-Chancellor's self-assessment, and 5, the report of the Joint Select Committee convened to oversee the process for reviewing the performance of the Vice-Chancellor and consider the reappointment of the Vice-Chancellor.
Member for Tabaquit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, on behalf of the member for Tabaquit, question number 45 to the Minister of Education.
The Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is no vacancy at this time for Vice-Chancellor of the University of the West Indies. Therefore, the question of a recommendation does not arise.
Request for leave to move the adjournment of the House on definite matters of urgent public importance, statements by ministers, personal explanations, introduction of bills, motion relating to the House or sitting of the House and moved by a minister.
Leader of the House.
Very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the resolution of the House on Wednesday, September 15, 2021, in relation to the speaking time during the period of the COVID-19 pandemic, I beg to move that for the debate on the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2022 only, The speaking time be as follows. The mover and first responder, a maximum of 90 minutes. All other speakers, a maximum of 20 minutes. And the mover in reply, a maximum of 45 minutes, all with no extension. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I just like to object to this motion, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I got notice at 7:30 this morning about this change in time, Madam Speaker. It's unfair.
Member for Point of Peer, as the whip, you well know that this is put without debate. Honourable members, the question. Kubasau, you let me know when you're ready. Okay. So then you'll behave accordingly. Honourable members, the question is that for the debate on the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2022 only, the speaking time be allowed as follows. The mover and first responder, a maximum of 90 minutes. All other speakers, a maximum of 20 minutes. The mover in reply, a maximum of 45 minutes. All with no extensions. All in favor say aye. Any against? No. Honourable members, a division has been called for. As you're well familiar, we will pause for 3 minutes to allow members who are in various areas of the parliamentary complex to make their way to the chamber to vote. Again, if it is that a member reaches into the chamber after his or her name has been called, but before the vote is announced, that member will be allowed to vote. The 3 minutes commences now. Honourable members, the vote shall commence now.
Mrs. Robinson-Regis.
Aye.
Dr. Rowley.
Aye.
Mr. Al-Rawi.
Aye.
Mr. Imbert.
Yes.
Mr. Young.
Yes.
Mr. Hinds?
Aye.
Mr. Deyalsingh? Mr. Ford?
Aye.
Mrs. Webster Roy?
Aye.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzales?
Aye.
Mr. Cummings? Mr. Richards?
Yes.
Mr. Manning? Mr. Leons?
Yes.
Mrs. Morris Julian? Mr. Dino Burka?
Aye.
Mr. Scotland? Mr. Monroe? Mr. Lee?
No.
Miss Amin?
No.
Mr. Charles? Dr. Moonilal?
No.
Mr. Pare?
No.
Mr. Indarsingh?
No.
Dr. Bodo?
No.
Mr. Ratiram?
No.
Dr. Seecheran?
No.
Mr. Tanku?
No.
Dr. Rai? Ms. Mohit? Mr. Ram? Mr. Rambally? Ms. Beckles?
Sorry, yes.
Madam Speaker, the results of the division is as follows. 19 members voted for, 14 members voted against, there were no abstentions.
Honourable members, on a division, with 19 members voting for, 14 members voting against, with no abstentions, the motion is carried and passed.
Public business, government business, bills second reading.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we meet here this morning to treat with a matter that is fundamental to the good order, arrangement, prospects, and sustainability of the society of Trinidad and Tobago.
Prime Minister, can I refer you to your procedure?
Yes, Madam
Yes?
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to combat corruption and other wrongdoings by encouraging and facilitating disclosures of improper conduct in the public and private sector to protect persons making those disclosures from detrimental action, to regulate the receiving, investigating, or otherwise dealing with disclosures of improper conduct, and to provide for other measures connected therewith. Be now read a second time. And that, Madam Speaker, is the purpose for today's debate. Madam Speaker, I don't know that any person who is familiar with Trinidad and Tobago in the recent past, the distant past, and the present will have difficulty in associating in some way or the other with an understanding that there is an overwhelming level of corruption in the society of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, that is an unfortunate fact. That is not to say, Madam Speaker, that every person in the country is engaged in corruption. What it says is that instances of the evidence or inferences to corruption are widespread in the society. And Madam Speaker, our society is not unique in that respect. And where the difficulty lies is that while we may be, like other societies, in experiencing instances of corruption, the issue before the House is what do we do about it? Madam Speaker, if we do nothing about it, and it can be seen to be a seed that grows, flourishes, it will reproduce its kind, Madam Speaker. Because persons who otherwise would have been moved to behave in an incorruptible manner would look at the actions of others and believe that since those who are in breach of the codes and the laws and the ethical standards, since they are doing it and are prospering in some instances by doing it with impunity or without notice, or worse, Madam Speaker, of being portrayed as being smart enough to get by, then, Madam Speaker, the only thing that could happen then is that corruption will flourish in the society. And when that is so, Madam Speaker, the ones who pay the price for that corruption are usually those who are least able to afford the cost. And that is why the Parliament needs to act. I am not here today, Madam Speaker, saying that this piece of legislation, when passed, will put an end to corruption or will change society in a way that corruption will never occur in our society. But what it will do, Madam Speaker, it will afford the society an opportunity to respond in some significant way, to discourage the instances, to preserve those who will not participate in corruption, and to hold accountable as far as the evidence flows those who make corruption their choice of action. Madam Speaker, in speaking about corruption, I am not talking about a class or category of persons in the society. I'm talking about every single level of the society. So no individual or group should take it personal as though they are being identified by this scourge. Madam Speaker, to give you my own personal file and examples of what I've just said. I could mention to you how some people actually even believe that they are entitled to the fruits of corruption. I was a minister of government in this country in the early 1990s. And I went to office one morning and I discovered there was a gentleman sitting there waiting for me outside the door. And when I settled down in the office, I asked the secretary, who is that gentleman? And she said he came to see me from way out in the countryside. And said, who is he and why does he want to see me? She said he's a public servant and he came from his workplace many miles out because he was very angry and very disturbed. So I agreed to see him and he came in and he was furious. And the reason why he was furious, because he came to tell me that somebody had promoted him from where he was working. And I discovered that he was one of the lowest level officers in the ministry. And he got a promotion and he had to move from that location to a location closer to the East-West Corridor. I thought this gentleman would have been happy for that promotion and to have been moved from where he was based to this location. And he was mad at being promoted away from where he was. And when I investigated the matter, it turned out that the information that came to me was that where he was in a position to influence certain licenses and was alleged to have been engaged in massive corruption with those licenses at the lowest level in the public service. Madam Speaker, I was shocked that a person could refuse promotion, hoping to stay at the lowest level so that you can engage. Well, clearly the corrupt actions were more profitable than the promotion. Madam Speaker, that was a long time ago, in the 1990s. Recently, as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, I had to appear before a parliamentary committee when we had the problem with the Tobago ferry, because somebody, a foreigner, had alerted me to the actions of managers at the port in Trinidad and Tobago. And those actions had to do with the corrupt behavior of officers with respect to the government's search for a vessel that was available to the state, that the officers knew were available to the state, that were turned down in a particular environment. The vessel was purchased and represented to the state at a significantly higher cost. And Madam Speaker, today, those officers have been dismissed from their jobs, fortunately, because the state did take action, and they're either in or on the way to the court, I am told. But the bottom line is that public business at the port was handled in that way. And it was a whistleblower who alerted the government that there was something underhand taking place there. Madam Speaker, in my own experience as Prime Minister at the very highest level of administration in this country, I signed off on a document and left the country on a Friday. A document rushed before my nose, and one that I was reluctant to sign because I have been objecting to the payment for many months. But eventually, after hard work in the Office of the Prime Minister and other ministries, we agreed, Madam Speaker, to make a payment to settle the matter. And I then signed the matter. Unfortunately, I signed on the last page. But I left a caveat on my signature saying, subject to the Minister of Finance's approval, because it was a substantial payment. Having done that, that simple, innocent comment caused the Office of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance to take a second look at what was approved. While I was abroad, Madam Speaker, the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister had to call me to ask me if I had changed my mind on the matter and what I had actually approved. And I said, no. And he said, well, this approval in front of me is $100 million more than you had agreed to. $100 million more. I instructed the minister to stop, cease and desist and take no action. When I got back to the country, the matter was being investigated. Turned out that somebody had changed the page with the sum that was to be approved. But that would not affect the page with my signature approving it. And the increase was $100 million. Had it not been picked up by the ministers, that payment would have been made $100 million more on a contentious matter of debt owed to a foreign company and being pursued with great vigor. And when I inquired and asked of those who were involved in this matter, the explanation was that after the approval, they had found out that there were other matters that were owing, and they just added it to the bill. Madam Speaker, that is at high levels in the public service. Another example, Madam Speaker, just in case you believe that this matter of corruption in the society is of this era, under this government or the last government or the one before. I could tell you, Madam Speaker, of the state being protected by a contract which covered the largest and most expensive contract ever entered into in this country. And the taxpayers' interest was protected by a clause in that contract that said that if the contractor became bankrupt, the bonds that covered the contractor's action became callable and owned by the client, which is the government of Trinidad and Tobago. That clause was in the contract for his entire life, except on the last day of the outgoing government before the election. On that day, Madam Speaker, it was effected that that clause was removed because the contractor had gone bankrupt many months before, and that clause could have been triggered, and the government would have collected its money from the bonds. But nobody in that government saw it fit to effect that clause to protect the bonds. But suspecting, Madam Speaker, that the election could be lost and others could be in office, the clause was removed, and lo and behold, the election was lost. The new government came into office and was confronted with this issue. The bonds belonged to the contractor. Madam Speaker, we had to go to court and fight in courts of law in foreign countries. And to date, as I speak to you now, we won the matter along the way where the court ruled that the government must have the money, $921 million, but the contractor is still attempting to litigate the matter through arbitration. So even as I speak to you now, and even as we've spent the $921 million on the highway, if the arbitration goes against us, then that $921 million, which was exposed by somebody in the public service removing that clause in the contract, would have cost by that single action this country $921 million. That is the exposure we have right now. We're carrying that exposure now, hoping that no arbitrator will rule against us in this matter. Madam Speaker, with respect to the diamond vessels that were purchased in a hurry in 2015, this government is today pursuing a payment which we consider to be a bribe of over $200 million, a portion of which is still in the hands of a foreign country, and the government of Trinidad and Tobago is pursuing the return of that money to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I can tell you, this kind of action is not only associated with the man from Platanal, or the man and woman on the port, or those who remove the contract at the level of minister, PS, wherever in the ministry, $921 million. It goes all the way up to the office of Prime Minister in Trinidad and Tobago. There's one particular gentleman now who's living in a foreign country, being pursued or should be pursued by law enforcement from Trinidad and Tobago, where his explanation is that the monies that came into his control while being an officer in the office of the Prime Minister, his explanation for those millions is that he was working for the elections of the ruling party. And as a result of that, contractors paid him this money. Madam Speaker, There's one instance where the taxpayer has been exposed on the basis of a decision made by a payment, or through a payment, $100 million more than the valuation of the property that was bought. But the investigations have shown that a public officer involved in that transaction received a check from the seller. Madam Speaker, you would have been here when we took steps quite efficiently, effectively, and surreptitiously to demonetize our cotton notes. And one of the reasons for that, Madam Speaker, the main reason for that, was because it was crystal clear from information and, in some instances, evidence available to the government of Trinidad and Tobago that there were persons who had improperly enriched themselves in cash from the state's coffers and persons doing business with the state. And the only way we could have influenced that situation, Madam Speaker, was to have demonetized the $100 bill. And of course, Madam Speaker, there was a howl from certain quarters when that was done, when that was made public. That information became public one Thursday afternoon, Madam Speaker.
Member, overruled. Continue, Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I understand why that gentleman from Naparima is queasy and can't keep his seat. Madam Speaker, we demonetized the $100 bill because there were people in the society who were holding large sums of that money and could not appear at the legal points of trade to exchange it. At the end of the process, Madam Speaker, notwithstanding all the howls that came from quarters like the one that just got up there, that it will damage the economy, this will happen, and that wouldn't happen, and so on. It was the smoothest operation of demonetization that ever took place anywhere in the world. But at the end of it, Madam Speaker, at the end of it, $500 million did not come back to the bank. Madam Speaker, the only explanation for that is that people who were holding that cash in their possession, notwithstanding their best effort, and I do believe, Madam Speaker, from the way the thing was managed and the way it went, that some people did in fact get some of their money into the banking system, but $500 million approximately did not come back, and that money is with the owners today, and it is as good as old newspaper. Madam Speaker, these are facts. And these are just snippets and examples of the range, the level, and the frequency of corruption in Trinidad and Tobago that has serious costs and consequences. So I'm not surprised that as I'm laying down these undisputed facts, that my colleague from Naparima will jump up to make an objection to my consternation. What exactly is he objecting to? To these facts? What is he invoking the standing order to do? To say they should not be mentioned? And it is precisely that, Madam Speaker, why this motion is before this House. Because all of these and the many other thousands or tens of thousands of instances that these things have happened, somebody or some people in this country know, and some of them want to talk, and we are here to give them the protection so they can talk about it. And that is what is called whistleblower. That is what whistleblower legislation is about, because all of these crimes, and even unknown or unthinkable ones, usually when they happen, it involves more than one person. And in many instances, persons who know would want to assist the state and the citizens in identifying the problem, identifying the perpetrator so they can be held accountable, but they are not protected by law. Some are even fearful for their lives if they make it known what they know about what has happened. And what we as parliamentarians who take the oath of office should do is to make it possible for persons who know to say what they know, if they are so inclined to say what they know, and be protected and not be persecuted for that. I am not surprised that my friend from Naparima has got up to object to what I'm saying because, Madam Speaker, this bill was in committee. This bill is before us today. It was in committee because it was a campaign promise made by the PNM in the election of 2015, that if we are elected to become the government of Trinidad and Tobago, we will enact legislation to protect whistleblowers in this situation, Madam Speaker. And we kept that campaign promise. As soon as we came into office in 2015, among the first pieces of legislation researched and prepared by the Attorney General and his team at the Office of the Attorney General, after we had campaigned exposing massive corruption during our era as parliamentarians, and on the basis of what we knew from previous eras and decades before, Madam Speaker, we in this government said the country needs whistleblower legislation, so those who know can help. The police said to you, if you see something, say something. This legislation is saying to the population, if you know something, say something, and we as a people will fight corruption and we will be all better off. I'm not surprised that my friend from Naparima has a problem with that. Madam Speaker, I also hope that he has a change of heart. Because every right-thinking citizen would want to know that if there are amongst us people who are doing things like this, they must not be able to do it in secret and with impunity. Madam Speaker, every year there's a report that comes out. I myself, it's not a scientific report, but it's a kind of assessment, a worldwide assessment on how countries are viewed. It's largely subjective, but that subjectivity has far-reaching consequences and has some value. I'm talking here about Transparency International assessment of us and the other 180 countries in the world. Madam Speaker, we joined Transparency International in we've been there just over 20 years, I think it is. Yeah, we joined in 2000, we signed on in 2003 and ratified in 2006. And since then, we have been, we have been a member. Initially, the model that they were using would rate you on a scale of 0 to 10, where the lowest number means most corrupt, and the higher number means that you were better off. And in that time, from 2001, when we started being assessed, in 2001, I think we had our highest ranking of that year, 5.3 on the scale of 0 to 10. But because of the feeling that is expressed to the investigators and the general wave of the kinds of news we were making along the years, we kept creeping down that list. 5.3, 2002, 4.9, by 2004, 4.2, by 2005, 3.8, by 2006, 3.2, by 2011, 3.2. What that meant, Madam Speaker, the perception of corruption was rapidly increasing when Trinidad and Tobago was assessed. And that should be worrisome to us, that our society was being seen to be so dramatically more and more corrupt. And I think, Madam Speaker, if you go on the street in Trinidad and Tobago and ask the average Joe or Jenny or Singh out there, that will be the answer. Yes, we are getting more corrupt. Not that we are an angelic society or ever was, As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, those who are familiar with the history of this country as written might even point to the fact that we were always like that. At the birth, even under colonial days, Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago was notorious for its misbehavior as a society. I was shocked when I read in my reading general documents that there was a time, if you had gone to Grenada from Trinidad and Tobago, that time, fortunately, we weren't an independent nation, we were a British colony. But if you had gone from Trinidad to Grenada, and you came from Trinidad, that was sufficient information for you to be put in jail. simply on the fact that you had come from Trinidad. Because the perception of the behavior.
What is the relevance of that to which clause? Which clause are you talking about?
So, Madam Speaker, the person who, if you are asked why is it, or if in fact we are becoming more corrupt, and that person who would say, well, we always were, there is some substance to that, because the history and the record will show. To think that Grenadians at the time would have thought that having come from Trinidad and Tobago was sufficient evidence to jail you. I mean, I found that to be quite alarming. But, Madam Speaker, in 2012, the Transparency International changed the model, and you're now being assessed on a scale of 0 to 100. So where the lower your number, the more corrupt you are. So if you're scoring high, then you are deemed to be excellent. If you're scoring low, then you are deemed to be, so the model has been flipped in that way. So in 2012, we were scoring 39 out of 100. 2013, 38. By 2016, 35. So even though the model has changed, we're going in the same direction. So 2016, 35. Fortunately, come by 2017, when they assessed 2016 year, we had turned around a bit, and we went from 35 to 41, and we have still since been in that range. We went 41, the last reading of this methodology, we had 41, having come from 35 in 2016, which had assessed the country at 2015. Madam Speaker, we should take no comfort in that we have moved from 35 on the assessment of 2015 to 41 on the assessment of 2020. Bottom line is, Madam Speaker, that the country is and is viewed as being overwhelmingly corrupt. And that could only be on the basis of information seeping into the public domain about what goes on in Trinidad and Tobago. Some people will believe that this is all about government or about politics, political parties and politicians. That would be quite misleading, Madam Speaker. It's a societal thing. But it is for the government to intervene. It is for the society to respond. And that is why when we brought this motion to the Parliament, and very quickly it went to, and it spent some time in committee, where committee means a section of the Parliament to deal with it. That section dealt with it, but unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we on this side could not find support on the other side for it. I hope that that would have changed, Madam Speaker. I hope that now that we are confronting it frontally, at 11 o'clock in the morning, in front of the entire society, not just the parliamentarians, and the whole House, as committee, is called upon to deal with this matter, because contrary to the interventions of my colleague from Naparima, what I was trying to do, and what I hope I have done just now, is to demonstrate the need for whistleblower legislation. The need for this legislation, Madam Speaker. Before I speak specifically to what the legislation is, I am laying the foundation so that you will know that this is not just puppy show, and that there's a link between the society's need and the actions of the Parliament, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are not the first to have discovered the need for this legislation. There are 59 countries in the world who have on their law books whistleblower legislation, 59 of them. And those countries range from all kinds of governmental models. Australia, Bangladesh, Belgium, Bosnia, Canada, Ghana, India, Ireland, Israel, Jamaica, Japan, Luxembourg, Malaysia, Malta, New Zealand, Norway, Peru, Korea, Romania, Serbia, Slovakia, Slovenia, South Africa, Uganda, the United Kingdom, the United States, and Zambia. all of these countries experiencing what I have just outlined as Trinidad and Tobago's experience, they have seen it fit, and they have put on their legislative list whistleblower legislation. And I dare say the Attorney General and his staff did an excellent job, not inventing any wheel here, but looking at what exists in the Commonwealth and elsewhere and craft a piece of legislation, taking on board, mirroring what others have already done. And all we are being called upon to do today is to add Trinidad and Tobago to this list of countries that have seen it fit to do that. I don't know, I hope that my colleagues on the other side do not see this as something bad, but as something very good. Madam Speaker, other countries that do not have specific whistleblower legislation, they have provision to deal with whistleblowing in other legislation. And those countries are Argentina, Austria, Brazil, Chile, China, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, France, Germany, Greece, Iceland, Indonesia, Italy, Kenya, Latvia, Mexico, Montenegro, Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Russia, Sweden, Switzerland, and Turkey. All of these countries have legislative arrangement to encourage whistleblowing, to protect whistleblowers, and to strike a blow at the heart of corruption in their society. Why then is Trinidad and Tobago to be different? Madam Speaker, it is because we don't want to be different. And if there's any country that is crying out for whistleblower legislation to protect itself from the minority of corrupt people corrupting the society, it is Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, the bill is very clear on page 1. It says this bill is an act to combat corruption and other wrongdoings by encouraging and facilitating disclosures of improper conduct in the public and private sector, to protect persons making those disclosures from detrimental action, to regulate the receiving, investigating, or otherwise dealing with disclosures of improper conduct, and to provide for other matters connected therewith. Madam Speaker, that is why we as parliamentarians are here today. That is why the Attorney General's office had crafted this bill. That is why we have taken it to committee. That's why we brought it out of committee. That's why we are here, so that this description of this bill can be dealt with. And if ever a time members of parliament are called upon to do their jobs, today is that day, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to most effectively do that, this bill offends Section 4 and 5 of the Constitution. But there are some people who believe that once something offends the Constitution, it is bad and therefore should not be touched. No, no, Madam Speaker. The Constitution is an evolving creature. And while it is a fundamental pillar in our foundation as a society, in our documents, if and whenever it is required to be adjusted, provision is there for it to be adjusted. And since some of the provisions in this bill will offend Section 4 and 5, all that is required as a people is for the people's representatives to vote in enough number in the parliament of a majority that is required, a 3/5 majority is required to change the Constitution only that little way to allow the provisions of this law to take force. And that is what parliamentarians are called upon to do today, to vote in sufficient numbers to allow this bill to be passed into law. I trust that the jumping up and down of my colleague from Naparima is not a signal of how he intends to vote, but that's for him. But the population ought to take note that all that is required is for this law to be passed by a special majority, and the people of Trinidad and Tobago will have access to the benefits of whistleblowing as a tool against corruption in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, the document says that by Clause 7, the employees of an organization would be able to make a disclosure of improper conduct within the organization to a whistleblowing reporting officer. It says that disclosure would need to be based on where an employee had reasonable grounds to believe that improper conduct has occurred, is occurring, or is likely to occur in the organization. Further, Madam Speaker, a provision in a contract of employment would be voidable insofar as it purports to preclude the making of that disclosure. Madam Speaker, if I look at some, I don't have the time to go into all the clauses, as you know, but let me just pick out one or two of the highlights of what the bill offers to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and how it impacts on what I've just described as a malignancy that needs to be not only cauterized, but needs to be excised in Trinidad and Tobago. Clause 9 would make it clear that the proposed act does not authorize the disclosure of information protected by legal profession privilege, and the disclosure of such information will not be protected disclosure. By Clause 10, Madam Speaker, an anonymous disclosure would not be a protected disclosure. However, if the identity of the person making an anonymous disclosure becomes known, the disclosure shall be deemed to be protected disclosure as if it had not been made anonymously. Madam Speaker, Clause 12 would require an employer to establish and publish within his organization internal procedures for dealing with disclosures. Clause 13, Madam Speaker, would require whistleblowing officers to notify whistleblowers of the status of their respective disclosures within reasonable time, unless it is apparent that action has been taken to rectify or deal with the improper conduct disclosed. Madam Speaker, a whistleblower reporting officer will be prohibited from revealing the identity of a whistleblower. And let me repeat that. A whistleblowing reporting officer will be prohibited from revealing the identity of a whistleblower without his prior consent in writing. The whistleblowing reports unit will be responsible for receiving and processing disclosures from whistleblowing reporting officers pertaining to matters that fall within the areas of responsibility of its designated authority. So, Madam Speaker, those are some of the fundamentals of the law that we're trying to pass. Part 3 of the bill provides for the protection of whistleblowers. Clause 18 would prohibit the taking of detrimental action against a whistleblower who has made a protected disclosure. Clause 19 would grant a whistleblower who makes a protected disclosure immunity from criminal, civil, and disciplinary proceedings. By Clause 20, such immunity would not apply if the whistleblower was the perpetrator of or an accomplice in the improper conduct disclosed. Clause 21 would prohibit the disclosure of information which may lead to the identification of a whistleblower and restrict the communication of the contents of a disclosure between a whistleblowing report unit and other departments within its designated authority. Clause 22 would provide for civil remedies where detrimental action is taken against the whistleblower. Part 4 of the bill would provide for certain offenses in Clause 23 and for secrecy and confidentiality with respect to disclosures in Clause 24. Clause 25 would prohibit the obstructing of whistleblowing reports personnel in the performance of their duties. Clause 26 would make it an offense to destroy, falsify, or conceal a document relating to a disclosure. Clause 28 will enable the minister to amend the schedule subject to affirmative resolution of this Parliament. Finally, Madam Speaker, Clause 29 will enable the minister to make regulations subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament to carry the proposed act into effect. And Madam Speaker, I expect that those elements of the law itself would be the subject of further discussion during this debate. And I myself await the positions of members to improve, to object, but ultimately to support this legislation. Madam Speaker, I mention quite frequently the word disclosure. Disclosure means disclosure of information by a person which shows or potentially shows that improper conduct has occurred, is occurring, or is likely to occur. Madam Speaker, I mention very frequently the description of and identification of somebody called a whistleblower. Who is a whistleblower? Whistleblower means any person who makes a disclosure to a whistleblowing reporting officer or a whistleblowing reports unit, as the case may be, whether it qualifies as a protective disclosure or not under the Act. And of course, Madam Speaker, if I talk about protected disclosures, under Part 2 of this Act, a disclosure under subsection 1 may be made, and if I just identify some of the sections, Part B says it may be made although the improper conduct occurred before the coming into force of this Act. So if somebody knows that something has happened sometime in the not too distant past or the distant past, but it's detrimental to the state and the citizenry of this country, that disclosure can be made now. It can be made after the passage of this Act and not be made useless because the Act happened sometime before. It is the action that needs to be disclosed. Madam Speaker, it also says if it relates, the disclosure relates to any improper conduct of a person while that person was employed in the organization. It says a disclosure, in section 3 says a disclosure under subsection 1 may be made orally or in writing. Where the disclosure is made orally, the officer receiving the disclosure shall do two things. One, reduce the disclosure immediately into writing in the presence of the person making the disclosure. And two, read the written disclosure to the person who made it. That is to make sure that what is said is what is engaged in writing. Where disclosure is reduced in writing, in accordance with subsection 4, the person who made the disclosure shall read the written disclosure and sign it. Madam Speaker, section 8(1)(b) makes the simple requirement, and this has far-reaching consequences, and especially from a legal interpretation whenever that has to be done. It says that the disclosure has to be made in good faith. In other words, the fact that you are concerned about something, the fact that you might think about something, the fact that you may need something to advance your personal position or to generate malice is not a basis to go and make accusations against people. You have to make it in good faith, meaning that there's some responsibility on the part of the discloser that this thing really needs. There's substance to what you're saying. It needs to be examined, or you know that something has happened. So, Madam Speaker, that in good faith is in section 8(1)(b). And it says that a disclosure is protected if the information disclosed and the allegation contained in it are substantially true. So in other words, truth is a cord in this fabric. You can't just go and tell lies to the reporting officer and generate or hope to generate inconvenience, discomfort, or investigations. There has to be truth in what is being reported. And of course, that is to be determined by the evidence of what is determined to be the issue of the day. Section 2 says, a disclosure is not a protected disclosure if the whistleblower discloses information which he knows or ought reasonable to know is false. Madam Speaker, Section 10 says, subject to subsection 4, disclosure made anonymously is not a protected disclosure. Where a whistleblowing reporting officer, and this is Section 10.3, where a whistleblowing reporting officer or whistleblowing reports unit, after having taken into account all the relevant circumstances, considers that the information in an anonymous disclosure is likely to be defamatory or libelous, the officer or unit shall reject the information but keep a record of it in the event that the person who discloses the information becomes known and liable to criminal or civil proceedings. And Section 4 says, Madam Speaker, where the identity of a person who makes an anonymous disclosure becomes known, the disclosure shall be deemed to be a protected disclosure. If it would have been protected, that disclosure had it been not made anonymously. So, Madam Speaker, these are some of the protections in law. And if we look at external disclosures, Division 3, Section 14.1, it says, a designated authority shall have a whistleblowing reports unit consisting of a director and such other officers as are required for the efficient performance of the functions of the unit. A whistleblowing reports unit shall be responsible for receiving and processing external disclosures. And later on, when I mention the regulations, you will see who these designated authorities are. And of course, Section 14.3 says, the director of the whistleblowing reports unit shall be responsible for determining whether an external disclosure shall be referred for further investigation to a designated authority and the conditions under which the referral should take place. Madam Speaker, Section 15.4 says, where the director of a whistleblowing reports unit concludes that a disclosure should not have been made externally, he shall, within a reasonable time, not exceeding 45 days, notify in writing the whistleblower that an internal disclosure in accordance with Division 2 of this part should be made and that the whistleblowing reports unit will not be dealing further with such a disclosure. And Section 5 says, where the director of a whistleblowing reports unit concludes that a disclosure has been properly made, he shall, within a reasonable time, notify in writing the whistleblower of the status of the disclosure or such matters as may be prescribed. Section 17, Madam Speaker, says that the director of a whistleblowing reports unit shall not later than the 31st March in each year submit a report to the minister on the activities of the whistleblowing reports unit during the preceding year. So, however, that the report shall not disclose particulars of any disclosures filed with the whistleblowing reports unit. And Section 17.2 says that the minister shall lay a report submitted under subsection 1 in the Senate and the House not later than the 31st May in each year. Madam Speaker, with respect to protection for whistleblowers, that can be found in Part 3 of this bill. And Section 18 says that a whistleblower shall not be subjected to detrimental action on account of his or her having made a protected disclosure. And Section 19 says, notwithstanding any other law, but subject to Section 21, a whistleblower who makes a protected disclosure is not liable to any criminal, civil, or disciplinary proceedings for having made such a disclosure. In short, this encourages people. It says, if you know something, say something, and the people of Trinidad and Tobago will protect you under law. Madam Speaker, Section 22(3)(b) says that if a person is a whistleblower and any action is to be taken against that person by those who may want to be offended by the fact that a disclosure has been made, such a person who would have been cooperating with our society can approach the court for the grant of an injunction in such terms as the High Court considers appropriate, or grant any other relief as the High Court thinks fit. And Section 4, Section 22(4) says, any person who may have suffered detrimental action as a result of making a protective disclosure shall, without prejudice to any other right under any other law, have a right to compensation for any loss or damage sustained as a consequence of the detrimental action. Again, Madam Speaker, in short, we say to our society, the person is responsible. If you know something, you do something, you say something, and you're entitled to full protection and for compensation for any loss or damage taken against you by persons who may not be in agreement with the fact that you have disclosed what you know about wrongdoing in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, Part 4, Section 23. A person commits an offense if he knowingly prevents, restrains, or restricts any person from making an internal or external disclosure. So it prevents people from saying to other people, you better keep quiet, otherwise I will, or I could threaten you. You can't threaten anybody who may be inclined to expose what they know the public should know. 23(b), any person who knowingly intimidates any person who intends to make a disclosure, that person who does that commits an offense. A person who will commit an offense if he knowingly induces any person by threats, promises, or otherwise to contravene this act. A person commits an offense if he, being an employer, knowingly subjects any person to detrimental action as a consequence of the person making a protected disclosure. A person commits an offense under Section 23(1)(e) if he purports to make a disclosure under this act, knowing that it contains a statement that is false or misleading, or being reckless as to whether the statement is false or misleading. 23(2) says a person who commits an offense under subsection 1 is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $15,000 or to imprisonment for 2 years. And Madam Speaker, Section B says conviction on indictment to a fine of $50,000 and to imprisonment for 10 years. So matters under this law can be dealt with summarily or indictably. And there are provisions there, Madam Speaker, to discourage wrongdoing, even in the reporting of wrongdoing. Madam Speaker, Section 24. Madam Speaker, could you assist me, please? Could you tell me how much more time I have?
You will end at 11:49.
At 11?
Your time expires at 11:49.
11:49?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Section 24(1) says, a person receiving, investigating, or otherwise dealing with a disclosure under this Act shall regard and deal with the disclosures as secret and confidential. A, the identity of the person making the disclosure and any disclosures made. B, any statement given or document, information, or thing provided to the person in the carrying out of an investigation. Madam Speaker, this will bring our society to a place that we should be a long time ago. We know that this is a society where the concept of Mako was probably originated here. or being the first one to carry the news. We see it on social media all the time, where people want to be the first one to carry it. And because you know something, it becomes a heavy burden on your shoulder to keep it there, even though the law says it should stay there. Madam Speaker, we have seen people of authority in this country, troublesome as it may be, quoting from Integrity Commission documents that should have been remained secret and confidential in the Integrity Commission. And the question is asked, not that I'm against the public knowing here, but the question is, if the law says that this should be confidential for good reason, where you got it from? Who would have allowed you access to that? Because all that does is destroy the public's confidence in the system and the organization. And it creates a cynicism across society that everybody doing it. Nobody cares. Nothing is sacrosanct. Nothing is sacred. Do what you want. And then in the end say, nothing ain't going to happen because it's Trinidad and Tobago. We need to lift ourselves above that, Madam Speaker. In the United States, where they have a system of grand jury, where you are called in to look at preliminary evidence to determine if a person has questions to answer about a matter which they are supposed to be involved in. The fastest jail you could make in America is to leak the proceedings of any grand jury. Because the evidence in there usually is quite explosive and the public would love to know it. All the public sometimes is made to know is that there is a grand jury impaneled. Persons are called before the grand jury, and only persons who are directly the subject can speak to what happens in the grand jury. Nobody else. And that confidence is kept. Eventually you will hear the outcome that the grand jury has either asked for an indictment or the matter has been dismissed as not having enough substance to go forward. What that does, it prevents busybodies from making mischief, from spreading damaging news, and from destroying the society. The society is better off if you are able to keep those confidences where confidence is required. And therefore, officers in this legislation, described by this legislation, given the power and responsibility of this legislation, would be required to handle confidential documents and keep them confidential, and to protect people's confidentiality. And Madam Speaker, if we can't do that as a society, then maybe we are not worthy of the independence that we gained in 1962. Madam Speaker, Section 24(2) says, a person who contravenes subsection 1, which is the need for that confidentiality, commits an offense and is liable upon summary conviction to a fine of $600,000 and imprisonment for 2 years. So if an officer hired by the state in these authorities to be the ones to encourage whistleblowing by preserving the confidence that the law calls for, if such person finds it too difficult to do their job in that way, and they run afoul of this law, the consequences are grave. Madam Speaker, a person who, this is Section 26, a person who, knowing that a document or thing is relevant to a disclosure or the processing of a disclosure under the Act, destroys, mutilates, or alters the document or thing, falsifies the document, or makes a false document, conceals the document or thing, directs, counsels, or causes in any manner a person to do anything mentioned, commits an offense, and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $30,000 and imprisonment for 5 years. What this deals with, Madam Speaker, is the temptation for some people to rectify their position if they know or suspect that the process of whistleblowing has commenced and they seek now to change the record or to destroy the record or to impede the disclosure from becoming a disclosure to the public. Such a person is trying to preserve and not be held accountable to the detriment of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. This clause makes it detrimental for a person to attempt to improve their position by doing any such thing. Madam Speaker, this law will take us to a place where we want to be. And that place, Madam Speaker, is a society that can reasonably say confidently that we know that there are myriad instances in our society where corruption flourishes, that we know that we have been the victims of widespread corruption of all types, that we know that something should be done about it, and even if we had done something about it before in many ways, we know that this way is another way, an addition to whatever has been done. And if nothing has been done, Madam Speaker, this is doing something that has shown that it works. And therefore we ought to have no difficulty wanting to be the beneficiary of the workings of a law like this. And I would like to appeal to my colleagues on the other side that let us, for once, put the politics and the political division aside and put Trinidad and Tobago out front. Madam Speaker, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, in 2014 found that the countries with the most comprehensive whistleblower legislation were the United States, Canada, Japan, Australia, South Korea, the Netherlands, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. Madam Speaker, these are among the most successful countries in the world, and they have the physical protection through whistleblowing. And the OECD goes on to say, one of the most important protections for whistleblowers is the ability to protect their identity by reporting confidentially and anonymously. Most countries with whistleblower laws include provisions for confidentiality, and some countries such as Slovakia and Australia provide avenues for anonymous whistleblowing. So, Madam Speaker, not all the whistleblowing legislation around the world, they are not all the same, but they're very similar. But different countries have certain things. For example, I have not mentioned the aspect of reward. In the United States, they, in their whistleblower legislation, they have provision for a reward to the whistleblower. If the whistleblowing identifies loss to the public, and the people who are held accountable are made to pay to the public for that loss, the whistleblower gets a portion of what the taxpayer has recovered. Madam Speaker, these whistleblower programs have been found to be highly effective. And even though we have not put it in our legislation today, I anticipate that once we bring this law into force, that sometimes after the law becomes operational, we can come back to this House and we could, having had further discussions, we could determine what kind of rewards can be associated with the whistleblowing program. Madam Speaker, in the United States, the reward ranges from 5 to 15%. Madam Speaker, could you imagine if we had that on our books in Trinidad and Tobago? When that $921 million was made to run away, suppose somebody had reported that to the government, and as a result of that report, that was the basis on which the government would have recovered that $921 million. And then that person was entitled to 10% of what was recovered. Madam Speaker, using a 10%, that is $92 million. Using a 5%, that is almost $50 million for having told the country what was happening and allowed the country to recover it. Madam Speaker, I know that my colleagues are thinking I could hear their brains going zzz, because they know of many other instances where recovery would have been substantial. And to think that 5% or 10% or even 1%, Madam Speaker, the reward laws are the most powerful, but we're not today dealing with rewards. We'll come back to that at another time, deliberately. So I trust that my colleagues wouldn't get up and say, well, the law is deficient because it doesn't involve rewards. We are building a structure here. And I'm giving the commitment, Madam Speaker, I'm giving the commitment that once we establish the whistleblowing platform and the operationalization of it, and we see how it is working, and its acceptance in our society, that we could come back to this House and work out a rewards arrangement, encourage people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in 2014, the Canadian Revenue Association introduced a program through whistleblowing to deal with tax fraud. 2015, the province of Ontario introduced whistleblowing provisions to deal with securities fraud. And Madam Speaker, we in Trinidad and Tobago should be familiar with some of the major instances where somebody on the inside would have had enough, would have seen enough, and would have taken action to alert the rest of the society. Madam Speaker, you remember Enron? It was somebody, Enron used to win the award for best company in America. Actually, they actually operated in Trinidad and Tobago for a little while. We were familiar with Enron. Enron was such a company with a facade of perfection that for 5 or 6 years, Enron was awarded accolades for being the best company in America, best run company, meeting all the attributes of such a company. Until one of its employees, a woman called Sharon Watkins, became a whistleblower and said to the world, because Enron was a world company, said to the world, all that glitters is not gold. At the heart of Enron was probably the largest fraud that was existing in America. And having made that whistleblowing, the company set about immediately to try to fire the officer. But the company collapsed before they could fire the officer, because within days of that exposure of the inner workings of the Enron company, the company collapsed, and the crash of that company was heard around the world, because one officer decided that the rest of the company, the rest of the country, the rest of the world should know what is going on in there. Madam Speaker, that is what the action of one person could do. If what is hidden is made known to those who are under threat and whose resources may be misdirected by persons who have opportunities so to do and who believe that secrecy is their twin brother and who believe that fear of reprisal is their shield. Madam Speaker, we had the same thing with WorldCom. At the beginning of the high-tech industries, WorldCom, big, growing, powerful company. It was a whistleblower who told the rest of us what was actually going on in there, and the company could not stand scrutiny. And right here in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker, we gave birth to Cambridge Analytica. Trinidad and Tobago was the country where Cambridge Analytica cut its navel string. I understand why some of my colleagues are trying to disturb me, Madam Speaker, because I'm talking here about Trinidad and Tobago. I'm talking about Christopher Wiley and Cambridge Analytica. I'm talking about Christopher Wiley giving testimony to the British Parliament about what they did in Trinidad and Tobago, with whom, by whom, and for whom. So I'm not surprised that there are people on the other side jumping up to make noise now.
48-1, he's talking nonsense.
Member, could you stand up, withdraw that,
I withdraw it.
apologize?
I withdraw.
That's going to be tolerant. There is nothing wrong in you raising a standing order, but be careful with your words. I know you're passionate, but try to rein it in. Overruled. Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker.
I withdrew it.
Naparima? Member for Naparima.
Oh.
Did you apologize? Did you withdraw?
I apologize and I withdraw.
Thank you. Proceed.
Madam Speaker, I am not surprised, and I'm sure you are not. Madam Speaker, in local parlance, it is said if you dash a stone in a pig pen, it's the one that squeal that get the lash, you know. Right? Madam Speaker, in March of 2018, Christopher Wiley blew the whistle on Cambridge Analytica, a political consultancy that worked for the Trump campaign. Cambridge Analytica, the Canadian data scientists revealed, had illegally obtained the Facebook information of 87 million people and used it to build psychological profiles of voters. Using cutting-edge research, Cambridge Analytica, which was funded by the billionaire hedge fund owner Robert Mercer and effectively run by Steve Bannon from 2014 onward, spread narratives on social media aiming to ignite a culture war, suppress black voter turnout, and exacerbate racist views held by some white voters. Madam Speaker, I would prefer that the reason why my colleague from Naparima is so exasperated, is so trying to disturb me, is because there are documents and there's evidence in the British Parliament where the database of the people of Trinidad and Tobago was handed and sold to Cambridge Analytica, which ended up in the hands of Russian people who used it to organize a political campaign. And it was used in a political campaign here in Trinidad and Tobago. And no amount of jumping up and down could change that, Madam Speaker. And that is one of the reasons why we need whistleblower legislation. And that's one of the reasons you're seeing right here today in the Parliament that people are disposed by character to want to protect wrongdoing, Madam Speaker. And that is what this bill is about. Madam Speaker, this government is not prepared to protect anybody in this country. As far as we are concerned, if you want to fill your tub with dirty water or taxpayer water, every tub will sit on its own bottom. Madam Speaker, this Parliament has as representatives in it 41 people who were sent here, and you joined us as of 42nd to represent the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Not only in this, but in all matters concerning them, their children, and their future. And Madam Speaker, it is for us to discharge our responsibility to protect this country, to protect its resources, to protect its people. And where there is an elephant in the room, it is for us to identify the elephant and to ensure not only that the elephant is fed, but that the dung is cleaned, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is not uncommon for people in this society to be able to say that corruption even walks the halls of ecclesiastical discourses. There's nobody who can say that I am beyond it, because it's a human trait. And what we are saying, let us not encourage it, let us discourage it, Madam Speaker. We give you no guarantees, Madam Speaker, but we say that if something needs to be done to assist in dealing with the problem, why should anybody who represents the people of any district in this country would want to say or to find reasons not to do it? I don't want to be unkind to any person in this house or outside by casting aspersions here today. But I will say, Madam Speaker, if you are not prepared to stand up and be counted on a matter as clear-cut as this, as a matter where it is so warranted, as a matter that is so damaging, then as Lloyd Best would have said, them is people to watch. Madam Speaker, in small developing countries like ours, corruption is encouraged at a tremendous cost. I don't know, Madam Speaker, if you've ever seen $1 million in its physical form. But we have become accustomed in this country to the point where we are desensitized. Just talking about millions and millions and millions and millions. The vast majority of households in this country would never deal with $1 million in the lifetime of the heads of that household. And there are hundreds of thousands of people in this country who, in their lives, hard-working lives, making sacrifices, raising children, getting up early, going out in the rain, digging dirt, putting their hand in mud, taking grease in their eye, they will never see $1 million, Madam Speaker. But then there are others. Put on a nice white cotton shirt, nice polished shoe, live in air condition, eating the best, drinking the best, driving the best, talking the best, and they are in fact the cancer in our society. And the objections are coming from quarters of people who will say, nitpick here, nitpick there, nitpick here, nitpick there, but in the end, leave it just so. That's what they're asking us to do. That's what they're asking us to do, leave it so. And I'm saying no. I want you, Madam Speaker, I want you, as you have been called upon to intervene here 5 and 10 times, I want you to reflect. Reflect. Had we not got back that $921 million, if we were going to build that highway to Point 14, for the people of the Southwestern Peninsula and all of us in this nation, we'd have had to go and find another $900 million from somewhere else to pay the contractors. It could only have come from health, education, development of agriculture, paying the public debt. It has to come from somewhere else. Corruption is an ongoing balloon that just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. We've seen other countries, Madam Speaker, where to travel along the road, policeman waiting for you to pretend that you've done something wrong on the highway. And you don't even argue, what have I done wrong? No. Just open your wallet and hand him some money and you're good to go. Some countries end up in that situation. We've seen situations, Madam Speaker, where governments are in office, they come in poor like a church rat. Some of them don't want to come out of office, but when they do come out of office, they want to go out as billionaires and multi-billionaires because they believe that they are entitled to public money, they're entitled to the good life, they're entitled to that. And God alone knows what they would not do for it. Some of them kill for it, Madam Speaker. And I am not here only talking about politicians, you know. I'm talking about citizens who seek to want to engage in getting more than what belongs to them legally, and there is no end to what they will do, Madam Speaker. And the violent crime that we have in our society, as every day is news, if you look deeply enough, as the Attorney General will say, follow the money and you will find invariably it is the money from somewhere illegally had that is driving the criminal conduct, the violent criminal conduct in this country. And the time has come. The time has come to stop pretending that the angel Gabriel will come down and save us from ourselves. We have to intervene and do what has to be done. There are some people who believe that crime and criminality in this country is only blood and murder. But white-collar crime is just as bad and as insidious. And, Madam Speaker, in many instances, white-collar crime drive the... Madam Speaker, I want to put on this parliamentary record that I was running for office in this country as opposition leader. All I did was hold myself up as someone who can contribute something, as I've done all my life in this country. I was running as opposition leader into a general election. And there were people in this country who had interest to protect by any ascendancy from me to another office, went to other citizens and offered them money to kill me. Madam Speaker, the person they went to and offered the money to, being a member of the criminal element, found even that was difficult for such a person to swallow. They had to talk to somebody and tell somebody that other people are doing that. And Madam Speaker, I ran through the 2015 election with a threat to my life because it appears as though we could have won that election and I could have become the Prime Minister. And there were people who were prepared to kill me to prevent that from happening, Madam Speaker. I tell this not in any cause, but to indicate, Madam Speaker, that where crime and criminality is concerned, the actions of some people know no bounds. No bounds. Madam Speaker, I went through the campaign in a bulletproof vehicle, surrounded by security officers. But what about all the other situations where the citizenry is not able to protect its interests by bulletproofing or by having a layer of security around you? But the crime and criminality and the greed and the desire from some people to get more than what belongs to them, to get it illegally, and to hope that they terrorize enough people that we all remain silent, pretending not to know who's doing what. Madam Speaker, this bill says that in every criminal action in this country, especially inside of institutions, in the government, in the state enterprises, and out there in the streets, somebody knows. And what this bill is asking us to do is to encourage those who know that if you know something, say something, and this country will protect you as far as we are able to. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Combat Corruption and Other Wrongdoings by Encouraging and Facilitating Disclosures of Improper Conduct in the Public and Private Sector to protect persons making those disclosures from detrimental action, to regulate the receiving, investigating, or otherwise dealing with disclosures of improper conduct, and to provide for other matters connected therewith, be now read a second time. Member for Old Pooch East.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to respond in this morning on a matter that has been brought to us by this government dealing with combating corruption and protecting whistleblowers. Madam Speaker, I am permitted, I believe, 90 minutes, and those of us in the opposition learned about that 90 minutes this morning around 7:30. I'm happy that the speaker before me would have had some knowledge of that before and came at least with some printed materials from other jurisdictions and so on. So it was for us, Madam Speaker, quite an ambush to ask our speakers to prepare for 35 or 45 minutes to begin and then be asked to speak for 90 minutes. But Madam Speaker, that being what it may, we are prepared to respond, and indeed our researchers have been working very hard to prepare speakers and the respondent. Madam Speaker, we are summoned this morning by a clueless government to assist them to violate the Constitution and the law. We will not do it. This Gestapo bill, which threatens every employer, every employee, and every citizen, will be condemned by everyone. I have taken, Madam Speaker, very careful notes when the Prime Minister spoke. I've taken, I must say, about 5 pages of notes. And I intend to respond to the Prime Minister's statement in some detail, Madam Speaker. And of course, I intend to go into the bill almost line by line. Madam Speaker, is this morning a distraction from the countless scandals facing this administration? Is it a conspiracy to protect a witness giving false evidence? Or is it simply to say we are doing something, responding to an outrageous situation? This comes in the wake of the mosquito crack, the collapse of the Central Block, and the firing of 500 people at TSTT. But Madam Speaker, whistleblowing is related to all those events. Madam Speaker, this morning I am presenting as a whistleblower. I am a whistleblower. And I have been punished for being a whistleblower. It may not surprise members to know that a state company sued me, a member of parliament, because I spoke out on the issue of corruption. That matter, until very recently, was at the court, and the state company finally withdrew the matter. But for 6 years or so, I had to go to court because a state company sued a member of parliament when I was a whistleblower raising issues. So I can speak from my personal experience. The Prime Minister was very emotional, I think, and passionate on this matter. And I want to assure the Parliament I am equally passionate and emotional. But I think I would be longer on substance, Madam Speaker. I'll be longer on substance. But all of the scandals we face in this country invariably has to do with whistleblowing. And I, being a victim of that, can speak as a victim, Madam Speaker. It is not one matter I have brought to the public domain over the decades, 2 decades I've been on the compound here. I have been persecuted. I reached the stage where there's nothing they could say about me again. I'm sure you can't find something new. It will be to repeat the old. And Madam Speaker, today, this deadly cocktail of incompetent government with draconian powers is a cause for worry for all right-thinking citizens. In fact, it's a cause of worry for wrong-thinking citizens too. And the Prime Minister is always fond to use the twang and the dialect from Tobago, as I'm equally happy to use dialect from Debe Penal. And when colleagues in Debe Penal reflect this morning on his speech, I got a note from someone. They say in local parlance, he give up, he can't make no more. He gave up, he can't make no more. So this morning is the government has given up. And if the Prime Minister has a bulletproof vehicle, which he told us now, I didn't know that before, it is because of crime in this country, the murders, the highest level of crime and gun violence in this country. It's not the whistleblower looking for you. The place is full of criminality. A woman was brutally murdered, I believe, just yesterday in the San Fernando area. the constituency of the Attorney General. And while I'm on the Attorney General, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has said not a word about the front page of an Express today. This is the Prime Minister that told the former Prime Minister, former government, that when an Attorney General is being investigated by the police, he must step down immediately. Today, not one word. And there's a whistleblower in that too. There's a whistleblower. And later I'll come to that. There are two pictures on the front page. I cast no aspersions on the Attorney General at all. A member of the House, and we are even prohibited from doing that. But there's another picture on that front page that I will speak to later in these proceedings. So, Madam Speaker, this bill pales into insignificance on a day when the front page of a newspaper spoke a language that suggests that there should be an urgent cabinet reshuffle in Trinidad and Tobago. But that will not help, because the Prime Minister has this ability now to take scrap iron from one side of the yard and put it in the next side of the yard, and then move it back and forth. Madam Speaker, in this bill before us, Minister is the Minister of National Security, has responsibility in this bill, not the Prime Minister. So when we came this morning, we expected the Minister of National Security to present his case. It is his bill. He's the minister. Lo and behold, the Prime Minister did that. But the Prime Minister may believe he cannot expose a hapless Minister of National Security, which the editorial of the Express says should be removed. And the minister in this bill has some authority. I will come to it later in detail as it relates to collecting reports from the various institutions and so on. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister took his first 25 minutes, because I did a little check when he was speaking, to tell us about his personal experiences and his personal knowledge, really, of what he alleged to be corrupt activities. And Madam Speaker, since equality is the name of the game, I intend to take 25 minutes to do the same. And I'm sure I'll be permitted. The Prime Minister told us of a few incidents which he says, given his long years in public life and so on, came to his attention. And I begin this part of it by saying that it's strange enough, public officials are not born corrupt. I don't think people are born corrupt, really. Public officials, whether they be politicians or civil servants, and the Prime Minister has a particular interest in the allegations of corruption against public officers. He spoke of that this morning. So, Madam Speaker, it is not born corruption. I also had an experience, Madam Speaker, and just as we readily would listen to the Prime Minister, I'm sure everyone would readily listen to me. And when the Prime Minister is speaking this morning of all mornings, I chose not to disturb him, as the Prime Minister and his colleagues will not disturb me. You see, Madam Speaker, I was in office as Minister of Housing and the Environment in 2010. And there were persons who are known as business persons and so on, and they would come around because everybody had a grievance. You would not remember, but in 2010, the former PNM administration was owing what could have been $7 billion in outstanding bills to contractors. And when they addressed me and came to me, I got this sneaky suspicion of something fishy happening around me. And Madam Speaker, they were coming to tell me what obtained under the former administration, and there was no problem continuing that with the new administration. I said, hold on. If the meetings are to discuss outstanding payments, we can do that in the presence of the permanent secretary, in the presence of managers who would have documents, who would have, facts. Because as a new minister, I certainly don't have the facts. And I cannot trust what you are saying. You could come here and say, the government owing you $300 million on a project in retrenched San Fernando. I don't know. I need the managers and so on to verify that and advise. And those persons who were business persons in the former administration, they said, well, business don't work like that, We want to talk to you alone. We don't want to talk to nobody. Madam Speaker, when I got wind of that, I said, listen, let us talk with somebody taking minutes and notes. I do not want to see people like that. I don't. I do not care to see people like that. But Madam Speaker, this pattern of behavior was before 2010. Before. And it is right that it is predominant in this society at different levels. Madam Speaker, somebody will become an officer in the state, and I won't call the names of any division or anything. And when you see them with a market bag moving, with dashing bush and scythe and crab Sunday morning, and that's what they collect because, the job interface with market people. And you collect, Sunday morning some crab and dashing bush and thing for Kalaloo, and you have your bag coming and the officer of the state, that is part of it. You see, Madam Speaker, this is a danger that we face. But facing the danger is not what is here for us this morning, as I will come to. You see, Madam Speaker, we need to do something about it. We need to do something. But had this government implemented in 7 years the procurement legislation, we would have dealt with some parts of this matter. Because a lot of these allegations are on procurement. 7 years, no procurement legislation. But this morning, get up and sermonize about the importance of this legislation, and we need to deal with it once and for all and unite. Madam Speaker, I took careful notes. No procurement legislation. None. Gave several anecdotes about personal experiences, and none could be identified as a matter that the police has dealt with, that the courts have determined, and persons were culpable and action taken. But the Prime Minister's speech really demonstrates why this bill is dangerous. Strange enough, the Prime Minister really brought the evidence of why it is dangerous. Because you come and you talk and you create raucous scandals about people and about institutions, about valuation and so on, and no matter is determined by police or court. And if it is today we have all of this in the national domain, it's because we do it ourselves that way, not determined at court. And I want to make reference to a couple matters, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister said the word, the Damon vessels, out of Holland, I believe. Madam Speaker, the persons who are involved in that or who are the subject of attention, I believe is somebody from Barbados, nobody from Trinidad, and that person was not involved in Trinidad and Tobago procuring those vessels. Not at all. We have the brief on that. Madam Speaker, spoke about some project with valuations went up and so on. Is that matter resolved? Have they found anyone guilty? Has anyone been charged? Has anyone arrived anywhere in terms of the justice system? Nothing. But we talk about it. The Prime Minister went on. The demonetization of the money and so on. 500 million couldn't be accounted for and so on. Okay, well, we don't know that, but the Prime Minister has knowledge. He knows that. He says these are undisputed facts. Will whistleblower legislation that we have before us today deal with that? I put it to you, no. It can't. It can't, because this, as it is set up, will not do it. It cannot, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister made distinctions. He rattled out the names of countries. He took an atlas and just read from left to right. Every country had whistleblowing legislation, but could not tell us if there was one Commonwealth country with this precise piece of legislation in place. And I await the other speakers. Tell us the name of a country in the Commonwealth, similar jurisprudence and so on. Tell us the name that has this identical piece of legislation. Because I put it to you, we have looked, have found none. Canada, which the Prime Minister referred us to, I want to just put Canada here on the board. Canada has a piece of legislation, indeed, they do. And in that piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, it deals with the public service and the public service alone. Look at here. Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act. The Prime Minister raised Canada. He said whistleblowing legislation, the two prominent countries on the globe is the United States and Canada. This is Canada in my hand. Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act. And in this act, Madam Speaker, it deals with the public service. A very sophisticated machinery set up, including an authority and so on, with powers to compel witnesses to appear, record, summon persons, enforce attendance. A complicated, sophisticated institution that is apart and separate from the political directorate that deals with Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act. If you go to the United States, which the Prime Minister now singles out as one of these countries that deal so effectively with corporate corruption through whistleblowing and so on, I put it to you, and you cannot put it back to me, but I put it to you that you do not have this piece of legislation there. They are not moronic in the United States like that. You cannot have this piece of legislation there. I put it to you. And if you can find the equivalent of this in the United States, you let me know. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister announced with fanfare, beating his chest, this will strike a blow at the heart of corruption. Madam Speaker, we have had many commissions of inquiries into corruption and corrupt practices. I recall the one by OFF that spoke to recommendations. When we were in office, we implemented 90% of those recommendations. In fact, state companies today have more sophisticated internal audit systems because we implemented audit systems in state enterprises. A recommendation of the OFF Commission of Inquiry. So the point I'm making is that there are enormous strategies and laws and policies you can deal with at the place of work to deal with whistleblowing. But this act as it's currently drafted, I don't know if they redraft this morning when they change the time for us to speak, but the one I have in my hand will not deal with corruption, will not deal with the matters that the Prime Minister, it will not strike strike a blow to the heart. You see, Madam Speaker, it was a whistleblower who a couple weeks ago alerted me by way of written document that the Port of Spain Central Block had collapsed. It was a whistleblower. And we did not need this piece of legislation for that. Huh? We didn't need that. We would never have known, and as they say in Debe, had we known. But we would never have known, Madam Speaker, about that Central Block had it not been for a whistleblower. So what? Is that whistleblower protected by this legislation? They have no legislation. And yet you have persons in the society that are coming forward and presenting documents and so on to public officials, including myself and others. And we have some other documents coming up in a little while as well. So we'll get to that. Because when I talk, I prefer to use the documents. I do not talk and rigmarole with anecdote and so on. I have documents. You talk with that. Madam Speaker, the Mosquito Creek, that was exposed by a whistleblower. When materials came from Tobago, contractors were forced to take materials from Tobago and not St. Lucia, inferior substandard materials, and it led to a big crack on the Mosquito Creek. Whistleblower, need legislation? You see, Madam Speaker, the point I make before I really get into this bill to chew it up, the point I make is that whistleblowers have existed in this society for donkey years. Some of my colleagues will not know Jean Miles, 1972, the gas station racket. Expose a racket in government with given gas station and so on. 1972, whistleblower. That's a few years after independence. As you go along, persons come forward or they give documents to politicians, ministers, whoever, and we get information. But you know, anyway, Madam Speaker, I'll go on that later. So the Mosquito Creek, a whistleblower, when I was in office, came with information to me on the Housing Development Corporation. A former managing director went and borrowed money from the HDC. When I heard that, I said, tell me something, is the HDC a bank? Is the HDC into banking and lending money because I might take a loan too? I at that time had to change galvanize or something, I could take a loan. They said, no, the HDC don't give loans, you know. I said, but how could a former MD take a loan. When he was exposed by a whistleblower, he came in Debe. I like Tobago twangs, and I hope you appreciate mine too. He came pusur, meaning quietly. And he paid it back. Paid back every cent because he was caught. Now, had a reward been in place, somebody would have made 10% of that. But money left with a managing director taking a loan from HDC, and unless we were told by a whistleblower, never knew. And of course, we would have forgotten that as well. But Madam Speaker, there was no whistleblowing legislation like this. And you were able to get information. You were able to, without striking a blow at the heart of employee and employers across the board, and threatening people and so on. Madam Speaker, let me get to the bill a bit, and then I'll come back to some other matters. Now, the Speaker before me, I imagine if he had more time, would have told us what is the difference between the 2018 version and the 2022 version. This matter came before the Parliament, Madam Speaker, before. And I'm sure because he ran out of time, could not tell us the difference. It was only 90 minutes, I think we allowed. Could not tell us what are the fundamental differences, because you're coming back with the same piece of legislation. And Madam Speaker, I put it to you, there are really nothing of any great difference, but they will speak to that. Madam Speaker, you look at this bill. You ask the question. This is for employers, and I will take it, Madam Speaker, so that the ordinary man and woman will understand what I am saying. Again, if I am wrong, a speaker after me will have some time to correct me if I'm wrong. But I want to explain this for a low-income worker. I want to explain this for a worker in what is called the elementary professions. I want to explain this for an employer, a small-scale employer, someone running a hardware, someone running a store, someone running, a pharmacy, supermarket, a parlor, someone running a parlor. I want to explain that a bit so that the person there will understand what is happening. Because I do not get the impression that anybody in this country, first, I don't even think people are aware what we are doing today. And many people may not care as well. But if they know what is here, they will wake up. They will open their eyes like a puppy if they know what is in this bill. Madam Speaker, this says every employer or an employer is bound to establish a machinery for collecting disclosures. Disclosure means information on improper conduct. So a disclosure is information on improper conduct. What is improper conduct, Madam Speaker? We get in. Improper conduct, so I'll get to that one, a criminal offense. So every employer must have in their place of work, so KFC on Independence Square must have a machinery there to collect information on criminal offense, failure to carry out a legal duty, conduct that is likely to result in a miscarriage of justice, conduct that is likely to threaten the health and safety of a person. The person running a supermarket, for example, has to put a machinery in place at the supermarket to collect information from workers, or anyone for that matter, on conduct that is likely to threaten or damage the environment, conduct that shows gross mismanagement, impropriety, or misconduct in the carrying out of an activity that involves the use of public funds. I imagine hamper come to mind. These problems we have with hampers these days. Act of reprisal against or victimization of a whistleblower, that's a misconduct. It's an improper conduct. Conduct that tends to show unfair discrimination on the basis of gender, race, place of origin, social class, color, religion, and here is one, political opinion. So an employer, and let's get to employers now, Subway I can imagine is an employer. They have to put a machinery in place to collect disclosures on if someone give information that suggests unfair discrimination on the basis of political opinion. This is an amazing thing, huh? So if you are talking at the workplace and you make some points about a meeting you heard last night, You say, the Prime Minister was, talking something that was untrue or something like that, assuming you say that. As a political opinion, you can cast that as. That becomes improper conduct. And if you can claim that you were treated unfairly because of that opinion. This is what this bill deals with. Willful concealment of any acts. So, Madam Speaker, the employer begins by establishing what is called a reporting officer, a whistleblower reporting officer. A whistleblower, just to be clear for everyone now, is, what is a whistleblower here? I just want to read it from here. The whistleblower means any person who makes a disclosure to a whistleblowing reporting officer or a whistleblowing reports unit, as the case may be, whether it qualifies as a protected disclosure or not under this act. And you see, we'll get to all of those things and try to flesh it out in a little while. But a whistleblower is one who makes a disclosure. You bring information. You say, I've seen something, I've heard something. I come to my whistleblowing reporting officer. Now, the whistleblowing reporting officer is appointed by the employer. Is that true or not? Who appoints the whistleblowing reporting officer? Unless otherwise stated as employer. So the employer can decide, look, my family working here, I have my sister-in-law working in this department, I trust her, she won't bring the company into disrepute. You are now the official whistleblower reporting officer. Surely something like that can't make sense. What is the qualification for a whistleblowing reporting officer? An organization in this bill is not just a legal entity, it could be anything. Is a CPEP contractor an employer? Yes. In that contract team, they are using public funds. Would they have a whistleblowing reporting officer? Interesting. The Ministry of Health, for example, will have, it is not a reporting unit, and I'll come to that later. But certainly you will have whistleblowing reporting officer in the Ministry of Health. Is it in the headquarters of the Ministry of Health? Is it in every division of the ministry? Is it every health center, every hospital? Because you have hundreds of people working in a hospital. So all the regional health authorities have to find whistleblowing reporting officer. Now, do you have a reporting officer for an employer with 10 workers? Do you have the same one for 1,000 workers? Did they specify in the bill that a reporting officer must receive, is responsible for a maximum of 50 workers or 10 workers, as the case may be? So a large employer can say, look, I need to hire here, I need to have 20 reporting officers. Because clearly you can't have one reporting officer for a place like the Southwest Regional Health Authority. You need more and an institution. I don't think they thought of it, or if they thought of it, they thought that's a minor problem. And the response here is, we'll deal with that in the regulations. So the bill is about 21 pages, the regulations will be 200. But it should be spelled out here, a structure where whistleblowing reporting officer, how they are appointed, what is their qualification. Madam Speaker, in this bill, an ordinary whistleblower and all these officers need to understand technical legal terms, like what are reasonable grounds, what is recklessness, negligence. Those are legal concepts. They have a whole book on that. And a reporting officer who we don't know the qualifications at all, that person may be hardworking but never sit in front of a college, have to come and tell us now, I understand what is reasonable grounds. So what do you do now? You hire a lawyer to give them advice. Every employer needs to have a lawyer now to give advice to the reporting officer. So the employee on the ground, the whistleblower, and you do not need to be an employee being paid. This is the next fascinating thing with the bill. You can be involved as an agent doing some work that is not remunerated, and you are the whistleblower. And you get to your whistleblowing reporting officer, who we don't know where he or she come from. The employer appoints. What qualifications, what resources, what? I assume is another employee. Another employee. I'll get to some deeper issues on that, but I wanted to come up the structure. So, Madam Speaker, when the reporting officer collects this information, he or she now looks at it. It can be, Madam Speaker, given to the person, and there's no need to advance the matter with your name. No need to advance the matter with your name. So it could be given without your name. But the whistleblowing officer knows the name of the person, but he or she don't need to advance that with the name. That is a recipe for madness. This is a rumor-mongering society, a bacchanal society. This is the institutionalization of McQueen. Everybody who has a grievance with the employer will say, look, I have evidence of improper conduct. Improper conduct. And I coming forward to the reporting officer. The reporting officers who is employed by the employer need to get promotion, need to get benefits and so on. They tell the employer, you know, John Smith met me yesterday and he gave me something in writing. He said the container coming in the night have something else apart from cloth. That is what this is about. Which employer would be hiring someone, putting someone as a reporting officer? Now, the reporting officer is almost akin to a trade union representative, what is called a shop steward. So the employer must know from now that that employee is not going to be working in the service of the company full-time. He or she must be paid full-time, but they must be given sufficient time to conduct their duties as a reporting officer. That's it. And they conduct their duties as a reporting officer. They get paid for their substantive position because they are a shop steward of some kind, and they take these matters forward. Madam Speaker, protected disclosure. These things they come up with. And you know, I heard the Prime Minister speak about the Integrity Commission and the concern the Prime Minister had that the Integrity Commission may have leaked information and it undermines public confidence in the institution and so on. But had no difficulty when a retired judge leaked information from the Police Service Commission to politicians. Had no difficulty with that. That is okay. You can do that. That doesn't undermine the Police Service Commission. That is a constitutional creature. So I found that it was quite instructive. And protected disclosure, an employee of an organization may make... Madam Speaker, could you just remind me at what time I'm due to finish, please?
Your time expires at 1:14.
1:14. Okay. Time flies here and you're having fun. Madam Speaker, protected disclosure. An employee of an organization may make a disclosure of improper conduct to a whistle reporting officer or a whistleblowing reports unit. Now, let's get to the whistleblowing report unit. There's a schedule of 21 organizations that are listed in the schedule, and they are organizations and institutions of the state, I think, all, that has some investigatory role, some regulatory role, and so on, and prosecutorial role as well. And they must establish something called a whistleblowing reporting unit. Now, a whistleblowing reporting unit has a director, I think, yes, a director. Who is appointing these directors? What process? Is it a public servant? Is that person qualified in certain areas like forensic accounting or investigation or so on? It doesn't speak to these issues. They don't. And you know, the Prime Minister said, we'll come here and nitpick. I don't think asking about the qualifications of persons who are receiving sensitive, secret, confidential documents on disclosure of what could be millions of dollars, I don't think asking the qualifications of those persons is nitpicking. I believe those are substantive issues to reflect around. So, a disclosure under the section, the employee, right, a disclosure under the section may be made although the employee is not able to identify a particular person to whom the disclosure relates. This is interesting. I am at number 7, 2A. A disclosure can be made although the employee is not able to identify a particular person to whom the disclosure relates. So you say, I saw something, but I don't know who is responsible. I don't know what is responsible. And you go. You know, this is another point I'll come to when we deal with the offenses. In this bill, Madam Speaker, an ordinary worker an ordinary person in the workforce on the shop floor, they don't have investigative power. They don't have they will not have oversights of official documents. All they have is what is called intel, information. You cannot prosecute them because it wasn't the truth. So you're locking up people in this bill because it's not the truth. But by definition, you cannot know the truth because you cannot investigate, you don't have documents. When the person gave me the letter that Shanghai had terminated the Central Block contract in November, Madam Speaker, and there was the name of a contractor in that, Madam Speaker, we don't know if it's the truth or not. The person who giving it did not know if that is true. In fact, the person giving it didn't even know if it was fake. But that person, when this is passed, if this ever passed, that person can face prosecution and a fine and jail if it turns out that it's fake. In fact, with great respect to the Prime Minister, I think the Prime Minister may be liable in the past when you bring matters involving Emailgate and it proves to be fake. You could get 2 years in jail and pay $15,000 in one case. If this is law, the member for Digo Martin West could have been facing a stiff jail sentence when the police and the Integrity Commission say that was rubbish. We are happy he's still on the compound now. But he could have faced some serious repercussions of that. Claiming that I got this from a whistleblower and I in turn becomes the secondary whistleblower. That's what it is. He's the secondary whistleblower on Emailgate, which accused a Prime Minister and ministers of conspiring to murder. Proven to be false by the Police Integrity Commission. And we are in high public office. We should have known better. Madam Speaker, I only raised that Central Block matter when it became clear that the contractor they were batting for is the same contractor that building a party headquarters in Port of Spain. When it became clear. When we found out, that is when we took it. I only raised that mosquito crack matter when it became clear that the contractor on that is also a contractor pouring concrete in Port of Spain in a party headquarters. That is whistleblowing. That is whistleblowing without this draconian legislation in place. That is called whistleblowing. That is whistleblowing. Madam Speaker, so we have to protect employees from being the victims of this legislation, where they can raise an issue because they believe is improper conduct, but they can't investigate anything. That is why ordinary workers bring matters to politicians, They bring it because they don't have the statute to go by the media. They don't want to be identified. In fact, for whistleblowers, secrecy is an important thing. This is Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I have been involved in employment relations for 25 years. Employees don't readily want to be identified at all. If you put a box in the workplace and tell people, put some complaints in that, Madam Speaker, put some complaints in that, they dare not go because they think the CCTV camera in the box. You are saying, now put it in writing and put your name. That is not, the culture here is people will find the politician, the priest, the leader in the society, the principal of a school and so on, and say, boss, look, I have this information. You check it and see if it's true. You could deal with that, but I don't want no part of that. So I don't know in reality who you will be attracting as whistleblowers. Because the Prime Minister's own argument, you got whistleblowers to come forward and tell you all those things you know about. Any one of them care to put their name on paper? You talk about valuation escalating, you talk about construction, all type of thing. Anybody is a whistleblower who care to be named or to be known? They don't, because this is a society of fear. You fear politicians in office legitimately. That you will make a complaint and then they will look at you as if you are the guilty party. That is normal, Madam Speaker. So I don't know who they are trying to fool with this piece of legislation. Here this one. Where disclosure is made orally, the officer receiving the disclosure shall reduce the disclosure immediately into writing, in the presence of the person making the disclosure. You know what I mean? That means when you go to the place of work and you meet the reporting officer, you say, my name is X, Y, and Z, and I want to tell you this, and please put it in writing. and then read it back to me and let me sign it like a police statement. Police begging people to come forward. They have a whole national campaign for about 20 years now, begging people to come forward, give evidence, give information. How that work? Did the population break down the door of the police station to bring information to the police? No, because it's a society of fear. People working now, 450 going home at TSTT. More to go in the state sector. Who going to jeopardize their job and put their name and number and contact details on a piece of paper to report the boss? And reporting the boss to the person who the boss appointed. And I am being told that all over the world have this and it's working. Where exactly this piece of legislation is working? And they have protected disclosure, Madam Speaker, made in good faith. Now, the reporting officer at KFC need to explain to the cashier who is making a report what is meant by good faith. And you must reasonably believe, based on the information that you have, that it is truth. You must, the whistleblower reasonably believes. Reasonableness is some big concept in law. Who understanding that working in the hardware by the forklift? They see something, they want to say something, and lose their job. That is this society. You go to the industrial court, and what are the trade disputes? What are the matters? Victimization against workers because they speak out sometime on this matter or that matter. Raise issues. Now you are saying in law, now when you go to the industrial court with worker, it have no jail there. Well, in this bill, it have jail. For if you make statements that are not, don't have reasonable grounds and so on. Here it is, Madam Speaker, the information disclosed and any allegation contained in it are substantially true. What is substantially true? You all know the meaning of that because you read big book. As we say in our report, you read big book. So you understand what that means, and there will be a test and elements of the test. Who explaining this to the worker in the drugstore? What is substantially true? Who explaining this to the reporting officer? I imagine the government will have some widespread education online to explain these concepts. The information disclosed tend to show that his employer, another employee of the firm or person acting, is engaged or preparing to engage in improper conduct. Imagine that now. You go and tell the man appointed by your boss, I think the boss doing something wrong. Huh? Is this Trinidad and Tobago you all are describing? I don't know. I just don't know. The disclosure is not made for the purpose of personal gain. Now, there's a next problem now. So you cannot have a personal gain. You know, there are workers sometimes in the real world of work. They don't get a promotion, they believe it's victimization. Some real, some unreal. Now, something happened at the place of work, you feel your employer not giving you $500 more a month, and so on. You suddenly become nosy, and I have a report, disclosure. We run in a goat pen, and we notice at that goat pen that the real owner of the goat pen don't show up, and another person show up and pretend to be managing the goat pen, and I think something is, well, it can't be fishy, it must be goaty, about that. That's why you're encouraging, because you probably wanted to fire the attendant in the goat pen, and he comes with all these stories now. You hire somebody to watchman a yard, and in the night, he feel that gravel and sand walking. He could be sleeping, dreaming, and he feel gravel and sand crossing the road to go to our next project. You make a report. What you will do when you investigate that, not true or no reasonable grounds or substantially untrue or whatever, you hit him a sentence of about 5 years and $15,000. So goat pen man gone and watchman at gravel yard gone. Nobody will be interested in our work culture with these matters. And Madam Speaker, I am not sure if this government can be trusted with whistleblowing. Let me put it to you, whistleblowing has been in existence here for decades. All the members opposite, most of them when they were in opposition, they would come to this parliament and stand up with big file. They are whistleblowers effectively, collecting information, telling us about ministry and so on, contract, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the reasons that we will have a difficulty supporting this unless convincing arguments come opposite, is that this government has no good track record in dealing with whistleblowers. There was a lady at the port, raised issues of wrongdoing, lost her job at the port. Madam Speaker, right now, a famous whistleblower who has an agreement with government on whistleblowing has challenged to take the government to court because the government make a deal for whistleblowing. They make a deal for whistleblowing and they renege on the deal. So in a way, a whistleblower was conned. Madam Speaker.
Ask you to withdraw the word.
Okay, please. I withdraw the word conned.
Yes.
A whistleblower.
No, so you withdraw the word?
Yes, ma'am. I withdraw the word conned.
No, you withdraw the word.
The word?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I did. So, I'll rephrase. A whistleblower was mistreated. Well, I won't even say that because it will come too close to con. So, a whistleblower was mistreated. Because he had a deal, an agreement to get certain, and this document here before us speaks to that. Let me get to it one time because you know me, Madam Speaker, I like to root my arguments in the bill before me. I am at 19. I'll just skip a little bit. I'll go back in a little while, but this is again. 19, Madam Speaker. Immunity from criminal, civil, and disciplinary proceedings. Now, Madam Speaker, I'll read it because I want to talk about it. So let me read it so the people who are listening to me will hear it. Notwithstanding any other law, but subject to Section 21, and what is 21? So we just put that in our minds. No immunity to a whistleblower if he was the perpetrator or an accomplice, right? Notwithstanding any law, but subject to 21, a whistleblower who makes a protected disclosure is not liable to any criminal, civil, or disciplinary proceedings for having made such a disclosure. So this now is blanket immunity in statute for persons to make disclosures, and you cannot challenge them for defamation. You cannot challenge them in the criminal court if they commit a criminal act. You cannot take disciplinary proceedings against them. Madam Speaker, this is madness. People will say any and everything, Madam Speaker. Incidentally, the Parliament is a place of work and organization. There will be a whistleblowing reporting officer here as well to collect information and disclosures. So you are given carte blanche immunity from criminal, civil, and disciplinary proceedings. And we wonder whether this is because an agreement was breached, violated. Somebody is asking that you pay their bill for a driver, a chauffeur, medical insurance, pay back money fined because you break the deal, pay back the money that was fined. And the Prime Minister, in his winding up, because he collects a lot of information, I think, in his winding up, he must tell us whether he is aware or not. Because he may not be aware. Prime Minister is not aware of several things. Like last week, wasn't aware the contract terminated at the hospital. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister could tell us if he's aware that an agreement with a whistleblower was breached when the government took a notarized statement and sent it to an agency in England. And whether or not Section 19 is indeed the Nelson provision. Whether or not. Because when you make an agreement with a whistleblower, as we are doing now, you see, immunity against proceedings is an agreement. You're putting it in the law. They have gone beyond this bill, because the bill is not in effect, and made an agreement that they breached. And today, the taxpayer has to pay a fine in the High Court in Port of Spain because there was a breach of an agreement. Whether they were legally entitled to do that or not is another question. The question is, a fine in the High Court, taxpayers pay the fine. And in England, you have to pay bodyguard and driver. Someone is claiming $1.2 million pounds every year for lost income because of a breach with a whistleblower. So I am getting back to this importance of having deals with whistleblowers. That is a whistleblowing par excellence. And those agreements must see the light of day. So the taxpayer knows what exactly did the taxpayer pay for with that whistleblowing affair. That the person says now, a prominent lawyer in Trinidad who is not in this parliament, I cast no aspersions, well, there's no prominent lawyer here, but I cast no aspersions. Well, Madam Speaker, I meant of a different kind. There are excellent lawyers in this House, generally on the side of the opposition. Madam Speaker, the point I'm making is a prominent lawyer, front page today of a newspaper, was the middleman in conducting an agreement between the government and the whistleblower. Was he the first whistleblowing reporting officer? Was he an entire whistleblowing reporting unit? That on behalf, a private lawyer on behalf of government conducted business with a whistleblower and gave certain undertakings that the person will not face prosecution, will not be fined, that information will not go back to London, that the person will be paid handsomely. And why we cannot trust this government, Madam Speaker, I have seen with my own eyes, heard with my own ears, Madam Speaker. Do you know what those of us on this side are referred to? We are referred to as targets. When you hear and you read the documents involved in this matter, they made a deal with the whistleblower, an agreement, something like this, Madam Speaker, that they are only interested in the political targets, nobody else. And those of us on this side, we are called targets that they work with, Madam Speaker. So whistleblowing and arrangements like these need to see the light of day, because this involves taxpayers' money, need to see the light of day. And the Prime Minister, who keeps reminding us that he's chairman of the National Security Council, because that is, I thought the Prime Minister had 2 jobs, but I didn't know the subcommittee of cabinet was a whole title itself in law. So the Prime Minister must tell us if he is aware at all of this debacle where they slept with the devil and now want to roll off the bed.
In order 48.6, please.
I'm just asking if he's aware.
I'll ask you if you could find another way to restate that.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I would just ask simply, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, if he has any knowledge at all on breaches of agreements with whistleblowers, and if he has any knowledge on the cost paid by the taxpayer to defend that. Because the Prime Minister was very passionate on money, costs, how much is lost, how much goes here, who wear in expensive suits when they leave office, who have house, who have car. You know, the Prime Minister suggested when people come in power, a minister don't make $50,000 a month. Anybody know that? That's public knowledge. The salary review, commission speaks to everybody's salary here. I think a minister makes about 50. I think the Prime Minister makes 60,000. That's knowledge. So if you're the Prime Minister for 6 years, how much money you make? And most times you don't buy a sweet drink. How much money you make? But they convey as if, you know, you come in poor and then you leave rich. And Madam Speaker, when you leave here after 5 years, those of us who have served a long time, you get a gratuity as well. But you know, they have this narrative that somebody come in here with a sampat, a cheap slipper, and when they leave, you know, they leave with Hugo Boss. And there are some of us around here who are well familiar with those things and who are regular visitors to Bond Street in London and so on, and use tailored apparel. But nothing is wrong with that, Madam Speaker. If you are earning money, spend it if you want. Madam Speaker, when I was a minister, the only time I could pay a bar bill is when I get my pay. People used to look for me at the end of the month because then I could pay the bar. That is, you get salary, you spend, that's your business. But to build this argument and this narrative that people come here from the poorhouse, they come from the poorhouse, and when they leave, they go in a rich house. That's really to undermine even the people in the house as itself. Madam Speaker, let me get back to this matter. So this is sheer madness to give this blanket immunity to persons doing this and involved in this. Whistleblower protection shall not be prejudiced on the basis that the whistleblower was in good faith mistaken about the importance of disclosure. Oh, so you could say anything you want. Defame people. Say anything about anybody, and you could be okay because it was made in good faith, and you didn't know the importance of the disclosure. So a businessman expanding his business, traveling a bit, you make accusations that this person could be involved in white-collar offenses and so on, and then you later say, well, you know, I really wasn't sure about that. Huh? Wasn't sure about that. It's okay. And you cannot prejudice him if it was in the public interest on which the disclosure was based, and that has not materialized. Meaning, in a simple way again, the disclosure is made about an event that will happen. It did not happen. So you can't prejudice and say you can take action. The whistleblower did not respect procedural requirements of the Act and so on and so forth. Madam Speaker, another interesting point I'll make, and I'm sure colleagues will take it up later in the proceedings. In 323, they speak about giving now a new dimension to this matter, where the court, the High Court, will have now a reference to this act. By 23, the High Court takes into consideration disclosure and whistleblower. Meaning, and let me read it, because again, these things, it's hard to explain if you didn't read it. In any criminal proceedings instituted against a whistleblower, based on the fact that the whistleblower was the perpetrator of or an accomplice in, this sounds like the Nelson provision, the improper conduct disclosed by the whistleblower, the court shall, in giving its judgment or decision, take into due account the fact that the disclosure was made by the whistleblower, whether the whistleblower has assisted the police to apprehend any other person involved in the commission of the offense. And the punishment of the whistleblower may be mitigated as the court thinks fit, and the court shall expressly refer to this subsection in its judgment or decision. So what the court does now is when you come with your whistleblower, you know, let's say anyone on any matter, you are telling the court, listen, make express connection to this thing, and now give your sentence or your judgment. But it has to be related to this because the person gave an important disclosure in the public interest. He could have been saying something about a political target. He could be saying something about a political target, which this government has blatantly and boldly put in writing that they target political opponents, that we are targets. So somebody gives false evidence against a political target. You say they are a whistleblower, they go to court, the court has to take into consideration, compelled to take into consideration 23. So you effectively go on a Gestapo chase to take down political opponents this way.
Madam Speaker, standing order 48.
What provoked him now? What do you say?
6 Gestapo 48-6.
I'll let you go ahead.
You let me go ahead. Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, so they will go on this campaign using a section like this that is dangerous. Because you see, Madam Speaker, a whistleblower in this country was convicted and fined. And that created the problem. Because the deal with the whistleblower is that he will not face a conviction. That was the deal. So now, you take care of this. So if there's a next statement coming, and you deem that person a whistleblower under this legislation, the court is now compelled to take into account this for mitigation. You see how dangerous this piece of legislation is? And why there must be a requisite fear on the part of the population, not the opposition. They keep time and time again suggesting, well, the opposition fear this and we fear that. I want to tell the government, I am not a cocoa farmer. I have no cocoa in the sun. I'm not a cocoa farmer. But they put that narrative as well, you know. 7 years, 7 years investigating everybody under the sun, Madam Speaker. They're trying to check material on a road in Barrackpore. When they were checking that, the Mosquito Creek collapsed. 7 years chasing their political targets. And now because an agreement collapsed in London, to come and tell the court, now you are compelled. When persons like that come before you, another one, you are now compelled. Madam Speaker, and in dealing with whistleblowers as well, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister introduced this fascinating, not fascinating, but a novel concept for us in Trinidad, that if you help to retrieve public monies a percentage of that could come as a reward. Now, the only employment this government has created since they came into office is windscreen technicians by the traffic light. They multiply over the years. Anybody notice that? Anytime you stop by traffic light, 5 people come to wipe your windscreen. That's the only job that they create in this country, you know. Now telling people that, listen, you could make money. If your boss a mark, you could make money. And this will set up workers again if they don't understand this bill. Set up workers again to lose their jobs, to be charged, to be fined. This is a dangerous thing for ordinary employees. It's a dangerous thing. You can just change the Industrial Relations Act, for example. It's not my job to give anybody advice here. But if you review the Industrial Relations Act, you'll be shocked how you could actually enhance whistleblowing in a labor legislation. Than putting this, that put everyone at risk. Madam Speaker, employer, employee, everybody. Now they have prohibition of disclosure on whistleblowing. And I go back to the court, Madam Speaker. The court action here, Madam Speaker, relies on 23. If and when it's passed, 23. Madam Speaker, in the whistleblowers, because this is another point, it's not captured here, but I imagine other legislation will do it, so they will accuse me of not knowing the other legislation, because the other legislation related to this. A whistleblower is a potential defender, a potential witness. A whistleblower is a witness of some kind, because if you come and bust a mark and give a statement, notarized statement, for example, I have seen this, I have done this, and I have been an accomplice or so and forth, that person is a witness. And Madam Speaker, the government has another novel approach to dealing with whistleblowers, where they are paying their legislation, their litigation. You are paying whistleblowers for their litigation costs, Madam Speaker. You're paying. Madam Speaker, there are 2 prominent companies I draw your reference to, Drumcliff in Washington and Sequoia Law in Miami. They are called litigation funders. Madam Speaker, this government is involved with Sequoia Law in Miami and Drumcliff in the United States, Washington, where they have taken money from them. They are litigation funders and funding whistleblowers. Now, they have an implication in law about funding litigation. The government owes the Washington-based organization more or less $20 million. That organization is about to sue them for money because they took money from a litigation funder to fund litigation involving whistleblowers. Madam Speaker, everything is wrong with that. Everything is wrong with that. That may be a developed concept in the United States and so on, but that is not in our system. In fact, in our system, I believe there's a body of law that deals with litigation funding, that somebody else, a third party, can be funding your litigation and so on that way. But Madam Speaker, that being as it is, others will deal with that. I asked the government to tell us how much money they owe Drumcliff in Washington and how much of that they paid to a whistleblower. And today the taxpayer owes Drumcliff that is suing this government, upset. I would like any minister opposite to tell me if they were involved in meetings in Miami with Sequoia Law, involved in sensitive meetings with this law company there, litigation funders, over matters involving what they deem to be political targets. And when those persons objected to the presence of a minister, the minister said, no, I can sit in all these meetings. It is just coincidental that the targets here are my political opponents in Trinidad. Madam Speaker, this is where they take whistleblowing to. This is where they take whistleblowing to, Madam Speaker. But there's no openness. Now, they can defend Sequoia Law and Drumcliff. They can defend that, I'm sure, and tell us the public interest had to be served and we didn't have money, and the famous line, the last government didn't leave money X, Y, and Z, and we had to go for money. But they went to take money from a litigation funder and promised the litigation funders, here is one, if we win, you'll get a piece of it. So they tell the taxpayer, we want to retrieve all the money for you, people who took money corruptly and so on, and they didn't tell the taxpayer, well, you know, your money going to the litigation funder. Come clean on this matter. Members opposite know of this, as they know of that broken agreement in London. 39 Essex Street, Chambers, I believe. I know it by heart. Haven't been there. I know it. Madam Speaker, the government has a lot of explaining to do before they can convince anyone, far less the opposition, that this piece of legislation is workable, can be operated. From what I have said here, and I challenge them, tell me, you know, what here I'm saying that is wrong. Where a whistleblower is an employee of a public body and disciplinary proceedings are instituted against him based on the fact that he was the perpetrator of or accomplice in the improper conduct, disclosure, that public body shall endeavor to mitigate the effects of any punishment, where possible, not seek the dismissal of the whistleblower as punishment. So you protecting the whistleblower now, the whistleblower say anything, and he or she can't lose the job. They could defame anybody. This manager was here, we saw this, we saw that. He opened the trunk of his car, he put in 3 pan of paint. You could say that. And then they say, listen, you can't fire nobody for those kind of scandalous statements or bringing the company into disrepute. You know what will happen here too? And he sends it. And this is why the legislation like this is really a waste of time. Where is the public corruption the Prime Minister spoke about? Where do these things originate? What is their locus? Where are they located? It is not really, with all great respect, it is not in the parlor, the drugstore, the supermarket, you know, Detour in Port of Spain. It is really in state enterprises, private construction companies may be involved in a little funny business, other companies working with the state, accounting companies, for example. Because Drumcliff was used to pay an accounting company in Port of Spain, who's still looking for some more money. Madam Speaker, there's a way to do this and avoid this. You could have even come with legislation that puts in focus the certain ministries of the government, or all ministries of the government, providers of services to the public service, particularly private companies that do business with the public companies. And immediately you narrow it down to where you believe there's an off-commission of inquiry report. If you read that, it tells you everything about what can happen and what is possible, and the persons and the entities. You know what will happen here, one of the offshoot of this? 2 businessmen, powerful men, are in competition for government contracts to the value of 300 million, 400 million, 500 million. You know what they do? They pay someone in the employ of their competitor to come and bring information, public disclosure, information on the conduct of business. I saw I saw boats coming in from Tobago Studley Park, and those boats had inferior materials for the highway in Mosquito, hypothetically, Madam Speaker. They will pay people to go and give disclosure and pay big money to give disclosure like that. Once, this is Trinidad, once you start scandalizing people named the guilty. That's how people look at it. So a competitor will lose their reputation, will lose their business. This government went to cabinet and said we have to blacklist contractors. I'm sure Port of Spain knows nothing about that. They went to cabinet and said we have to blacklist contractors. Somebody had to stand up and say, well, what did they do? What have you proven? And the contractors will set up, I'm not saying they will, but they could set up with competitors to undermine one. When you're dealing with $500 million and so on, you will plan people to make a statement. When you bring them into disrepute, the other competitor comes and he says, listen, I am clean, I never in them fishy business, you know. I can take the contract. You have to, if you are interested, you have to think of that. This is not a thing where a company selling cloth in Port of Spain, you know, would have, you know, some great impact on on bribery and scandal and public funds and so on. So you could have easily amend the Industrial Relations Act, bring another bill that deals specifically with companies that do public business over a certain amount, for example, over a certain amount, because that is where the high money is, that's where it is. But they come with this now to say, across the board, anybody could make statements and no disciplinary action could be taken. You cannot fire them, you cannot take any action, regardless of what they say. Hear this one now. A whistleblowing reporting officer or whistleblowing report unit to whom a protected disclosure is made or referred shall not disclose information that identifies or may lead to the identification of a whistleblower unless the whistleblower expressly consents in writing. Now, that's very interesting. It means that when you make a disclosure at the place of work, the whistleblower knows your name, but when he takes it up, he can't put your name. So this person at the place of work is a repository of all knowledge of people who make disclosures, who accuse their employer or fellow employees of improper conduct. But he alone knows. Huh? Now, if he leaves the place of work, I don't see here, there's nothing here as an oath of secrecy that I've seen, where anybody is under oath of security, a legal imperative not to speak on sensitive matters. Now, yes, there are offenses and things there. These whistleblowing reporting officers could change every month at a place of work. They could change every month. As you change employees, you change whistleblowing reporting officer. When he leaves a place of work, he have information from 10 employees about all type of possible improper conduct. And he knows their name. Again, this is Trinidad and Tobago. Who will do that and then have their matter go to the reporting unit in the 21 designated authorities? And then when the time comes, you have to give a statement and sign your name. Otherwise, it can't go anywhere. They must know who made the disclosure at that level, And I've made the point before. Even the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, which is a designated authority here, do you know, apart from having a reporting unit, they are also to have reporting officers because they're a huge employer, 7,000 policemen. So they must have reporting officers, whistleblowing reporting officers, to collect disclosures from policemen. What they will say, your guess is as good as mine. Suppose a policeman come and say, I'm going to the reporting officer appointed by the commissioner because I have a disclosure about the commissioner. How that working? How exactly that working? Suppose a police officer, hypothetically, he says, I made a report. The Prime Minister was vexed and called the Commissioner of Police to fire me and suspend me. And I want to report that as victimization, discrimination. I'm reporting that to the Commissioner of Police. How that working? But the Commissioner of Police could be involved in that too. A Prime Minister could be involved in that. A Prime Minister could well be involved in a lot of these disclosures. Which employer, Commissioner of Police, Permanent Secretary, whoever, will be brave enough to come forward and say, a Prime Minister of this country, Madam Speaker, has some apartment somewhere in an island somewhere and haven't disclosed to the Integrity Commission? Who put in their name in writing with that? You have to be in the opposition UNC to have that courage. To raise that matter. You have to be in the opposition UNC to raise that matter. No citizen out there is not going to tell you about apartment in Miami and apartment in Tobago and put their name on it and say I'm a whistleblower. Madam Speaker, they will die in poverty like Jean Miles. They will never get a job here in this country. If you come out in the public and accuse the Prime Minister of something, that's the end of that. A particular Prime Minister wanted an acting commissioner fired and suspended because he gave a letter stating that there was no criminal matter involving gang violence with a particular member of Parliament. Man nearly loses his job for speaking the truth. So who is going to force whistleblowers to say anything or do anything and put their name when they don't have a good track record with dealing with the whistleblowers that they have met? Now, when you reach the reporting unit, Madam Speaker, you reach the reporting unit, they have certain powers here. They investigate, Madam Speaker. They investigate. I'm seeing investigated and I'm at 21 too. They investigate. Now, this reporting unit, did you say here, what is a reporting unit? How is it appointed? By who? What are the qualifications of the director or head of this reporting unit? How much persons serve on this reporting unit? Because they are investigating what could be sensitive information. The Prime Minister gave some anecdotes earlier, which could be fictitious, but he gave some interesting anecdotes when he spoke earlier. He told us about Cambridge Analytica. I remember that well hearing that. Madam Speaker, the police in Trinidad and Tobago dismissed Cambridge Analytica and all those allegations. They could not even find the pink-haired man to give evidence. When they looked for him, the pink-haired man said he wanted money from the Trinidad and Tobago police to give evidence. He went on TV in the British Parliament, said all kind of thing. Those on the other side got, what is the term the Prime Minister introduced in our parliamentary jargon this morning? Bzzz, or buzz, buzz, buzz or something. When they heard Cambridge Analytica, they got excited, had a political orgasm of some sort when they heard about that. Madam Speaker, when the police dismissed the matter because they couldn't find nobody to come to Trinidad and they said the information was wrong. You know what they succeeded in doing? Regrettably, Madam Speaker, they sold books in Trinidad. Today I want to tell taxpayers that good taxpayers' money was used, Madam Speaker, good taxpayers' money to buy Wiley book. They used it to buy Wiley book. They gave the book to the police and said, investigate. The police spent police time, manpower, resources, traveled to England. And you know what, Madam Speaker, they came back and said they can't find this man. And when they find somebody, they wanted money. So they were conned. I take back that word. I know St. Joseph don't like that word. And they were deceived by a pink-haired man. Okay.
Another word.
Okay, they were misled by a pink-haired man, Madam Speaker. That is what happened. But taxpayers' money gone, huh? We will file a question and eventually ask you how much money was spent to buy books of Mr. Wiley and others. Madam Speaker, you'll forgive me, it's a long time. I haven't lasted 90 minutes. Madam Speaker, I don't know what you all are sniggling about. Madam Speaker, the government was conned. The government was conned. Okay, misled. The government was misled on the Cambridge Analytica matter. And that is what I want to leave that there for now, because there are some other points I wanted to raise that the Prime Minister had on his site. Madam Speaker, this country, as I said before, I couldn't help but remember, Madam Speaker, the examples over the years when they found cocaine and missiles in the water tank of a government minister. You know, somebody come up and talk about that. Plant-like substances they made a big thing out of, and they were looking for whistleblowers too, you know. They were looking for testimony. But you know, to this day, we haven't heard a whistleblower tell us in public who is the high official that intercepted a list from the Police Service Commission. We haven't found a whistleblower to tell us publicly. We have a sense of who it might be, and maybe Diego Martin West may know who it might be. He may know, I don't know. But, Madam Speaker, a whistleblower could well tell us that. But which whistleblower, given this act, and I have to come to that in a few minutes, these penalties and so on, will come and tell you who is that high public official? Who is the high public official? Who will tell you that? Who will tell you who is WPC Marshal that goes to the diplomatic center for some business there and involved in sensitive matters involving the police service? Who will tell us that, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister in ending made a news-making revelation when he said in his course of his duties and so on, he had to use a bulletproof vest and somebody actually was after him to snuff out his life and so on. Madam Speaker, I have great care for public officers, and I believe public officers must be protected from any elements that would be horrible for them. But I wanted to indicate to the Prime Minister that unless I'm mistaken, he's the first Prime Minister in this country to be outfitted with a bulletproof vehicle. And if that is so, it is really because crime has run away. It is out of control. Violence is out of control. And the Minister of National Security is out of control. Madam Speaker, I think I have about 10 minutes again, Madam Speaker. The matter that I come to now is these penalties and so on there. Now, at the end of the bill, I know others will speak on some of these matters, maybe in more detail than me, but they have some interesting offences here. Now, I go back to this point about reward. The Prime Minister introduced a concept of reward for persons who help them to retrieve public funds, you know. So I imagine when the former Prime Minister spoke about $10 million going missing, somebody could have gotten $1 million if they had brought information on that. But the penalties are interesting, Madam Speaker. And this is what I want to tell ordinary workers today. And I will read it because it's important that we read exactly what it is. Now, you would not believe that this bill is a bill that they have crafted for Trinidad and Tobago. This is for Trinidad and Tobago. When you do things like this, you must take into account workplace culture, the culture of the people on the whole. The Prime Minister admitted, he said, this is Rumatong. People come here and they say anything they want. And if they think you will get in the good books of the minister or Prime Minister, they throw in a little more, they spice it up a bit more. This is Trinidad and Tobago. And persons, let me tell workers out there, what are the offenses that they face if they believe that this is for protection of workers, combating corruption. A person commits an offense if he knowingly prevents, restrains, or restricts any person from making a disclosure. Internal, external is a next technicality. So, in our culture, Madam Speaker, you have some information at the workplace, because this was a real case years ago in industrial relations. You have information that a supervisor is pilfering some money and so on. So you go, he's pilfering money, theft, I imagine, larceny and so on. You go to your uncle or your big brother or somebody you consider to be more intelligent than you, and you say, boss, listen, I need to talk to you for a few minutes. I have this information at the place of work, this supervisor is, I don't want to get too specific, is taking liquor or taking materials of a certain quantum, and when they're moving on the road, it reduces to half. So they are diverting the vehicle to go somewhere else. And it is not gravel and sand in Tobago. Madam Speaker, if you seek to counsel somebody to counsel you on that, a principal, a big brother, an uncle, or your priest, your pundit, your imam, they could be guilty of restraining, preventing someone from disclosing. If they tell you, don't get involved in that, you see that employer you're talking about, that fella is a dangerous man. He's dangerous, he has links to the underworld, and so happened years ago. If you tell someone that, do you know you're breaking this law? Because you are restricting, restraining. Madam Speaker, if you intimidate any person who intends to make a thing, you commit a crime. If you intimidate, you tell them, don't do that, boy. If you do that, your son will lose his job in the company. Madam Speaker, you break the law there. Being an employer, you knowingly subject any person to detrimental action as a consequence of the person making a protected disclosure. Now, ordinary people have to have this sense of knowingly and unknowingly and that type of thing. This is why I say you need legal help to understand this. You purport to make a disclosure under this act knowing it contains a statement that is false or misleading. Now, that's the point. When you get information and intelligence, the ordinary worker here, this is an offense, will not have the truth or the whole truth. What he may have is fake information. What he may have is inaccurate. There are places of work, you will see somebody in a jacket that tie moving up and down. You swear he's the supervisor. And that fella just come off the road and walking up and down the place, you know. He's not even working there. So, Madam Speaker, you cannot tell people the information they bring in must be truthful and substantially truth. And then you charge them after. A person committed an offense under this, you take $15,000 and 2 years in jail. So you understand what's happening here? You have information, you believe, listen, I believe it's true, you know. It turns out not to be the truth. In fact, more than that, you accuse a manager of stealing money from the company. You do not have the manager's passport. The manager comes with his passport and says, look, on the day you say I was stealing money, I was in Jamaica. I couldn't even be here. You know what happened to you? You now face 2 years in jail and $15,000 fine. But how are you to know the travel of a manager? How are you to know when he came in, when he came out? Maybe you are correct, but you had the date mix up. The manager come with a lawyer, natural justice, he'll come with a lawyer and he will say, look, out of here now. Out of here. Madam Speaker, how much minutes I have again? 20?
1:14.
1:14.
1:14.
Yes, 5 minutes. So, Madam Speaker, these offenses carry jail term. And if it's an indictment, worse, $50,000, 10 years in jail, Madam Speaker. Person receiving, investigating, or otherwise dealing with a disclosure on this act should have regard to the disclosure regarded as secret or confidential, but there's no oath of office. Now, a reporting unit could be 5 people, 10 people, 20 people, we don't know. There's no oath of secrecy for them. In fact, we don't even know if they're doing it full-time or it's part of their wider job in that organization. Because, for example, the EMA is a designated authority, but the EMA is also a place where they will have whistleblowers. For example, Madam Speaker, I give an example. Again, I like examples. If you give a CEC to someone to build a highway, and that CEC is violated, provisions are breached, it comes back to the EMA, and the boss man at the EMA says, look, forget that, let me move on. An employee of the EMA could go and say, listen, I need to make a report here to my reporting officer and my reporting unit, because the EMA is a reporting unit. What happens to that employee when they know his name? So I'm making a distinction now in an organization that is a designated authority. Because there's where you're working. You're not working at BP in Mayaro and reporting in Port of Spain police. You're working in the EMA. You found something that you believe is wrong. You saw a report. The report says materials are inferior, materials are substandard. You say, well, look, the manager says, forget that. We could move on with that. Don't take on that. You make a report. You face serious, stiff penalties, Madam Speaker. Well, you could be, and firing and dismissal is not the only punishment. You can stay in that job without promotion, without any promotion at all, Madam Speaker. And these are some of the issues, Madam Speaker. If you disclose information, I was coming to that, but there's no secrecy in that and so on. So, Madam Speaker, I thought I would make these few remarks. On this, there are more issues, but I will need much more time to raise some of the issues with the fines. So I will just summarize and close up shop to indicate that it is a dangerous measure. We on this side are very proud that when we were in government, we brought procurement legislation to the Parliament. An earlier administration of the UNC dealt with integrity in public life, dealt with equal opportunities. In fact, I think the Mahasabha had to go to the Privy Council to get equal opportunity legislation in effect. We are very proud we brought equal opportunities. The NAR before brought integrity in public life. We brought procurement when we were there, strengthened audit departments of public companies and firms. We did that. We had a commission of inquiry in Las Alturas. That's where building crack up like biscuit on the hill in Mova. Madam Speaker, we had public inquiries to get to the truth. So again, you can spend your 20 minutes saying, well, Moonilal said this and that, but this happened and this matter in court and that matter in court. And that's fine. Tell us how this piece of legislation is going to work. Given all that I have said, how is this going to work in reality? Because an amendment to the IRA and a separate bill that deals with public agencies and private companies working for state money would have been probably easier to think about. That by itself would have been easier than this thing where you ask people now, anybody who's an employer, you run in the parlor, you hire 2 people. You have your pool home by you have a pool cleaner, you have a landscape man cutting grass, a waka man. He come and hear something in the yard, he sees someone coming in with something, he says, oh, I have information. And you know what this could lead to, Madam Speaker? Because it is a reality. I'm watching that clock too. It could lead to extortion by individuals who tell you they have information on you. And if you don't pay them, they're going to take this to the public authority. Whether it's true or not is irrelevant. Your reputation will be damaged. Your business will be undermined if it is a big lucrative business, pharmaceuticals, construction, and so on. So, Madam Speaker, this is a very dangerous piece of legislation. Other colleagues will speak to it. I hope that I've done some justice in the time allotted to us this morning. Although the time came as something of an ambush, I think we were able to piece together some arguments that the next speaker after me would respond to, particularly as it relates to the bill. So, Madam Speaker, I think my time is up, so thank you very much.
Attorney General. I remind you, you have 20 minutes.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise to contribute to this bill, and very importantly, in the very short time that is allotted to me, to answer parts of the contribution made by the last speaker, the member for Oropouche East. Madam Speaker, the member for Oropouche East stood here and built a case that there is no need for whistleblowing legislation, attempted to trivialize the effort before us today on the basis that, and I'm going to use the words used by the honourable member, that this is Gestapo-type legislation that causes constitutional mayhem, and I'm rephrasing what he had said in that position. He said it violated the Constitution. And then the honourable member went on to treat with chapter and verse of what I will simply call the Get Anand Ramlogan Out of Jail card. I say that because the member spent about 25 minutes of his initial time describing allegations which stand against Anand Ramlogan, the last Attorney General operating substantively under the member for Siparia. The member went on to say that there is no public procurement law, as if the Central Tenders Board does not exist and its act does not exist, forgetting conveniently that other procurement laws also exist. The member then went on to an escapade to describe a circumstance, a scenario, where this law is supposedly being offered for the benefit of what he called the Nelson matter. That's what the honourable member put on the Hansard record. In that construct, the member stood here and said that this was a piece of law designed to treat with political opponents. The member said he himself stood as a whistleblower and as a politician the subject of action. The member then went on to talk about Trinidad and Tobago being a rumor-mongering society and that we were, quote-unquote, institutionalizing macos in a dangerous escapade of what he called madness. Madam Speaker, the member challenged the government to speak to whether this law has any comparator. He sought to rubbish the references to the United States of America, and he said that he is confident that the government cannot point to one single Commonwealth country where this law exists of this type. The member went on to misrepresent the statements of the Prime Minister, saying that the Prime Minister had effectively a bulletproof car because of the state of criminality in Trinidad and Tobago today, knowing fully well that the Prime Minister described an assassination attempt against him when he was the leader of the opposition in 2015. And Madam Speaker, if you were to accept what the member said about the state of criminality and that assassination attempt in 2015, clearly the criminality was as a result of the member for Siparia, who was then the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, 48-6. The member is imputing improper motive against the member Siparia.
Yeah, AG, I rule in, I uphold.
Yes, please. Yes, I withdraw it, as said, Madam Speaker. I'll phrase it in a different way. Madam Speaker, let's get to the heart of the response, because 20 minutes is certainly not long enough. I had the pleasure of drafting this law, and I wish to deal with a number of matters and to touch on a few matters that are relevant to the aspects of reply that I have just flagged. Would you just give me the precise minute that I'm due to end?
1:35.
1:35. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's get to it. Number one, this law is designed, as the short title and the long title say, to provide whistleblower protection. This law was brought to the Parliament in 2015. We went to a joint select committee. We held 12 meetings. We had 5 reports. We wrote to umpteen stakeholders. We obtained a matrix of comments and positions. And we proceeded to amend the law in accordance with those positions. And we adopted the best practices available from around the world. Specifically, we sought to capture 5 items. Having produced a policy paper by the Law Reform Commission, we sought to capture, firstly, that there is a clarification and precision as to the persons who are offered protection, i.e., a definition of who is a whistleblower. Secondly, that we offer in the bill, as we do, robust and comprehensive protection for whistleblowers. Thirdly, that we offer procedures and channels for those whistleblowers to report. Fourthly, that we deal with effective protection and provide a range of remedies. And fifthly, that we deal with an operationalization and implementation that captures the essence of Trinidad and Tobago. And all of those 5 policy points are to be found in the 2022 bill before us. The member having access, Oropouche East as he is, a member of this House, having access to the records of the Joint Select Committee, will know that we specifically have umpteen precedents available to us in the Commonwealth where this very form of law is to be found. Specifically, Madam Speaker, I want to refer you to the fact that the law in the United Kingdom was analysed in detail in the Joint Select Committee's work. The law in Malaysia, that is the Whistleblowing Protection Act 2010, the Jamaican Protected Disclosures Act 2011, and the Malta Protection of the Whistleblowing Act 2023. And in answer to the direct challenge by Oropouche East, I wish to point specifically to the Jamaican legislation, the Protected Disclosures Act 2011, where near exact replication of that law is to be found in this 2022 Whistleblowing Protection Bill. Secondly, Madam Speaker, it is incumbent to address the need as to the change in position between the 2015 law and the 2022 law, and to answer the member for Oropouche East in speaking to the 2018 bill which we laid. Madam Speaker, 14 matters stand as different between the 2015 law and the 2018 and 2022 laws. 14 matters. The main aspect of difference is that the 2018 and 2022 bills propose a special majority consideration for the passage of the law. The 2015 law did not have that. The 2015 law did not treat with legal professional privilege in the manner that the 2022 bill does. The 2015 law sought to make contracts voidable as it related to the old Section 6. This law has removed that. But Madam Speaker, let me quickly put on record the constitutional ramifications of this law. Madam Speaker, we seek to address 4 issues of constitutional consideration in the 2022 bill. Madam Speaker, we tried, as Attorney General, I tried my very best in the period 2018 to 2022 when it became apparent that the UNC would not support the whistleblowing legislation. I was instructed to go back to the drawing board to see whether a simple majority law could be crafted which would be useful for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Unfortunately, there is no way to provide whistleblowing protection in the form that makes satisfaction of the OECD standards and the international standards of Transparency International and the crying need for whistleblowing protection other than to treat with the rights of property under contract, the rights of excluding criminal and civil actions against persons who breach confidentiality in a court of law, or to treat with effective delivery without treating the right to private life as it exists in our Constitution in the way we do now. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I'm compelled to say, as it relates to the long title, Clause 7.1, Clause 7.2, Clause 9, Clause 10.1, Clause 11.2, Clause 13.3, and Clause 16.1, all of those clauses definitely incur an intrusion and involve an intrusion into the right to private life because they allow an employee to disclose information about another employee or an employer without that person's consent or knowledge in certain circumstances. The qualification on legal professional privilege equally constitutes a matter which is of concern to the Constitution. In allowing for the use of information in that fashion, therefore, we have called in aid the Section 13 passage of law on a 3/5 majority, because unless we have that, the law will be deemed to be unconstitutional as tripping sections 4A, B, and C of the Constitution, and section 5.1 and section 5.2 of the Constitution. Secondly, Madam Speaker, this law does not offend the concept of retrospectivity, because we are asking, Madam Speaker, let me make this abundantly clear. We are asking the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago to subject every member of this country's elected member, come right down to persons in public and private life, to the actions that they have done or may be subjected to scrutiny in respect of, whether you are in office or not. This government is saying, put us all under scrutiny. Madam Speaker, I am on the front page of an Express headline today as being under a probe, and I say I welcome it. It was brought to the attention of the Trinidad and Tobago Police by the Leader of the Opposition in circumstances reported today, and I say I have no problems with it because the allegations made are completely untrue and the evidence is there to treat with it. So this government says, subject us all, captain to cook, to introspection, to reflection, to open transparency, check us till the cows come home. But Madam Speaker, today, in treating with the retrospectivity of this bill, this law applying to matters that happened in the past, the opposition comes here today in a panic. The member for Oropuch comes here today in an attempt to ventilate a defense for Arnold Ram Logan. They come here today to say that this law is about trying to protect a whistleblower, Madam Speaker, in some alleged arrangement as put forward by the member for Oropuch East. I would like to say, Madam Speaker, there is no such intention. Because, Madam Speaker, when a court of law considers a plea agreement, when a court of law considers somebody volunteering themselves to conviction, to sentencing, to jail term exposure, to forfeiture, Madam Speaker, I ask the UNC, why are you so panicked over this whistleblowing legislation, Madam Speaker? I can say, Madam Speaker, I act under the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act as the central authority for Trinidad and Tobago. And I can say right now, Madam Speaker, I can say with absolute clarity and confidence that there are many members of the opposition that would be deeply concerned about exposure without tipping off, without offending the law, without going into sub judice. I can understand and testify to why sitting members of this parliament will be in an hysterical panic over the passage of this law.
48-6. Sitting member of the House.
Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am prohibited by law under the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act from tipping off, but I can tell you right now that there are people with deep trouble facing them, Madam Speaker. And whilst I have not behaved as previous attorneys general have and called people's names from platform, etc., I want to assure you, Madam Speaker, that the wheels of justice will continue to turn and that the job will be carried out without fear or favor, malice or ill will, because it must be carried out. And I am compelled to ask the member for Siparia today, Madam Speaker, why she will not support, by way of direction to the members of the opposition, the need for whistleblowing protection. In further treating with the constitutionality of this law, Madam Speaker, it is important to remember that when we look to the violation of the constitutional principle of due process, when we look to the fact that there should be no detrimental action without due process in law, Madam Speaker, it is clear that when we examine clauses 27 and clause 18 of the bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that when we say there shall be no detrimental action in contract, or when we say there shall be a disapplication of the criminal law or civil law, as we do in clause 18 and clause 27, we are saying that it is important to protect whistleblowers, to give them immunity against actions that are detrimental to them as are defined in the definition section. It is critical that we allow evidence to come forward. Let me repeat, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government makes itself openly the subject to whistleblowing protection, as I do, as I repeat again, in saying that all matters will be examined and brought into proper context. But Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to listen to the member for Oropouche East today involve a treatise of trying to raise allegations, Mr. Deputy Speaker, about going behind persons. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are not interested in who is in politics. We are interested in Trinidad and Tobago having a better standard and quality of life for all of its citizens by following money, by going after corruption, and by ensuring that criminality is put to an end. As the Prime Minister said, this is not the golden bullet, the silver bullet that will end all matters. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we see the palpable fear of the members opposite to the passage of this law, where Jamaica has this law in full operation, in near perfect terms to what we are doing, where Malta has it, where Malaysia has it, where the United Kingdom has it, where the OECD has it, where Transparency International has said that the companion to public procurement law is whistleblowing law, where we as a government have brought forward campaign finance reform that is in this parliament right now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's a moral and legal obligation to subject ourselves to scrutiny in the fashion that this law proposes. When we deal with the right of property, as we see the legislation touches in clauses 18 and 27 again, and the deprivation of property because money, your right to pursue civil damages against a person who is a whistleblower, these are being affected in clauses 18 and 27. This is why we are asking for a 3/5 majority. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, this law cannot see the light of day without the passage in terms of 3/5 of this House agreeing to it. What does the member for Siparia find objectionable? What is the unholy support in relation to making sure that there is a consistent, sustained attack against witnesses in criminal matters? I am a witness in 2 cases against the previous Attorney General, Arnold Ram Logan, for witness tampering and for legal fees kickback. Is it proper for members to raise issues that affect trials? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I find that the maxim "thou doth protest too much" rings a very loud call to caution in this parliament, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Oropouche East spoke about Christopher Wiley in the Cambridge Analytica context. Let me put it on the record. I, as Attorney General, was in discussions with the British prosecutorial authorities, with the FBI, with the Department of Justice, with the other agencies, the attorneys general from several states in the United States of America, and met at the National Crime Agency in the United Kingdom with Christopher Wiley, and he undertook to give evidence against persons in Trinidad and Tobago. And the only reason that he did not provide the evidence is because he expressed a deep fear of an assassination. And therefore he gave evidence which stands on a British parliamentary record. After that evidence was received, Facebook faced almost $1 billion in payments as a result of the Cambridge Analytica matter. But today we have to hear the member for Oropouche East.
You have 1 more minute.
Today we have to hear the member for Oropouche East trivialize Cambridge Analytica. I will just say, in relation to the damning matters, that there are subjects in Trinidad and Tobago that are under watch. And I will say, I know today, as central authority, why the United National Congress is so mortified at passing whistleblowing protection law, because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, quite simply, somebody have serious cocoa in the sun. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the member for Chaguanas West, and you have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've listened with some disappointment to the contribution made by the former Speaker, my friend from San Fernando West, the Honorable Attorney General. I want to answer a question at the outset, and that question is, posed by the Honorable Attorney General, is what objection does the member of Siparia have to this bill? The member of Siparia and we on this side, we do not have an objection to whistleblowing protection in principle. What we do have an objection to is that we on this side, and those very names that we heard the Attorney General mention, they were honorable enough that if they found themselves in problems, when the member for Siparia was the Prime Minister of this country, that they did the dignified thing. They were told to go and clear their names and they can return. What you have now is you have a Prime Minister who is quite happy to say one thing when he was in opposition and leader of the opposition, but coming here now when he's heading a government and his whole tune has changed. And the Attorney General, who is the second ranked in cabinet, is saying that he's quite happy to see his face being plastered across the newspapers, front page, being held up amongst all of these allegations. And that is the objection that we have. They are not simply one newspapers. We have been seeing the faces of several persons being plastered on the front pages, center pages, full spread, for the last 6 months or more in different, and I don't want to say scandals, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but in different untoward and unwanted scenarios, which does not bode well for good governance for this country. So that is the objection that the member for Siparia has. Now, I want to say that I saw an editorial today in one of the daily newspapers, and it was suggesting that the opposition cannot afford to get it wrong. I want to ask that, some of these commentators, what concerns we had in relation to the most recent anti-gang legislation. Were we wrong in raising the concerns that we did? Are we wrong today if it is we are saying and we are questioning the efficacy of the present bill that is before the House? I want to, at the outset as well, say that member for Oropouche East, when he spoke on this side, I want to commend him for grounding the culture that exists and therefore speaking to the efficacy or the likely efficacy of this bill. And so I have to commend him for the good work that he did, his contribution, because he did a very good job in spelling out what exactly obtains in our society. And he was able to go through some of the more critical clauses to be able to point the flaws in the bill. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what really are we dealing with here is that I know whistleblowers, and we are not disputing whistleblowers can play a very prominent role to expose corporate fraud and other criminal activity, even in a small society like ours. And in fact, member for Urupuch East was making that point. We understand that. But he was talking about the culture and whether this bill will actually be suited to this culture. It seems that the bill before us, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has not really struggled with, nor really concerned itself with the latest developments in the law. So if there was a bill which came to the Parliament in 2018 or thereabouts and was debated, and in 2019 it was defeated, I heard the Honorable Attorney General speak to the fact that, certain changes would have been made and that there would have been comparator legislation from different jurisdictions. We would have thought that we would have seen some of the latest developments in these comparator jurisdictions being referred to and how it has been reflected in the bill that is before us today. Now, what we have seen with this bill is that there appear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to be new obligations that apply directly to many employers. So this new dispensation completely ignores the employee's duty of loyalty and good faith, a term which I will want to refer to as I in the bill as I move on, and it is there in a different context. So it completely ignores the obligations on the part of the employer. So whilst we accept, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the duties to the employer must be balanced with the public interest in exposing corporate wrongdoing, what we are seeing is that the instant bill before us, it completely ignores the fundamental concepts on both sides. So what we have is that we are not seeing the balance being struck, that it will lead to a proper implementation. So employers can now face criminal liability if it takes any action against an employee who reports to law enforcement his or her belief and otherwise to these designated persons, a unit in one instance, and you have the director of a particular unit. Member for Urupuch East spent a lot of time in that, so I don't want to go back into it. But if they are of the belief that an offense has been committed, is being committed, or is likely to be committed in the future. So in effect, what this bill is seeking to do is, and I will display that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is seeking to abrogate decades of common law principles and rights given to the employer. And we will see that even if they feel that that is in pursuit of a legitimate aim by way of this bill, that even the employee who is expected, the worker, the whistleblower who is expected to get the protection amongst this abrogation of employers' rights, they are not really getting the protection that is being sought or referred to in this bill. So, again, we must be careful to strike the right balance. Now, just to make the point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I go on, just by way of example now, because I don't know the short time of 20 minutes, I would have thought that, the first speaker is getting, 90 minutes, that the second speaker would have gotten something resembling an hour, as I have seen done before. Now, Saskatchewan employees, and I know that in the bill essentials which accompanied this bill and was produced to us on this side and to the country by extension, made reference to comparator legislation out of Jamaica, Malaysia, Alberta, in Canada, Alberta. When we look at these pieces of legislation in Canada, you have different provinces, and therefore Alberta is just but one. But when you look at Saskatchewan, the employees there who report wrongdoing enjoy increased protection, and their law has advanced beyond what the Alberta version has. So their employees who report wrongdoing enjoy increased protection from retribution or retaliation. So what it is they have now in their law, which we, if we are coming today in 2022 to put forward this bill, is that we ought to have taken the time to incorporate the updates on those laws in those various jurisdictions. So, by way of example, they have provided in their law that the Director of Labor Standards will have the legal authority to enforce the laws insofar as it relates to retaliation towards the whistleblower. So instead of requiring the whistleblower to engage in lengthy litigation to protect their rights against retaliatory action from an employer, they have where the Director of Labor Standards will be the one to do it on their behalf. And in so doing, the director, they can order, even in the interim, they don't have to go through a lengthy court process. Even in the interim, such a director can order the employer to cease what he perceives to be discriminatory activity towards the employee or the whistleblower. So that is something that ensures that you restore the whistleblower employee to their previous position, if at all something should happen. And that is the protection that we are looking for as we go through this bill. So I use that as just but one example at the outset to show that these are the kind of developments in the law that if we are coming in 2022, that we would have seen in this bill. So it is true, I heard the Honorable Prime Minister refer to incentive programs. Member for Rupert East spoke about that. It has to be carefully thought out as to whether or not an incentive program will actually work for the purpose for which this bill is being brought here, protecting whistleblowers. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill before us, I want to emphasize this point. Sadly, it is very flawed. With such, and we just heard it from member for San Fernando West, with such heavy constitutional importance attaching to it, one would have expected a little more, Mr. Deputy Speaker, care and discretion to have gone into it. And so that what we could have is something, as according to member for Rupert East, something more relevant to our society. Now, any whistleblower legislation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is premised on the idea that the whistleblower is typically a worker who has witnessed improper conduct or has commanding facts, not just whim, and vaiki-vai and something that crosses their pathway by VAPs. They have commanding facts about something improper that is happening, has happened, or is likely to happen. Now, this information is vital to law enforcement and for those who you would want to investigate the wrongdoing. So that information would typically have a public policy safeguard. The goal of the legislation before us is, and it ought to be, is basically to elicit, and I want to use that term loosely, elicit some kind of corporate wrongdoing, punish offenders, and protect the whistleblowers. Have we struck that balance? The right balance between fact and suspicion, between prejudice and principle, and between revenge and responsibility. So whistleblower legislation that we would like to see, it should put an offer on the table which says to the whistleblower, tell us what you know, we will act on it and we will protect you. And that is not replicated in these provisions of this bill. This offer of protection, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is seminal to this piece of legislation. And that is where I would want to go, the offer of protection. This bill fails outright. Whistleblower protection, and what we are seeing here, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is a feeble attempt to offer confidence and protection to whistleblowers. And again, I want to make the point, this bill does the opposite. And when we talk about Malaysia, in Malaysia, there is, when you report, the whistleblower makes the report, there's an enforcement agency that will take action against the employer in the event that there is a situation of retaliation by that employer. So again, that is another instance. I referred to the Saskatchewan scenario. Then you talk about Malaysia. This is one of the bills that is cited in the bill essentials as being something that was compared when they came up with this present draft and what we are debating today. So when we look at it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to make it very clear. What we are dealing with here betrays a certain lack of cohesion of ideas, a lack of proper definition, a lack of an understanding of the nature of this society, and we have heard a lot of that from member for Rupert East, where people do not trust easily. There are a lot of other things we can get into, Mr. Deputy Speaker, They don't trust their employer. More so, they do not trust the government to put proper systems in place for their benefit. So really, what is this bill hoping to accomplish? Just to put something on the record like pepper spray bill and say, okay, you know, crime will end. We can now engender some kind of trust and confidence in our women folk in the society. No, it does not do that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So the opposition understands the value of whistleblower protection, but surely it would have been a whistleblower who exposed the pandemic parties in other jurisdictions, and that is what we have to look at here with our own culture. We see certain things in England, 10 Downing Street, and it has now called the Prime Minister in that jurisdiction as being somewhat unfit to lead. But what happens here in Trinidad and Tobago, when it is, you know, you have these accusations being brought out time and time again in the public domain, what you have is a Prime Minister and Attorney General taking a totally opposite position, which is that, you know, it is okay. I am quite happy to see my face on the front page and whatever it may be. So the bill cannot get a passing grade, and I want to say, when they talk about employees, something which member for Urupuch East mentioned, and I want to say, he would not say it himself, but he has a wealth of experience in industrial relations and employer-employee relations. And therefore, when he was talking about, you know, why not look at possibly amending the IRA, the Industrial Relations Act, and looking at, you know, having a dichotomy between public sector and the private employees, employer-employees, he is right. When you look at the bill that is before us and we look at the definition for employee, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is all over the place. We do not know who exactly is being covered by this. Apart from saying in Part A, a person who is entitled to receive remuneration, when you go to B and C, we are not clear who are the persons who will be caught by this. And why not harmonize all definitions? In the Industrial Relations Act, we have a definition for worker. For years upon years, we have heard the Industrial Relations Advisory Committee, the Labor Law Advisory Committee, all of these different entities and the trade unions asking for what one simplistic definition for who is an employee/worker. And again, we are going to model it even more. So while we understand that there is a need, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to have a catch-all phrase, the word employee cannot equate to someone who works simply without, and I'm using the language of the section now, without entitlement to receive remuneration or reward. In fact, it will generate more confusion because, especially because employment law makes fine distinctions between a worker, an employer, a contractor, independent contractor, and so on. So these words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, contain within them a host of different legal rights, and they do not automatically equate with each other. So from the word go, who are the persons who are likely to be protected if it is they come forward with whistleblower information, is something which is in doubt under this piece of legislation. And while we understand that under the definition section, you know, the legislation, it can span out on a case-by-case basis, it will amount to severe confusion when a practical application is brought to bear. It would have been far simpler, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to include other categories of persons like apprentices, agents, trainees, assistants, volunteers. But it is dangerous in the manner in which we have done to lump everyone as an employee, especially those, and again I refer to the language of the section, especially those without any entitlement to receive remuneration or reward. So once you assist in doing any work in a business, you are an employee under this legislation. If you are not entitled to get paid, and there will be ramifications for this, you are somehow considered to be part of a corporate structure and have the ability to blow the whistle. Now, Jamaica, and I want to make this point, Jamaica may have also chosen this definition, but there are other jurisdictions which have been, in fact, all other jurisdictions which have been very careful to preserve the corporate nature of the legislation by properly defining exactly who is the employee. So I want to close off on this point, Mr. Deputy Speaker. To do otherwise means there is a potential risk of throwing away the principle of legal certainty, which is foundational to good law. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I turn to what...
Remember, you have 2 more minutes.
Sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to deal with detrimental action and what protection exists for a worker. When you look at this bill, all it refers to is the fact that a worker can go to the High Court and seek certain relief. I want to say that that is flawed in every single way possible. Number one, as the law exists now without any whistleblower protection, any employee can access the courts to ask for the relief that this bill is supposed to give some kind of additional protection. If you go to the High Court, Mr. Deputy Speaker, unlike the Industrial Court, and this is where the definitions come in, you go to the High Court, there's a wealth of common law which says that so long as the employee says that they have lost trust and confidence in the they have lost trust and confidence in the employee, the High Court will be very slow. In fact, it is a rare occasion that they will order something called specific performance of the employee contract. In other words, they will not grant an injunction favoring the employee to get back into the business. And there's a wealth of law, Rob and Hammersmith, coming from dark ages gone by, come forward, which has made this point. So I'm very surprised that the protection that everybody's talking about is limited to going to the High Court when the High Court has their own jurisprudence, and that this law doesn't give them anything outside of that jurisprudence to say that they can now grant injunctive relief. And that is trite law, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, unlike in the Industrial Court, it is a totally different scenario. So one of the recommendations which Member for Rupert East had made, and which I will want to endorse, why not have these persons already belonging to a recognized majority union, being part of a bargaining unit, as the case may be able to access through their unions, unless we have a problem with unions in the country now, why not let them access through their unions the Industrial Court so that they can bring all of their claims for retaliatory action, victimization, harassment, etc. before that court. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill does not give any additional protection to whistleblower employees. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, those would be my comments in this short 20 minutes that we have been allotted, please. I thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the member for Laventille West, and member, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much for your recognition, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as has been indicated earlier, on the PNM's campaign promise in 2015, we told this country that once we became the government of Trinidad and Tobago, we will, among other things, offer this country whistleblower protection. We did so because we were mindful of the sociology and the circumstances that subsisted in this country, in particular between 2010 and 2015, where this nation knows a lot went wrong at the hands of the United National Congress at their turn in government. We promised that. We were elected to office in 2015, and therefore it was a mandate. We were obliged to keep our promise to the people, as we have done in many other ways. So we brought a bill, the Whistleblower Protection Bill, in 2015, right after coming to office. We went to a joint select committee. The UNC participated in those discussions, as well as independent senators from both houses of this parliament. It took quite some time, and the bill was reintroduced as the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2018. So we moved from 15 to 18. And when we came to this house, on the main floor of the house, to debate this matter, it having come out of the process, the deliberations involving the UNC, of the Joint Select Committee, we did not get their support. I was not surprised. And I'm sure many wise people in this country was not surprised. Because the UNC signaled between 2010, by their conduct, and 2015, that they are not about anything wholesome, noble, or good. Corruption is what they lost their head.
Deputy Speaker, 48.6, my good friend is imputing improper motives on us about corruption.
Hold on, please. Overruled. I need no assistant. Overruled.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, they lost their head, their neck on the anvil of corruption. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it was crushed by the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Standing Order 48.1 and Standing Order 53.1.
Okay. Member? Honorable member, proceed.
Very warmly. Why would they have done that? And meanwhile, the existence of corruption in our nation continued to plague us, to loom large. The Prime Minister in 2015, Dr. Rowley, told this country, the fact that you had a new government is not any evidence that corruption will stop. He said that, and so it was. He gave an example here today of something that happened involving him as Prime Minister, where he signed a document on the last page. Somebody changed the page inside of the bulk of documents that was to cost you, the taxpayers, $100 million. It is real. They corrupt vaccination cards, they corrupt ID cards, birth papers, they corrupt everything. Even money that was used to fight corruption between 2010 and 2015, the UNC corrupted two of their head operators, a former attorney general and a former senator, are now before the criminal courts on account of the expenditure of that money that was targeted to fight corruption. They corrupt everything. And therefore the Prime Minister understands that Trinidad and Tobago remains vulnerable. And a large chunk of that problem, Mr. Speaker, is because those who know, because man is a physical being, man is a mental and spiritual being, man occupies a space, man don't live in heaven, we don't live on top trees. So somebody knows what is happening, somebody is aware. And this legislation was thought out and designed to encourage those who know to say what they must say, much like domestic violence. Done in the bedrooms, done in the kitchens, in the living rooms, in cars. And the society has to find a way to bring that out into the light. Encourage the victims and those who know about victimhood to speak up. And this is akin to that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Morally, ethically, and legally sound. The last speaker, Shagwanas East, spent a lot of his flimsy time, or rather his time, on flimsy arguments, showing us the weakness and the frailty of this. After we went through this process in Joint Select Committee, he didn't say that then.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Standing Order 55.1b, tedious repetition. We heard all of this on the 6th of May 2019, so it's on the Hansard. Everything that was said in the Hansard, we heard it.
Overruled.
Mr. Speaker, just for the record, the last speaker
What's standing order? Standing order, please.
I want to correct it. I just want to correct it.
Standing order,
It's
please,
Shabonas
member.
West.
Member, standing order, please. Standing order. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was the one who tabled this bill before this House, and the member for Oropouche East made reference to that fact, and I did so proudly. But since that time, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, decided that in order to signal the importance of this work, And more than that, something Siparia could never do, to signal that he was prepared to lead from the front, decided that he will come to this House commendably and pilot these measures today. The caucus of the PNM agreed to that, and we did so with pride.
Standing order 48-5. You referred to my political leader as Siparia.
Overruled. Members, please, I have ruled.
But you see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, very quickly they have become so skillful in their devious manifestations that they will find all kinds of reasons to obstruct.
48-6.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, 48-4.
Honourable member, please retract and rephrase.
What, their devious manifestations, Mr. Deputy Speaker?
Member,
I withdraw the
retract,
term devious
rephrase.
manifestation.
Please, retract. Members.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the measures today requires, for the reasons stated by the Attorney General and to some extent by the man who piloted it, the member for Dago Martin West, it requires the majority, a 3/5 majority of this House. We are to expect that our friends on the other side will understand that corruption looms large, and that one of the elements is that people who know are unwilling or afraid to speak. And as such, this bill is one of the ways, a legislative approach to trying to solve an obvious sociological and cultural problem in Trinidad and Tobago. And we went to the Joint Select Committee to work out the mechanics of the law to see how we could tweak it so that it could fit the anticipated objective, which is to change the culture of Trinidad and Tobago and allow people to speak up and speak out without fear of victimization. So in Clause 4, we talk about the designated authority, and there's a whole list of them from A to U. And every one of those designated authorities are important institutions with serious financial, or I might say even pseudo-financial implications for the society, the set, the well-being, the balance of the society, the economy and everyone. So every one of them play a very critical role. The Office of the DPP, the Police Service, the Regulated Industries, all, Fair Trading Commission, the FIU, financial implications or implications for the balance and the smooth operation of the society. The member for Oropichis told us that Canada has legislation of this ilk, but only for the public service. Well, in Trinidad and Tobago, this thing is endemic across the board, private, public, everything. Because OAS was a private company, but it was dealing with public money. In a large $7.2 billion project, the largest we ever had in Trinidad and Tobago. And the intention from the very start, it was born in sin and shaped in unique UNC iniquity. They never went to the IDB or any international authority to borrow because they knew that they would have had to comply with certain demands and dictates and standards for transparency. So they decided to do it out of the budget, out of the cash flows. And so that story went. In Clause 4, we talk as well in the definition section about detrimental action. And before I move on to that, the Prime Minister reminded us this morning, the member for Dago Martin West, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that on the eve of election, literally the day before, a clause to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the UNC obliterated it from the contract. And we had to go and do a backroom fight in courtrooms all over this world, led by my colleague, to retract and to regain $900+ million, which the UNC skittled away in one fell swoop, addendum number 2 in a contract. And that's probably because, I'm saying probably, Mr. Deputy Speaker, And only a whistleblower could tell us. That is probably because somebody must have been paid in advance and had to make good their promise at the expense of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Detrimental action. What is it we are trying to protect the whistleblower from? And here what it is. Being unfairly subjected to disciplinary action, unfair dismissal, suspension, and such like. Because people are victimized for speaking the truth in all kinds of ways. So we list here from A to K all of the things that we are protecting the whistleblower from. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Jamaica, as you heard earlier, does have this legislation. Yet the member for Oropuchi stood proudly and tell us no other Commonwealth country. He probably doesn't know that Jamaica belongs to the Commonwealth of Nations. And he raised questions about the Central Bloc and talked fleetingly about, and foolishly I submit, about whistleblower gave him documents concerning Central Bloc. And I sat there and asked myself, to what end? To find what? That a contractor was unhappy about some difficulties that arose out of COVID-19 and signaled his wanting to come out of the contract, and that the UDCOT, who is the project manager, is negotiating with the company to see if they could bring them back. And if they can't, they'll procure properly and get another contractor to finish the work. What's there in that? But he throws it out as though something is wrong. Nothing is wrong. Just like how Minister Young and others recuse themselves from certain discussions in the cabinet, they behave as though recusal is something wrong, when in fact it is something good and right and legal and the right thing to do. If you have any interest in it, you stay out. But the UNC sees the world in different ways. When we see the C in corruption, they see the N. The U actually, N and C. When we see the C, they see the U, N, and the C in corruption. And then...
Hold on, member for Naparima. Not again for the rest of the sitting, please. Member, please, I need no assistance. Member for Naparima, not again for the rest of the sitting. Earlier on in the sitting, it happened. This is the second time. Please.
And he's not
proceed.
blessed with a very
Member,
Catholic
you
physiog.
proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Couva South, please. Members, listen. In the chair, we need no assistance. We need no assistance, I said Couva South. Member for Laventille West, I have ruled, proceed.
Thank you. And the member for Oropuch East also spoke about contractor pouring concrete at another location. Mr. Deputy Speaker, very quickly on that point. There are about 9 or 10 major contractors who do major paving and that kind of work in Trinidad and Tobago. And because of that limited number and their skills and what have you, they cross over from one government to the next. Nothing strange about that. And I could use one of those contractors, but doesn't mean that I paid him a bribe. I have a contract, he signs with me, and he pays for the work. I pay for the work. It is not the contractor, it is not the work, it's the transparency of the process. And I could tell you, we could boast in this country in dealing with those same contractors, whether it was the QREP interchange or otherwise, we saved this country millions of dollars, as in contradistinction to when the UNC was in office. Because my Prime Minister, my leader, we lead that way. That's how we do business in Trinidad and Tobago. Starting with Dr. Williams, who spoke of morality in public affairs, so they could say what they want. I reported to the police 9 deeds that I searched the land registry and found. Properties bought by a certain Christian and his wife, a 1-year-old lawyer at the time, to the tune of about $30 million, with about $5 million in tax stamp duty paid at Inland Revenue. And I asked the police to investigate that to find out what did that have to do with a member of parliament in this house today. And I haven't gotten an answer yet. And part of the problem is not just the whistleblower need protection, but the police service has so much in this culture to do. It doesn't have the manpower. It doesn't have the skill to do all that it has to do at the rate it's supposed to do it. And as Minister of National Security, and with the blessing of the cabinet, I have the cabinet's permission, working along with the police commissioner, to strengthen those institutions so that all white-collar crime, all anti-slopers will be found out. Because of those inefficiencies, they get away so far. But fraud and corruption and such like is never statute bad. And one day, that wheel, not the one that the member for Naparima turned before the last election and still lost palpably, but the wheel of justice will come around and fall upon them in due time.
Remember, you have 2 more minutes.
Yes. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we've seen it all. 2 Prados came into this country with the same chassis number. The public knows that. What I know, because I investigated the matter, is that the same documents were used a second time over to enjoy a tax benefit. That's what happened. And in this country, there's plenty criminality. So what this government is doing in my 2 minutes is providing, and the measures are in front of us, providing a pathway, an opportunity, taking action to see if we could get ourselves out of this culture, because the UNC reveled in it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, time has run. There's so much more to be said. But I'll leave the analysis of the terms of the bill. All I will say is that every single one of the 29 provisions or clauses in this bill is designed for one purpose and one purpose alone, and that is to find a legislative solution to an obvious sociological and UNC-type problem of corruption, and to protect the people who know from victimization as we must. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Bartaria San Juan, and member, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for recognizing me to join this debate on this particular act, known as the Whistleblower Protection Bill of 2022. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when last we met, we would have seen that this bill was laid in the name of the member for Laventille West. But after that presentation, I can now understand why the government took a decision to have the member for Diego Martin West present the bill. It was totally embarrassing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that contribution. It was a waste of parliamentary time. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, this entire system which the government is trying to implement is based on trust and confidence in various institutions and systems, both in the private and in the public sector. But when you're going to pilot a bill like this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we would expect that there'll be full disclosure in the particular matter. And I heard 3 speakers on the government bench mention a joint select committee. But what they didn't tell the Parliament, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I owe a duty to the Parliament to ensure that this is placed on the record, is that that particular joint select committee that deliberated on the Whistleblower Protection Bill of 2015 never completed its report. Never. There were, in fact, 5 interim reports that were laid, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the last Parliament, but there was never a final report. And if I look at the last interim report, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and if you permit me to quote from that report, it says at number 6 that the committee wishes to report that it has made some progress in relation to issues discussed, and that at this time, the CPC is in the process of drafting a revision of the bill incorporating changes discussed during the committee's deliberation. Your committee therefore humbly requests an extension to submit its final and comprehensive report to the Parliament by September 22, 2016. Respectfully signed, Mr. Faris Al-Rawi, MP Chairman. There was never a final report of this Joint Select Committee. So it is deceitful for the government to say that there's a Joint Select Committee and would expect the population to believe that members who sat on that committee agreed on a final bill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there was no final bill that ever came out of that Joint Select Committee. And it is very important that that is being placed on the record now so that persons can understand the genesis of this particular bill and the chronology. Then I heard the Attorney General, during his contribution, talk about Cambridge Analytica and Mr. Wiley. And he said that Mr. Wiley was fearful for his life. That is why he didn't testify in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have a Trinidad and Tobago Express article dated the 19th of May 2020. And the headline of that article is, Data Mining Case Closed. TTPS. Canadian whistleblower Wiley and his team could not be located. They could not be located, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And in that article, the former Commissioner of Police is quoted as saying that Mr. Wiley has proven to be a very slippery character that we cannot find and reminds me of the Roadrunner character. He is Wiley Coyote. We just can't find him. So the police commissioner at that time was confirming that Mr. Wiley was nowhere to be found. But yet, we have an Attorney General telling this Parliament, putting in the parliamentary record, that Mr. Wiley was fearful for his life. That is why he didn't testify in Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Laventille West spoke of corruption in vaccination cards. They will have you believe that is the UNC. Mr. Deputy Speaker, do you know it was a former PNM local government elections candidate who was charged for fake vaccination cards? And they will have you believe that the UNC is involved in that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to raise a couple issues with respect to the law when it comes to this bill. There are a couple issues that I think that I need to place on the record. Mr. Deputy Speaker, under the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, that is regarded as the supreme law. And yes, the Constitution does provide that you can make laws that are inconsistent with Section 4 and Section 5 of it. But that test is then placed in the court to determine whether or not those measures that are placed in the particular law is proportional to the legislative aims. But notwithstanding, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that a bill receives the special majority based on the separation of powers and the rule of law, that can actually be struck down for being unconstitutional. And there are several cases that would say that. There's a large body of law that will say that. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is my submission that notwithstanding if this bill receives the required majority, it is in contravention to the doctrine of the rule of law and will not stand parliamentary scrutiny. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I had associated myself with a legal opinion that was in fact given to this Joint Select Committee by Mr. McIntyre, where he also had a similar view with respect to the legislation, in his opinion, on the Whistleblower Protection Bill of 2015. Where he even said that the bill, notwithstanding it can receive the special majority, it can be in fact struck down because it's not reasonably justifiable in a democratic society. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there were some changes that were made to that 2015 version of the bill. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we submit that those changes were insufficient. So, according to this doctrine of the rule of law, there's one particular area I would like to focus on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which is the vagueness of law. And when a parliament passes law, you would have to ensure, especially when criminal sanctions are going to be placed in law and the creation of criminal offenses, that there's a case called Sabapati against the state, which is a Privy Council decision, that indicated that there must be clarity of law, preciseness, and certainty, so that the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and any society that you pass law for will understand these laws. Because you cannot have legislation that is hopelessly vague. And Lord Diplock in Mercer Island Shipping Corporation against Lawton, he said that the absence of clarity is destructive of the rule of law. It is unfair to those who wish to preserve the rule of law. It encourages those who wish to undermine it. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have it clear. We have the principles, the legal principles coming out of the cases. So now when you apply the bill to these legal principles, you will understand where I made that submission that the law is too vague. So I would start off, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the definition section at Clause 4. And at Clause 4, it defined what is an employee. And it defined an employee under 3 different categories. Any person who works or worked for another person and received or is entitled to receive any remuneration for work done. Any person who in any manner assists or assisted in the carrying on or conducts the business of an employer without any entitlement to receive remuneration or reward. Or any person who is or was engaged or contracted under a contract for services to do work for another person or for any of the agent. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you can see the wideness in this particular piece of legislation when it comes to the definition of an employee. This could mean that any person who performs any services that you pay him for or you don't even have to pay him for can in fact be a potential whistleblower. So if, for example, someone hires someone to do some landscaping at their home, to cut grass, to help with maintenance of the property, that person now becomes a potential whistleblower. Any person, notwithstanding that they don't fall within the test of an employee under the normal regular test of employer's liability, if they are even an independent contractor that you hire, they are now a potential whistleblower. So therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have to understand the length and the breadth of this particular law. And you have to see whether or not it applies, as the member for Oropouche East had submitted earlier, in a society like that of Trinidad and Tobago. Because the members of the public who are listening to this debate must understand that this bill affects any single person that they hire, notwithstanding you have a business or not. As long as you employ a person, whether for domestic purposes, whether for commercial purposes in your business, they are subject to the whistleblowing law. So that is how far this particular law reaches. And that is how vague and wide it is. And we were warned against that by the Privy Council in these various cases that I have referred to earlier. Then I looked at the definition of improper conduct. And improper conduct was defined as, and I look at the first definition. Improper conduct means any criminal offense. Any criminal offense. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you would understand that when you read what the aim of this bill is that an act to combat corruption. It is wide to capture any criminal offense. Mr. Deputy Speaker, do you know annoying, insulting, and obscene language is a criminal offense in Trinidad and Tobago? It captures all summary and indictable offenses under any piece of law, under the common law. Mr. Deputy Speaker, again, we are submitting the vagueness of this particular piece of law that can, in fact, touch and concern people's rights when your legislative aim is that to combat corruption. So whether or not this Parliament, if this bill gets the required support and it goes towards before a court to be tested, the court will determine whether or not there were any alternative measures that can be put in place to ensure that the proportionality test is satisfied with reaching the legislative aim, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Then I want to move on to Clause 14. And Clause 14 sets up what is called the external disclosures and the whistleblowing units. And one must understand that the whistleblowing unit can be set up both again in the private sector and in the public sector. The member for Oropouche East would have dealt with the line of command if, for example, someone wants to report their boss for wrongdoing, and that boss is the same person who hires the director of the unit. Now, what the points I want to raise with respect to this unit, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that if these units are going to be set up in various ministries, for example, in the public sector, are these persons going to be coming on as contract officers? Where are their security of tenure? Where is the oath of secrecy that these persons have to subscribe to? Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a candidate in any election, you will understand that you have to take an oath of secrecy even before you enter into a polling station. Officers who operate in the Board of Inland Revenue, they also have an oath of secrecy, and a breach of that secrecy provisions can land you up to about $250,000 in terms of a maximum fine under the Income Tax Act. In this case, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they are putting in officers who can in fact be influenced, because when you raise issues of remuneration and security of tenure, you will understand, Mr. Deputy Speaker, those issues are raised to ensure that persons who operate under those offices are properly protected so that they cannot be influenced, intimidated, victimized when they do their jobs. So those are some of the issues I wish to raise with respect to the directors and the employees of that unit, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And if, for example, someone doesn't set up a unit and a person who's employed in that area of employment wants to make a report or wants to give a disclosure, wants to whistleblow, there are 21 areas that are called designated authorities. And when you look at number 7, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which was a bit strange, and I hope that we can get some justification from the government for the inclusion of the Elections and Boundaries Commission as a designated authority. If someone wants to make a disclosure, why do they have to go to the Elections and Boundaries Commission? I can understand the BIR, I could understand Customs, I could understand the DPP, the TTPS. They have quasi-investigatory powers under their particular pieces of Parent Act. But why the EBC? Why is the Elections and Boundaries Commission included in the designated authorities? And those are some of the issues I want to get some answers to whenever the government responds. Then, I did a comparison, Mr. Deputy Speaker, on what is the definition of detrimental action. So this is where the actual protection or the proposed protection of the whistleblower comes in. Because this is not any physical protection that you're going to be given any whistleblower. This is legal protection. So we must get that clear. This is not going to allow a person who do whistleblowing to go into a safe house or to be sequestered. No. This is legal protection, and we must understand that. It is legal protection from suit, criminal, civil, or disciplinary action, and detrimental action. In the 2018 version of the bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, under the definition of what we call detrimental action, this is what if someone provides information, they should not be subject to this type of
the 2018 bill.
Member, I'll give you some leeway. Let's tighten accordingly. Right?
Sure.
Tighten quickly. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I don't know if the AG understands the point I was making. Under
I respectfully rise on Standing Order 48.1. Sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We are not debating the 2018 bill, any clause of it.
Again, please, members, I need no assistance. Again, member, I've given you some leeway. Tighten quickly and bring it home.
So under the definition of detrimental action, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they deleted, dismissed, and suspended So dismissal and suspended are no longer detrimental action for a whistleblower. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Properly rise on Standing Order 48-1. All of us would be denied the opportunity to debate something that's not even in the bill, by reference to a bill that has lapsed.
Again, member, you type in quickly and move on.
Other way, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if someone proffers information as a whistleblower and they are dismissed or they are suspended, then that does not constitute detrimental action. So, for example, the government, if somebody whistleblows on the government, they are free to dismiss or suspend that person, and that does not amount to detrimental action. Mr. Deputy Speaker, why was that provision not included in the 2022 version of this bill? And that raises some concern in the mind of the person who is looking at a comparison of the particular pieces of legislation. Then, Mr. Deputy Speaker, earlier on I mentioned the whistleblowing unit, and the whistleblowing unit will have in its custody various pieces of information that will be personal information, it will be sensitive information. Under this particular law, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is being proposed, there are no controls or protection of that information or data that is
We have 2 more minutes.
That is being provided by the unit, or provided to the unit, in fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We have a Data Protection Act in Trinidad and Tobago, and that Data Protection Act ensures that data collected by public authorities and even private institutions have to put measures in place to ensure that there's proper protection of that personal sensitive information to prevent leakages from occurring, which can in fact protect the person who is providing information as a whistleblower. So under the Data Protection Act, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you tie it into this particular bill, there's no protection of personal data by public bodies or by the private sector in terms of the storage of the information, the use of the information, the retention of the information, the disposal of the information, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There are so many protections that are lacking because of a non-proclamation or non-operationalization of the Data Protection Act. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill, all it is a pappy show for the government to come here to attempt to embarrass the opposition. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister said to take the politics out of this debate. And I do hope that the members of the government heed the advice of their political leader and take the politics out of the debate and ensure that at the end of the day, that persons who offer information in Trinidad and Tobago are properly protected. Because this bill is not required because it is unconstitutional for the various reasons that I gave before. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank you very much.
I now recognize Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, and member, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, allow me to start by reassuring the population that there is absolutely nothing that would be unconstitutional with the bill that is before this House once it is passed with the special majority that is being requested. The mover, the Member of Parliament for Diego Martin West, who piloted this bill, made a very strong case and an impassioned plea to all of us, to the 41 of us here today, to take our responsibility and our duty to country very seriously. The member for Diego Martin West made the strong arguments as to why this type of legislation is necessary by giving examples of types of corruption that we've faced. The members on the other side, I've listened to them very carefully, so far have not given any satisfactory reason as to why this bill and the whole principle behind a bill such as this should not be supported. They fluttered with certain suggestions as to unconstitutionality. That is easily defeated. The bill requires a special majority. The section of the Constitution that will then determine whether it is proportional and whether it is satisfied by just the passage of a special majority is Section 13 of the Constitution, as we're all aware. But seeing that the previous speaker dabbled, as he does, in law, I think it is necessary just to assure the population and to assure the other 40 members of this House here today that with the passage of this legislation, it will, with a special majority, there will be no successful challenge in court. Because you see, this bill fits directly within Section 13(1) of the Constitution, which says an act to which this section applies may expressly declare that it shall have effect, even though it's inconsistent with Sections 4 and 5, which is what we're dealing with. If such an act does so declare, it shall have effect accordingly, unless the act is shown not to be reasonably justifiable in a society that has a proper respect for the rights and freedoms of the individual. And that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is a legal test. We heard the Prime Minister stand here and say over 50 other countries in the world have similar legislation and provisions. So immediately that dismisses the argument, once you pass this with a special majority, that it is not reasonably justifiable in our society. It is. To now lay a bit of foundation before responding to some of the suggestions made by other speakers, I think it is necessary to understand, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what this piece of legislation is seeking to achieve and why whistleblowing legislation is justifiable and why it is necessary in a democratic society. This legislation, or any whistleblowing legislation, requires a number of ingredients. The first is the identification of protection of anyone who wants to provide information under whistleblowing. The second, in my respectful submission, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and we know previous speakers touched on it, and I will come to it, is that anyone who falsely uses the provisions is then susceptible to liability. In other words, I've heard some of the speakers previously flutter about and say that if someone, all it needs is someone to give false information, whistleblowing information, and you lead you down a rabbit hole, what you have to provide for is that if that is done, there are consequences and there are liability, and this covers it. Just to remind the population, as the person who piloted the bill did, why this type of legislation is necessary. In the fight against corruption, very often the evidence or the information that then allows someone to build a case comes from a whistleblower. And to give some live examples, you heard the previous speaker, and in fact the member for Diego Martin West, give a number of examples as to instances that this government faced when we came into office in 2015 of elements of corruption that had to be combated and how they were successfully dealt with. Whistleblowers assist in that exercise. For example, to remind the population, on the Sunday night, a Sunday night before a general election on a Monday morning, and the Sunday night into the Monday morning, prime parcels of land in the western peninsula of Trinidad were being given away. I want to repeat that. I stood in the previous parliament and gave this information on a previous occasion when we were down at the waterfront. At Chagaramas, in the Chagaramas Development Authority, in 2015, on the Sunday night into Monday morning of an election, prize parcels of land were being given away by the strokes of pens. Deeds being given away at gross undervalues, parcels of land that shouldn't have been granted, etc. And it was a whistleblower that provided the information that then allowed this government to go in there and to do what was necessary. I recall Minister Imbert and myself were tasked with the responsibility. We did what we could, fortunately. some of the persons were willing to work with the government, and we did what needed to be done to protect the taxpayers. But it is those types of instances where you provide the whistleblowing information. I also want to put on record, whistleblowing they're already in private sector. A lot of institutions that provide very satisfactory procedures for whistleblowers, and I'll come to that again in a short while. So in the pursuit of corruption, one of the elements that assists in fighting corruption is whistleblowing. We also had, under this administration, under the PNM administration since 2015, a number of other instances of arrangements, contractual arrangements that were entered into, that persons provided information that allowed us to protect the taxpayers. And it is necessary to then protect those persons from any victimization or any ill effects that may be dealt to them. There was one that we really haven't spoken about openly as yet, but the time will come. But the population was told at the time when we commissioned Justice Nelson to go in and to take a look at, and that is the kiosks at the airport. And we asked Justice Nelson to look at the whole procurement surrounding that. Again, information is provided that assisted in that and allows a government to take certain positions and to fight arrangements on behalf of the taxpayers. One that I was surprised not to hear about today, but I will raise it, and I'm a little disappointed that certain members on the other side aren't here. We have been bombarded consistently about CCTV cameras. We sat here and we listened. We went and we procured new CCTV camera system for the nation. And I want to say now, because I see it continuously being repeated on the other side, that the camera system that exists isn't working. Over 85 to 90% of that existing camera system is working. It is working. The others are too out of date, but that has been fixed. But with the CCTV system, we have managed to save over $300 million a year on that system. But yet still, you still have persons coming here and attacking it and attacking it. Again, the reason we were able to succeed in a successful procurement and finally an implementation via contract of a new system that hopefully will come on in the not too distant future is because we had whistleblowers in the system who warned us about certain things that were taking place, who warned about certain persons who were trying to scuttle the exercise. And you see, I also heard a previous speaker talk about how in Canada it's only for the private sector. But it is equally important, in Canada it's only for the public sector. Yes, but it is equally important to provide for it for the private sector as well. And I'll give a couple instances where I personally, this is prior to entering politics in 2015, was retained by private sector companies as a result of their whistleblowing procedures and policies that existed. Despite what you've heard from those on the other side, it is not difficult to set up. A private sector company, I've heard them say, well, how could you have an employee complaining to an employer about something the employer might have done? It is simple. And I personally participated in those instances before. You just retain outside persons. So some of the largest companies in Trinidad, some are multinationals, have their systems. You can anonymously go and complain about something. You can complain about sexual harassment, victimization, etc. You can blow the whistle on, I think a corrupt contract is about to be awarded. And all the private entity or even the public sector does is set up a process. And that is what this legislation is about. It's about protecting a process and a procedure. And it then allows you to retain someone from outside, someone independent, to come in and do an investigation. I did several of them in my lifetime. And then you provide that information now to the proper person in the organization for them to action thereafter. So I've heard the continued attempts by the speakers on the other side try to water down the legislation, to attack it. I heard one speaker say, nowhere in the Commonwealth, tell us where this legislation came from. Where this legislation came from, it was not a blanket copying of any single piece of legislation. It initiated, and the genesis of this bill is from Malta, from Malaysia, from Jamaica, and other provisions. We are not reinventing the wheel here whatsoever. You also heard an attempt by the member for Oropuch East to throw out certain instances with a suggestion that, look what's going on at Central Block. That is, a whistleblower gave us that, fine. But I want to assure the population of Trinidad and Tobago, I heard the member for Laventille West start down the road, he didn't complete it. There has been no allegation of corruption in the termination of that contract, compared to allegations of corruption as to why on a Friday before a general election, a public servant, obviously on instructions, completely annihilates and deletes a clause in the OAS contract that allowed the government to terminate the contract and call on the bonds for bankruptcy that was taking place since March of that year. So the previous government sat down from March, April, May, June, July, August, into September, did nothing about the termination of that OAS contract on a clause that it could have terminated it, which was bankruptcy, but took it out on the Friday before the election. And then we had to fight for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, an unnecessary fight, but successful, thankfully, to recover the bonds. The whistle blowing on the Central Block is nothing more than a smoke screen, because it is a termination by a contractor in a dispute with the employer over certain things on the site. No allegation of corruption there. There was discussion and mention of Mosquito Creek and materials from Tobago. Again, complete rubbish. There has been absolutely, and we'll hear more about it at the appropriate time, but no suggestion with respect to corruption. How could it be corrupt to take state rock from Tobago, from Studley Park, and use it in our own waters? Why should we import that? Why should we use very scarce and needed foreign exchange to buy rock when we have the rock here, right there in Tobago? I heard a ruse again about the qualifications of a whistleblowing officer. Who will be the whistleblowing officer? Put in the legislation. There's a need in the legislation to say what are the... You don't need any qualifications to be the officer who someone presents information that they want investigated to. So again, to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, that again is a complete smoke screen by those on the other side. And I'd like, through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just to tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago, because unfortunately enough attention hasn't been paid to it previously. What is the type of detrimental action? This bill defines detrimental action. And that is the type of information that you want people to come and talk that you don't want people to face. Detrimental action means any act or omission that results in a person being A, unfairly subject to disciplinary action, B, demoted, harassed, C, harassed, intimidated, or victimized, D, transferred against his will, E, unfairly refused transfer or promotion, F, subject to a term or condition of employment or retirement from his employment that's altered to his disadvantage. And it goes on all the way to K, identifying this is what we're protecting whistleblowers against. So in other words, we have identified from A to K a number of particulars that you should not be subjected to if you are going to be a whistleblower. Again, I heard it suggested by previous speakers on the other side, just amend the Industrial Relations Act. Or why can't you go under the Industrial Relations Act to the union? You can. If you're being victimized, you can, but this is making it easier. So yes, now you can go to the industrial court and you can say, I'm being victimized because I was a whistleblower and I said something about my employer or another employee who is senior to me. There's nothing that prevents that. So therefore, what is the problem with having a specific piece of legislation to protect instances outside of an industrial court? Because what the speakers on the other side didn't say, that only allows a certain category of persons. Is the Industrial Relations Act only allows a certain number of persons, a limited number, a worker as defined, to be able to access the industrial court. And that's what they're not telling you. What you have for the first time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is a specific piece of legislation designed to, one, promote whistleblowing, to two, protect persons who are going to be whistleblowers, and three, Madam Speaker, to protect persons against false reports by whistleblowers. I also wanted to use the opportunity to tell the population that this act now defines what improper conduct is, and this is the type of conduct that this bill is specifically designed to combat. Improper conduct means any criminal offense, any failure to carry out a legal obligation, any conduct that is likely to result in a miscarriage of justice, conduct that is likely to threaten the health or safety of a person. Immediately on those four items, you can see why you want to protect a whistleblower. Let a whistleblower come forward and give the information prior to the conduct of a criminal offense or after, so we can successfully prosecute, we can successfully investigate whilst the whistleblower is being protected. It goes on, conduct that shows gross mismanagement, impropriety or misconduct in carrying out of any activity that involves the use of public funds. Surely that would redound to the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the taxpayers and the law-abiding citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Wouldn't we want to know why a particular officer in the office of the Prime Minister had millions of dollars going through his account and where that money went to? Wouldn't we want to know the answer to those things as law-abiding citizens and taxpayers? And allow some whistleblower who is aware of it, who is part of the cog in the wheel of corruption, to come forward and say, listen, this is what went on at EMBD at a particular point in time, when $400 million were being distributed amongst a few in a cartel collusion, and one person, the engineer or whoever it is, come forward and be protected and be able to provide that information. Even at the time, it might have been able to prevent the wastage of taxpayers' money in the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars. So what we're trying to do now is institutionalize, and I heard previous speakers say, a mandate that was given to a PNM government in 2015, a mandate to bring legislation to allow a pillar to fight corruption, which is to allow the protection of whistleblowers. This bill goes on very carefully and very properly to provide legislatively the means to achieve these things. Madam Speaker, I see you indicating. How much more time do I have?
10 seconds.
Sorry, how much?
10 seconds.
10 seconds. So, Madam Speaker, I did not get the opportunity to discuss a few things that I had intended to, but I'm sure the other speakers will do so. And I thank you once again for the opportunity to have contributed on such an important piece of bill and such an important piece of legislation. And I'd like to conclude, Madam Speaker, by again making the call to all of the members, the 41 members that are here, to vote in support of this essential piece of legislation. Thank you.
Member for Superior.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I join in this debate, very important debate, a matter that was listed, thank you, Minister Young, a matter that was listed under the Minister of National Security when we were last in Parliament, morphed into a matter being led by the Prime Minister. And I wonder, Madam Speaker, whether, when the Prime Minister speaks, whether it is that it kills COVID. Because every time the Prime Minister wishes to speak in this Parliament, we extend time. Well, everybody else is confined to their 20 minutes. The first person in response, getting that notice so late is a very unfair and abuse of the parliamentary process, in my respectful view. It was passed with the government's majority, yes, but it is, my colleague mentioned it as an ambush, that this morning we are told, come prepared to speak for 90 minutes. But I commend my colleague, MP Moonilal, did a great job in responding to the Prime Minister, and all my colleagues have spoken. I endorse their comments. I really want to make a very limited point, but that is a far-reaching point with respect to the bill. My colleagues have dealt with specific aspects of it. And it is this. The supreme law of our land is, as you know, Madam Speaker, is the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. And the Supreme Court is the guardian of this Constitution. In some democracies, unlike ours, there is no constitutional overreach by courts of law with respect to acts passed in Parliament. However, our constitutional democracy gives the court that oversight power to strike down acts of Parliament that are unconstitutional. As I get into that matter, I know that persons on the other side talked about this matter going before a joint select committee, consultations, blah, blah, blah. But Madam, that whole process was truncated because the joint select committee never completed its work. So let us not fool ourselves that we are looking at something that has been gone through over and over and over by a joint select committee. Was the independent bench consulted when you decided to take this out and bring it? The GSC met several years ago, never did a final report. And therefore, that whole process was truncated. And it's not the first time that has happened, where matters before GSC removed and brought here for debate. I want to say at the outset, this particular bill is a nightmare, a legal nightmare, and it is a nightmare for every right-thinking person in Trinidad and Tobago. And so we see, this bill went before the GSC several times, and this incarnation of the bill is an analog. It is a replica of the 2018 bill. Not a comma, not apostrophe, nothing was changed. The AG spent some time talking about the 2015 bill. That yes, you made changes based on the CPC's opinion about the unconstitutionality of the bill, but when you brought that 2018 bill, which we did not vote for, this 2022 bill is an analog of that, a replica of that. Nothing has changed. But the law continues to change, Madam. The law is not stagnant. So at one time, the courts of law were not examining the preambles to constitutions. So the AG corrected what the CPC pointed out was breaches of Section 4 and 5 rights with respect to property rights, privacy rights, etc., etc. And has not gone to the overreach where the courts have now gone. In several cases since 2015 coming down the road, the courts have gone to interpret the preamble to the Constitution. And what does that say? It says that the Trinidad and Tobago is a sovereign democratic state, and we are governed by the rule of law. These are matters within the preamble. And now in constitutional interpretation, that phrase of the rule of law is not simply you put the Bill of Rights, sections 4 and 5, you don't want a 3/5 majority and so on. It's not simply about that. That preamble now, the courts are interpreting right up to the Privy Council, that has substantive bearing. And if that is breached, then you are not talking about a 3/5 majority. And in this bill, Clause 18, Clause 19, the effect of that clause is to prevent any person with a possible cause of action against a whistleblower from being able to have access to a court. That is a fundamental principle of the rule of law in a constitutional democracy, that a citizen should have the right to have access to a court where it is that someone has lied, has defamed them, make up something to be a whistleblower, collect some money to be a whistleblower. You must have a right. And the Honorable Prime Minister should fully understand that. Because was the Honorable Prime Minister, then in another incarnation, when the Integrity Commission prepared a report about what has become known as the infamous Landgate or Landgate matter, the Integrity Commission did not give an opportunity to be heard in doing that report, and therefore that report has never surfaced anywhere. And the Honorable Prime Minister then went to the court. He had access to tape. Let him speak about that report. Every citizen has that right to defend themselves, and this is a major constitutional breach if you are breaching the rule of law. So let me devil that a little more, Madam Speaker. That's the main point I want to make. That even if you get this 3/5 majority, and even though you have corrected, based on the CPC's opinion, the breaches of Section 4 and 5 rights, you've corrected that by putting a 3/5 majority. That and Surat will not save this bill. It will be struck down by the courts of law as unconstitutional. So where it is that you have the right to go to a court of law, so whistleblower lies on you, as many do. Some on the other side, not inside and outside, but there are many who make these allegations about people. But we have the right, every citizen allegation has a right to take that person to court for defamation, for example, if it is that person is making it up, lying and so on. But here you will be a citizen and you have no right. You will not even know the matter is being investigated somewhere, and you will have no right to go to court, but you can be prosecuted for that matter. So the effect of that clause 19, I'm saying, is to remove your rights to access to a court of law to determine what it is and where it is and how it is. So, Madam Speaker, I want to also raise the issue of this bill is supposed to be protecting the whistleblowers. What about the whistleblower person, reporting officer, WRO? What about the reporting officer? What protects that person? This is a man who's collecting all the information about people. He has all the goodies, as they say. He knows about everybody in that organization. Complaints made and whistleblowing. What's protecting him? There's nothing in this bill to protect the whistleblower reporting officer. Who will be the repository of all those statements that are deposited with him as a WRO? Where is the protection for that person? And then you say you give protection to the whistleblower. What protection are you giving them? All you're saying is you'll be immune from civil suit or criminal proceedings. But what about your life? Who protects you or your family? Which person is going to be able to protect you and your family when it is that you are holding all this information as a WRO or even the whistleblower himself? We have seen our witness protection program, a story in the newspapers in 2018, highlighted the shortcomings of the witness protection program. Now, this is to protect your life or the life of your family members. We know where persons are gunned down because they may be a witness, a potential witness in matters. So what is the physical protection, if any, that this bill provides? As I say, all it gives is immunity from suit, whether civil suit or criminal proceedings. The long title then says, is a bill to facilitate disclosures of improper conduct in the public and private sector to protect persons making those disclosures from detrimental action, but excluding an anonymous or false disclosure. Improper conduct is given a very wide definition and includes any criminal offense, failure to carry out legal obligations, conduct that tends to show unfair discrimination on the basis of gender, race, place of origin, social class, color, religion, or political opinion. The bill seeks to be enacted in accordance with 13.2 of the Constitution, and that is 13.2, which deals with the Bill of Rights sections 4 and 5. Now we have the 3/5 majority because we are breaching section 4 and 5 rights. I come back to Clause 18, which provides that a person who makes a disclosure of improper conduct shall not be subjected to detrimental action on account of his having made a protected disclosure. Clause 19 goes on to provide that a whistleblower who makes a protected disclosure is not liable to any criminal, civil, or disciplinary proceedings for having made such a disclosure. And Clause 20 provides that the immunity is lost if the whistleblower is himself an accomplice. The effect of that Clause 19, Madam, is to prevent any person with a possible cause of action against a whistleblower from having been able, as I said before, to access the court. Now, access to justice, Madam, through the courts of law is a fundamental principle of the rule of law. In the absence of access to justice, people are unable to have their voices heard, to exercise their rights or properly defend themselves in the justice system. In strengthening access to justice, plans and programs for justice reform should ideally include improving legal protection, legal aid, and so on. The scope of the constitutional right to the protection of law, Madam, was discussed by the Caribbean Court of Justice in a case of the Attorney General and others versus Joseph and Boyce. And in this case, Madam, another one, Gladys Gafour and the Integrity Commission, the judge noted that AG and McLeod shows that the provision and protection of law right guaranteed under the Constitution includes the right to access to court. In McLeod, the judges were clear that there can be no restrictive interpretation of that right to the protection of law, and deliberately left it open to the courts to work out the right on a case-by-case basis. The judges also identified that the rules of natural justice are included within its meaning and require that the affected person be given an opportunity to be heard. Madam Speaker, in a similar constitution to ours, not analog, but in terms of the preamble, in Mauritius, there's a famous case of Coriati, which started this trend of interpreting the preamble to the Constitution and the parts that I read out, sovereign democratic state, governed by the rule of law and so on. In that case, the Privy Council held clearly that any breach of that right the rule of law, would be unconstitutional. But you know, Attorney General, you mentioned that you have dealt with the concerns raised by Ian McIntyre, CPC, very distinguished, learned gentleman. I wonder where he is now. Is he still there? I've been told, and maybe a whistleblower told me, that he's been sidelined in that office. But he was very brave when he gave his opinion about the constitutionality of this bill. But he didn't stop just with this 3/5 majority. He had something else to say, and I'll quote, because that opinion was provided to the Parliament by CPC Ian McIntyre, Chief Parliamentary Counsel. He says, went into all the rights that were being breached in Section 4 and 5, but then he says, to the extent that Clause 17.1, and that clause has now changed to become another clause, 18.19, to the extent that that clause tolerates the commission of criminal offenses for the purposes of requiring and disclosing personal or confidential information, the bill is not reasonably justifiable in a democratic country and may be struck down by the courts under Section 13.1 of the Constitution. And what does 13.1 say? I think the member for Port of Spain, Minister Young, talked about that. It says that the law, even though it's passed with the special majority, can be struck down by the courts of law if it is found that it is not reasonably justifiable. So if it is you're taking away access to courts, which I say is a fundamental principle of the rule of law, if you're taking that away, 3/5 majority will not suffice, firstly. And secondly, it can be struck down, and it will be struck down. This is bad law. This is very, very bad law. Fundamental rule of law principles have been breached in this matter with this bill. And so we have other cases, Madam, there's a whole list of cases now where it is, this preamble to our Constitution talks about our faith in fundamental human rights and freedoms, the position of the family in a society of free men and free institutions, the dignity of the human person, the equal and inalienable rights where all members of the human family are endowed by their Creator. As I said before, courts have not relied on this preamble to interpret out written laws. However, this has been recently changed by the Privy Council in the case of Commissioner of Prisons and another Privy Council decision, Commissioner of Prisons and another versus C. Persad and another in 2021 under the Privy Council, where the board of the Privy Council, on the preamble, interpreting sections 4 and 5 of our Constitution. The board first noted that it is established principle that our Constitution is interpreted in a very generous and purposive approach. Then at paragraph 24, and I want to quote this, madam, they said, the exercise of construing both section 4A and 4B will also be informed by the immediate context of these provisions. They are contained in chapter 1. The subject matter whereof is recognition and protection of fundamental human rights and freedoms. Further, the preamble, which overarches the entire instrument, the preamble overarches, I repeat, the entire instrument, meaning the Constitution, and must also be considered in the context of these appeals. The phrases which resonate in the preamble are faith in our fundamental human rights and freedoms, dignity of the person, and respect for the rule of law. The overarching purpose of the Constitution is to enshrine the above-mentioned principles and beliefs and make provision for ensuring the protection in Trinidad and Tobago of fundamental human rights and freedoms. In this way, the Constitution proclaims and establishes a constitutional democracy. So no parliament seeking to enact legislation can now ignore the fundamental tenets of the preamble of our Constitution. That is overarching to all other sections. You cannot do it here. And I say, if this is passed, so don't come here and cry, the opposition afraid. I'm not trembling. If anybody's trembling, it's on that side, not on this side. We are not afraid. We are not afraid. This law is very, very bad law. And where it is you're going to be interfering with such a fundamental tenet of the rule of law, then no majority, no constitution, no law can save this bad law that you've brought to the parliament. No parliament can enact legislation ignoring the fundamental tenets of the preamble of the Constitution. The right to apply to the High Court under Section 14 of the Constitution for redress when any right or freedom is or likely to be contravened is an important safeguard of our fundamental rights and freedoms. Hence, any proposed legislation which seeks to deny a person the right to apply to the court to enforce their rights, as is envisaged by Clause 19 of this bill, is clearly not reasonably justifiable, madam. Once again, I said this bill really tramples upon a basic freedom that is important for any constitutional democracy such as Trinidad and Tobago. But we've been going that way. We've been going that way for a while. The trampling of our democracy, we've seen it in many other regards. But this latest bill, which, as I say, is a repeat replica, and the law has moved on, that you cannot just come and say, give me a 3/5 majority, and ignore the preamble, which enshrines that basic tenet, fundamental rule of law, of access to a court for justice. I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Diego Martin Northeast.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I joined this debate in support of this legislation. I've listened very carefully to what members have said opposite, and for yet another time, I continue to be amazed at the arguments that the opposition will put up when they simply don't want to do what is right. I've seen this so many times. You send a bill to a joint select committee because it requires a special majority, and the opposition finds multiple evolving reasons why they will not support it. All of them, in my opinion, can be defined either as nitpicking, irrelevancy, ducking, dodging, hiding, I listened very carefully to the Leader of the Opposition just now. And I heard the presentation with respect to constitutional rights. I have looked at the law, the bill before the House, and I would say the opposition leader, like the member for Oropouche East, is guilty of misleading her good self, misleading the members on her side, and misleading the general public. That carrying on about constitutional rights, if you have been damaged or defamed, is irrelevant in the context of Clause 8 of the bill, which the opposition leader studiously avoided. The clauses that are being complained about, clauses 18 and 19, provide protection to whistleblowers for what is called a protected disclosure. And to understand what this bill is all about, we first have to understand what is a protected disclosure. And we've had a typical debate and typical contributions from members of the UNC where they avoid the real issues and just dress up their contributions in either emotive language, irrelevancies, or downright inaccuracies and untruths. Let's go into Clause 8 of the bill, Madam Speaker. A disclosure is a protective disclosure if it is made in accordance with Section 7, and we'll come to that in a while, because Section 7 defines improper conduct. It is made in good faith standard. At the time of making the disclosure, the whistleblower reasonably believes, based on the information he has at that time, that the information disclosed and any allegation contained in it are substantially true, and the information disclosed tends to show that his employer, another employee of his employer, or a person acting on his employer's behalf, has engaged or is engaging or is preparing to engage in improper conduct. Most importantly, the disclosure is not made for purposes of personal gain. The Leader of the Opposition ran away from all of that because the only disclosure that is protected is these types of disclosures. So if you're being bribed to lie about somebody, that fails.
Remember, lie is a word we don't use.
I beg your pardon, Madam Speaker?
Remember, lie is a word we don't
No, I'm not talking about any member in the Parliament.
I know. So you are a man of words, you can find a word.
Okay. So if you're being bribed to tell an untruth about somebody, that fails in Clause 8.1d, because that disclosure would be made for personal gain. If you've made it in good faith, or if you have not made it in good faith, in other words, you've made it out of malice, that will fail by 8.1b. And 8.1c is very interesting, because I remember a matter with the Leader of the Opposition, when that honourable member said something based on the honourable member's belief that the President of the Republic had not consulted with the Leader of the Opposition with respect to a certain appointment. And the Leader of the Opposition condemned the then President for not following the Constitution. It turns out the President did consult with the member for Siparia. She simply didn't read the memo, or she may not have been telling the truth. But when that matter was brought before the Privileges Committee, the defense was, at the time I said it, I reasonably believed that it was so. My staff told me that the President did not consult me, and I believed them. And we were unable to prosecute that privileges matter, because in order to be guilty of a breach of privilege, one has to prove that the person did it with malice aforethought, deliberately, dishonestly, and so on. So this definition of what a protected disclosure is falls well within the four corners of the law, well within jurisprudence, well within legal precedent. Because if one looks at clauses 18 and 19, and again, the member for Siparia is guilty of misleading the public. If one looks at 18 and 19, they provide protection for persons who make protected disclosures. So if you tell an untruth on somebody, if you're induced to do that, if you want to damage a competitor, or someone is paid to damage a competitor, or to assassinate the character of a politician or some other person, you don't have the protection. And this is trite law, Madam Speaker. This is trite. That all that we are seeking to do in this Parliament is to protect a whistleblower that acts in good faith, that does not take money to tell an untruth on somebody. It's all here. So every part of the contribution of the Honourable Member for Siparia was wholly irrelevant, absolutely useless as far as persons who are trying to understand what we are all about. It helped no one because it was based on a false premise. It gave the false impression that if this law is passed, if somebody is defamed or somebody suffers some form of damage, they have absolutely no recourse to the courts. That is simply not true. Once it is demonstrated that the disclosure was not done in good faith, or it was done by way of inducement, or the person knew that what they were saying was not true, then that protection is removed. And any kind of action can be taken against the person. That also applies to accomplices. They are not immune. I heard the member for Oropouche East say, where in the Commonwealth will one find legislation like this? I just can't believe the things that they say, Madam Speaker. They just say these things. And I guess they hope that people listening to them will believe them. But even in the document, the Parliament has given to us the Bill Essentials. It gives information on protected disclosures in Jamaica, a Commonwealth country, common law jurisdiction. New Zealand Protected Disclosures Act, Commonwealth country, common law jurisdiction. Canada, public interest disclosure, Commonwealth country, common law jurisdiction. United Kingdom, the home of common law, public interest disclosure. Malaysia, Whistleblower Protection Act, common law jurisdiction, Commonwealth country. So there are numerous examples of disclosure protection in Commonwealth countries, but the member for Oropouche will just get up and say, show me a country which has law like this, and hope people listening to him will believe that poppycock. And now we have to go as to why are we doing this? Why? I was looking at an article, Madam Speaker, published by the International Bar Association. The title of the article is Are Whistleblowing Laws Working? And when one looks at the abstract, one sees this commentary that in 1978, no country had whistleblowing legislation. 1978, as recently as that. And yet by 2021, 48 countries had it. And once the European Union implements the whistleblower directive, and that should have been implemented by the end of 2021, that number will rise to 62 countries in the world have national whistleblower laws. And why are whistleblowers laws important? They are important, Madam Speaker, to assist law enforcement, to detect and prosecute criminal offenses. I heard the member for Orpooch talking about we are all whistleblowers inside of here, because from time to time we come with bits of paper that we have received, that we bust a mark or blow a whistle on somebody who has allegedly committed some wrongdoing. But that's anonymous. And you, Madam Speaker, if you forgive me for drawing you into the debate, as a senior lawyer, you will know that in most cases when one is looking at evidence, there's a requirement for cross-examination of the person giving the evidence. Anonymous disclosure can only take you so far. But you need to be able to interrogate the person making the disclosure. You need to be able to test the truthfulness of what they are saying. You need to be able to question that person to determine whether what in fact they are telling you is accurate. Because an anonymous disclosure can only help you to a certain extent. And I would have thought that was obvious. That was obvious. And any whistleblower must be worried that there would be retaliation. Any whistleblower. They would lose their job. They may be subjected to some form of violence. They may be subjected to some form of persecution. Any whistleblower, this is all common sense. Any whistleblower will want to know that when he reveals information that could expose persons guilty of wrongdoing, that he or she has a form of protection from harassment, from persecution, and other forms of violence, Madam Speaker. That is obvious. And therefore, when I hear members opposite say, we could use this and we could use that, and why you're doing this and why you're doing that, and you don't need legislation, they're running away from the issue. This is not legislation for the PNM. If this legislation is passed by this Parliament with the requisite majority, and I'm told the breach of the Constitution has nothing to do with breaches of privacy and so on. It is to deal with property, because a contract could be voided if a whistleblower comes forward and reveals information which shows that somebody got a contract through fraud or some other corrupt means. The members opposite are running away from is that if we don't enact this legislation, and this is fast becoming the norm in the world, if the members opposite continue like this, Trinidad and Tobago will soon be the only country in the world that does not have whistleblower legislation. We will be a pariah in the Western world. And I'm certain that those financial regulatory bodies like the Financial Action Task Force, the Global Forum, the EU Council of Ministers that the members opposite are always so worried about. How come we're not compliant with the EU? I am sure that as night follows day, that very soon it will be a requirement to have whistleblowing legislation on the books in Trinidad and Tobago. And if we don't, we will find ourselves grey-listed, deemed non-compliant, deemed a jurisdiction that international companies and other persons should avoid. Because the only reason you would not want this whistleblowing legislation is you have something to hide. And you want to protect corruption. That can be the only reason. And for this thing to be in the Parliament, and by the way, how long do I have again, Madam Speaker?
Your time expires at 3:38.
5 minutes. For this thing to have been in the Parliament for so long, for 6 years, it's shameful. And for 6 years, the members opposite have made the same weak and lame excuses about why they won't support this. While every country in the European Union is subject to a mandate agreed by all of them, by all 27 countries, that they will put in place a law for protected disclosure by the end of 2021. We are being left behind, Madam Speaker, and these things have serious adverse consequences. This sort of thing, this sort of resistance on the part of the members opposite can affect our rating on the Corruption Perception Index. So when members come and talk this kind of foolishness in this parliament, nitpicking about that word and this word, and bringing false law for us, pretending that persons who tell untruths on people that they know to be untruths, that the defamed persons would have no recourse. When you do that sort of thing, all you do is you tar all of us with your brush. And the people outside and the people inside Trinidad and Tobago feel that everybody in this public system is corrupt. I reject that. We on this side, we are pushing through. If you don't want to vote, that is your business. Because the population will judge you. The population will decide whether you're filibustering, your old talk, your nitpicking, your irrelevancy, your tedious repetition, your dancing and your dodging. The population will decide whether that is what they want out of a government or not. And I dare say, all right-thinking people in this country will see through the games and the gymnastics of the opposition. And before I close, Madam Speaker, it is astonishing to come into this parliament and hear people like the member for Oropouche East say that, you know, all this talk about corruption of the governments of which he was a part is old talk. I was just looking at something here. I wondered when the persons associated with our former UNC government were charged in the Piarco airport contract. I just wanted to check and see when. 2004, 18 years ago, Madam Speaker, and I dare say if we had proper whistleblower laws in 2004, this matter, which is still, I understand, at the preliminary inquiry stage, after 18 years, this would have been dispensed with. I remember a particular individual. It shows how things work in Trinidad and Tobago and how they work elsewhere. I remember a particular individual who had been charged in the United States for smuggling guns. Somebody blew the whistle. So the US authorities determined that this individual was smuggling guns. They asked for the individual to be extradited. He fought, but eventually lost the extradition case and was extradited. And I followed that case. He landed in the United States on a Monday. He was arraigned on Tuesday. He went before a judge on Wednesday. And he was convicted on Friday. I saw that. 12 years in jail for that individual. Because they had cogent evidence from a whistleblower. But look at this Piarco case. 18 years and counting. It might be another 28 years before this matter is resolved. So that members opposite could say what they want. They could say what they want. But their administration has been voted out of office on numerous occasions because of the perception of corruption. So stay there and feel that you could pretend and play games. But, Madam Speaker, I simply want to say, please support this legislation. We need it in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Member for Cuba South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, as I join this debate. And having listened to the Minister of Finance, the member for Degomati Northeast, and his parting words was that those on the other side, that is the opposition, and their administrations have been voted out of office on allegations of corruption and so on. I want to remind him about the party that he belongs to. They have a serious track record of events that could also point in the direction of corruption, going back as far as the Lockjoint scandal, and also taking into consideration names that resonate with the people of Trinidad and Tobago, such as former ministers of government, such as the late John O'Halloran and Boise Privat, and I could go on and on here this afternoon. And Madam Speaker, during the Prime Minister's piloting of this particular piece of legislation here this morning, we heard a couple of things, and one that stood out for me was the Prime Minister told us today that people wanted to kill him for exposing corruption, and he had to be driven around with a bulletproof vest surrounded by security officials when he was the leader of the opposition, and that he was targeted by certain elements for his determination to expose corruption at all levels in Trinidad and Tobago. And that is commendable, and I hope that probably in the winding up, the Prime Minister will follow through and also provide us with the relevant information for the benefit of Trinidad and Tobago and, of course, this House, to say if indeed such threats were thoroughly investigated by the police service of Trinidad and Tobago and law enforcement, and what were the outcome of those investigations and so on in relation to the accumulation of evidence, and whether the evidence could have been upheld within the judicial system of this country by bringing the alleged perpetrators before the process that allows such a serious allegation that he made in this parliament here today. And also we were told by the Attorney General also that he is before or the subject of an investigation. And in that regard, I want to pay my sense of tribute and commendation to the leader of the opposition and all those on the other side, on this side, sorry, for their respective contributions to this particular debate here this afternoon, because it is our responsibility to demand of the government that there is transparency at all levels and accountability, and it is because of the focused trust of the leader of the opposition and my colleagues here this afternoon and prior to this afternoon that the member for San Fernando West is the subject of an investigation, or his actions are being investigated. But Madam Speaker, what is the real purpose and intention of the Prime Minister and his government in bringing this piece of legislation to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago at this point in time? Because they come and they attempt to create a narrative that it is in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. But Madam Speaker, I am putting it to the government through you that this bill that has been tabled here this afternoon, or this morning, sorry, is an attempt by the government to deflect its shortcomings in the last 6 years, and more so, certain events that have propped up in terms of their performance as an administration. And I point you to what has transpired as it relates to the Central Block at the Port of Spain General Hospital, and also the collapse of the Mosquito Creek.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise on 48-1 and 50.
Okay, so I rule in the favor of the member, but I also want to remind you additionally that these three matters have been referred to by many speakers before you. And I'm just reminding you of Standing Order 55-1B in terms of tedious repetition with what you're going to, anything else you're going to deal with in your contribution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm guided, and I also want to reply because the Minister of Finance is a very wily and crafty individual in terms of the way that he attempts to put forward arguments on behalf of the government. And he attempted to, in his contribution, when he indicated or attempted again to create a perception for the listening public and for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, it is the opposition's responsibility, or it is the opposition's doing, that this particular piece of legislation has languished. To quote his words, he said, it is 6 and more years that the opposition, or the filibustering and the tactics employed by the opposition, has been responsible for this piece of legislation languishing or being around in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. And I simply want to take the opportunity again to remind the national community and remind this Parliament through you that it is not the responsibility of the opposition, because this particular piece of legislation was introduced on the 13th of November 2015, and it went to a joint select committee, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, after 12 committee meetings and several interim reports and so on.
So member, again, that area has been traversed on at least 2 prior occasions. Okay, with respect to what happened in 2015, 2016, all of that. Okay, so could you go on to a fresh point, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in relation to the government indicating that this particular piece of legislation has been or is attempting to encourage and facilitate, it will be encouraging and facilitating the disclosures of improper conduct in the public and private sector, and secondly, to focus on to protect persons making those disclosures from detrimental action and to regulate the receiving and investigating, otherwise dealing with disclosures of improper conduct, and to provide for other matters connected herewith. I am forced to ask the question really, has the government really assured in piloting this legislation here this afternoon through their speakers whether whistleblowers will really be protected? And in piloting this piece of legislation also, the Prime Minister said that today is the day for parliamentarians to do their respective jobs. He also admitted that the bill infringes on Section 4 and 5 of the Constitution, and all that is required of parliamentarians is to vote in sufficient numbers here this afternoon on this particular piece of legislation. But we cannot vote with the government based on if the questions posed or the matters raised by the opposition are not answered here this evening. And we have not gotten any assurance so far that the issues that we have raised, and I want to go immediately on into the very bill as it relates to Division 2, as it relates to internal disclosure, Madam Speaker. I know that this particular issue has been raised, but I want to pose a question to the government as it relates to this very issue when at section 11.1 it is indicated in the bill that an employer shall appoint and keep in his employ such whistleblowing reporting officers as are required for the purposes of this act. And it also goes on to say that a whistleblowing reporting officer shall be responsible for receiving and processing internal disclosures of information about improper conduct committed within or by his employer's organization, and so on, Madam Speaker. And we know in Trinidad and Tobago, who pays the piper calls the tune at the end of the day. And more so, even in the private sector, and to a lesser extent, in the public sector in terms of the whole question of independence. And I am forced to ask, is the government willing to create some kind of entity or office? The Minister of Finance spoke about, and I think the member for Port of Spain, North, St. Anne's West, in his contribution also, all an entity has to do, especially in the private sector, is to retain independent persons that will guarantee a sense of impartiality as it relates to how internal disclosures are handled from a whistleblowing point of view. And I have to reiterate this point in the context of the private sector, who pays the piper calls the tune, and that is why I am saying, is the government willing, because they indicated, the Prime Minister indicated that this will not provide a silver bullet to all the issues of corruption and allegations and so on. Is the government willing to create an office such as what we would call, in terms of the director of the Police Complaints Authority and so on, that will have an independent view of all decisions that are handed down as it relates to internal disclosures and so on, the way and the process in relation to how it is handled, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, as it relates to 12.1, Clause 12.1, an employer shall have in operation internal procedures for receiving and dealing with disclosures relating to his organization. Will this apply to every employer in the private sector? And probably someone from a government's point of view needs to tell us how many companies and so on are existing in the private sector, and what will be the approach as it relates to internal disclosures and regulation from the point of view of the private sector. And I am concerned about also 12.3, that an employer shall publish and republish widely in his organization and at regular intervals the internal procedures referred to in subsection 1 and adequate information on how to use these procedures. Those procedures, Madam Speaker. Publication at regular intervals. I do not know what regular intervals will mean in this particular instance, and will it be by just publication? How will it be communicated in an effective manner? How members of the workforce will be able to understand what is in terms of exists in the internal procedures, and how they will be able to take advantage of it or benefit from it, given what I've raised, the issue of who pays the piper calls the tune, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I also want to move on to the important issue of external disclosure. Madam Speaker, under Division 3 of this particular piece of legislation. And it says at Clause 14.1, a designated authority shall have a whistleblowing reports unit consisting of a director and other such officers as are required for the efficient performance of the functions of the unit. And at 14.2, a whistleblowing reports unit shall be responsible for receiving and processing external disclosures pertaining to the matters which fall within the areas of responsibility of its designated authority. Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, when you go to the schedule in the bill as it relates to designated authorities, you see that there are 21 designated authorities as it relates to the schedule from the point of view of designated authorities in the context of external disclosure. And Madam Speaker, I do not know if anyone from the angle of the government, and more so the Prime Minister in his winding up, can tell us for our edification and comfort how this list of 21 designated authorities were arrived at. How this was arrived at, I know that from where we sit, there's an absence of supporting regulation which would speak to the framework of the law. And I know the issues of qualifications and how the specifics will be implemented, they have been raised, or it has been traversed. But I also ask the question in the context of these 21 designated authorities, Madam Speaker, what is stopping the government from appointing politically biased persons who will be there to serve their political interests at these 21 designated authorities? And there is a danger, Madam Speaker, that far from exposing wrongdoing, this legislation may provide the avenue for the state to clamp down on genuine whistleblowers, Madam Speaker. I say so, Madam Speaker, because today they have come to this House attempting to create the narrative again that from a government's point of view, they care about the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and they care about whistleblowers. But what has happened to the whistleblower at the Ministry of Sport, Madam Speaker? Has she been re-employed in Trinidad and Tobago? Has she been able to find a job? We have not been told up till today why taxpayers' monies was used in this particular agreement, a non-disclosure agreement. If they care about that whistleblower, Madam Speaker, they would have treated her in a very humane manner because it addressed a fundamental issue affecting women in the workplace, that is sexual harassment, and the government paid lip service through the Prime Minister, who has killed that report up till today, Madam Speaker.
Member for Cuba South, your time is now spent.
Thank you.
Member for Port of Spain South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the last two speakers and the honourable members on the other side asked questions for assurances, and the honourable member for Siparia stated as if there was a crystal ball in her hand that the legislation, this proposed bill, will be shut down by the courts. May I share with the population of Trinidad and Tobago, through you, Madam Speaker, that a bill in exactly same terms as this bill exists now in Jamaica in the form of the Protected Disclosures Act 2011, March 6th, 2011. And for
Madam
over
Speaker,
11 years...
48-1, please. Standing order 48-1.
Any member could raise up, stand and raise any standing order. Overrule. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this bill, in a robust judicial system as Jamaica, has stood the test of all times, the land that gave us Hinds and the Queen, and has not been struck down. Why then would it be struck down in Trinidad and Tobago if passed? That's not a legitimate reason for not supporting the bill. That's my first point. Madam Speaker, again another question has been asked. Why it is now in this incarnation that is the Honourable Prime Minister and member for Digo Martin West piloting this bill? Madam Speaker, it is no surprise to me that it's the Honourable Prime Minister who's leading off this debate. I want to share a secret, an open secret with Trinidad and Tobago. As a newly minted MP, the first lesson taught to me by the Honourable Prime Minister was that no contractor, in fact, no one whatsoever, will ever say that they came clandestinely or otherwise to him in any brown bag so that they could call his name in any wrongdoing. He is leading by example. And that stuck in my memory as I saw the piloting on this bill. He could have spoken for the whole day on this bill because he leads from example. No cocoa in the sun. So, Madam Speaker, I ask, why then has the other side not supported this bill? Why, the honourable members? This country needs to take a different turn, Madam Speaker. And this bill, and not this bill alone, the procurement legislation, when you look at the procurement legislation and this bill put together, this changes the landscape and the way we do business in Trinidad and Tobago. So I want to pose this question. After an in-depth revision, after, again, this bill coming to this House on the 6th of May, 2019, why is the honourable members on the other side not supporting this bill? In Trinidad and Tobago, there's always been the spectre of corruption that in order to make progress vis-a-vis any public official or private entity, that you must gild the lily or soiree the process. There is this pervasive feeling that the ordinary man and woman and citizens of Trinidad and Tobago are powerless to combat the scourge of corruption, and that governments are reluctant to take bold measures that are necessary to eradicate this pariah. By the reintroduction of this bill, Madam Speaker, I submit that this government is pellucidly demonstrating its commitment and perseverance to assuring the population that when any individual encounters corruption, there's a mechanism for them to expose it without fear of victimization and without fear of retaliation and with protection. Madam Speaker, the span of this bill, if the clauses are examined, and the purpose has far-reaching consequences. When you look at the preamble and the raison d'etre of this bill, the purpose is to stamp out wrongdoing in the public and private sector. The bill encompasses just not government entities, but private sector corporations. Clause 7 enables an employee of an organization to disclose improper conduct, and this relates both to the private and public sector organizations. When the learned member for Couva South asks, well, who and what will be a time frame for this? Madam Speaker, we have been doing this since time immemorial. A reasonable time frame has always been established, and there's no need to specify that. That is nitpicking. When the mechanisms are looked at, Madam Speaker, you can see that this bill has the potential to transform the way we do business in a more transparent manner. If there is a situation in the public or private sector that warrants whistleblowing, this bill allows for this activity to happen whilst protecting the whistleblower and even those who are accused. Clause 19 protects the whistleblower in the sense that if a person makes a disclosure against a public official, whether supervisor, member of parliament, anyone, they will be granted immunity from any criminal, civil, or disciplinary proceedings. The same applies both public and private sector, even to conglomerates. Clause 20 outlines that even if the whistleblower is an accomplice or a perpetrator, once he or she comes forward with clean hands by virtue of this clause, there can be no dismantling of their employment rights, and in any event, these things will be taken and factored in mitigation, and there will be no threat or spectre of dismissal hanging over that person's head. That accords with the principles and practices of good whistleblowing and also of good industrial relations. It shows the level of commitment that this government has placed on the identification and the rooting out of wrongdoing in our society. That is a perennial complaint. I heard one member, an honorable member, took us back to O'Halloran. Well, we want to change that narrative. Will we continue so that 30 years hence, another member will be standing up and speaking about, I don't know, I call no names. So if you acknowledge that there is this history, Madam Speaker, why not be part of the solution and try to change the future? Why not support this bill? Not one legitimate reason has been advanced before you, Madam Speaker, for the non-support of this bill. More so, I will submit to you that this bill, if passed, will give persons the courage to come forward and report acts that are calculated at destroying the very foundation of our beloved country. Madam Speaker, when people engage in wrongdoing and attack either the public or private purse, it affects all of us, not for today alone, but for generations to come. How can we recover those monies? We are still reeling from acts that occurred under the previous administration. I now want to turn to the benefits. The 44 clauses of this bill, Madam Speaker, represents a monumental step in the struggle for transparency and accountability in Trinidad and Tobago. And this bill, and from this bill, whistleblowers can play an invaluable role in strengthening civil society and cleaning up Trinidad and Tobago. That, to my mind, simple as it is a laudable goal and really ought to have the support of all members in this House. The bill recognizes the value that whistleblowers provide and the need to protect them. Madam Speaker, whistleblower reports and disclosures provides information on acts that pose a threat of harm to the public interest. Having said that, passing of this legislation can only be to the benefit of the public interest in Trinidad and Tobago. So then I ask you again, This is my main theme. What is preventing the honorable members on the other side from acting in the public interest and supporting this bill? I have dealt with two concerns. One, well, the bill will be shut down. I said, no, look at Jamaica. 11 years and 4 months and the bill still stands. Well, what about protection for those who are wrongfully accused? Section 8, as stated by the Honourable Member for Diego Martin, Northeast, it protects them. What then in this bill provides any fear for others? Well, without this legislation, whistleblowers will be reluctant to come forward for fear of harassment. They'll be reluctant to come forward for fear of being fired, for fear of being blacklisted, for fear of being victimized, for fear of going to jail, for fear that themselves and their families may be attacked unnecessarily. That is why I say there is a need to support this legislation. So now, I will ask, if we are serious about winning the fight against corruption in high and low places, then we must be serious and support this bill. Madam Speaker, there is high jurisprudence that underpins the bringing and delaying of this bill in Parliament. I heard the member for Oropuch try to be ad hominem and mention names of certain persons who are involved in very serious prosecutorial matters in Trinidad and Tobago. I declare, Madam Speaker, that I have acted for Vincent Nelson Queen's Counsel, and in saying that, I want to deal with this point in a general way. Why would you come to Parliament and attack a matter that's before the court? What reason can be behind such an act? I have found the answer in the case of R.V. Talon. It's a case that comes from the Canadian Court of Appeal. And Madam Speaker, this is the jurisprudential underpinning of whistleblowing legislation. It says, and this relates exactly, it answers the aspersions wrongly cast, wrongly brought to this Parliament by the Honourable Member for Oropuch West, who should know better. Reliance on cooperating witnesses is necessary in the fight against crime. Without their collaboration, particularly when it comes to combating organized crime, some of the most dangerous active criminals would never have been arrested, convicted, and neutralized. That is the jurisprudential underpinnings of whistleblowing legislation, that you place reliance on witnesses and don't come to this Parliament and irresponsibly attack them. Thank God they have good representation. Madam Speaker, I compressed my contribution because I wanted to stay focused. This bill requires a 3/5 majority in order for its passage. It requires, therefore, the support of the members on the honourable members on the other side. The question is, are the honourable members on the other side prepared to support this bill and take a stand against the eradication of corruption in Trinidad and Tobago? Are the honourable members on the other side willing and prepared to do what is in the best interests of this country in 2020? I ask the honourable members, as Joshua asked the people of Israel, choose ye this day. What side are you on? The side of standing against corruption and supporting the government in the passage of this bill, or the side of doing nothing and making irrelevant and unsubstantiated criticisms? Madam Speaker, I say to you, as for me and this side, we will persevere until this legislation is implemented, thus ensuring that we are one step closer along the road in rooting out corruption in Trinidad and Tobago. If we do not receive the 3/5 majority today, I say to the population of Trinidad and Tobago, take note of Trinidad and Tobago. Take note of who is piloting this bill. And when we come around on the next occasion, give us that 3/5 majority so that we can pass laws for the better governance of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened carefully, very carefully and intently to my colleague, the member for Port of Spain South. And as usual, I'm not impressed. Not surprising. I'll just make one point. The member has clearly misled himself. He cites, and this is just one example, he cites the Whistleblower Act in Jamaica. But Madam Speaker, Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago have two different constitutions. Jamaica, the Jamaican Constitution does not have a section 13(1), which states laws must be reasonably justifiable. He knows that. He must know that, given his seniority in the legal profession. As the opposition leader, Mrs. Kamla Persad-Bissessar, senior counsel, has said, even if this is passed with a 3/5 majority, it is not reasonably justifiable. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I join this debate and I must clarify two things. I know the point about Cambridge Analytica was raised by the Prime Minister and was traversed by my colleague. So it was only raised once. I need to clarify once and for all the role of Cambridge Analytica and its relevance to Trinidad and Tobago. And I quote from the New Statesman on the 15th of October 2020, and I quote, "Many social scientists, at least in my sphere, have been saying for a long time that Cambridge Analytica was snake oil." End of quote. Important that we understand on this side of the pond how the world looks at the thing. So when we quote it and we think we are bright and we are knowledgeable, we are making a laughingstock ourselves. I quote again, on 2nd October, a 3-year investigation into Cambridge Analytica by the UK Information Commission Office concluded with findings that were underwhelming to many. And I just take 1/2 second to finish this point. After trawling through info, including more than 700 terabytes of data seized at Cambridge Analytica's London office, the data regulator found no evidence that Cambridge Analytica had misused data to influence either Brexit or aid in Russian intervention into the UK elections. It says one of the claims about the company that it had a decisive impact on Trump and or Brexit vote, more evidence has accrued in the negative. So senior people who have looked at Cambridge Analytica see it as a hoax. And yet we come in this parliament, this august chamber, and raise it as an authoritative indicator that we on this side have challenges. In fact, just last point, The Economist, July 24, 2019, and we know about The Economist, it called it a Facebook scandal. The Great Hacks is a misinformed documentary about misinformation. So let us be serious. Let us be first world. Don't come here and bring up things that are really in the dustbin of history. The Honorable Attorney General, in his winding up, in fact, in his very last statement, in the attempt always to make us look on this side like if we are less than them when the truth is the opposite. And he raised again for the umpteenth time the question of Damen Shipyard. And I will spend 1/2 minute and refute that once and for all. Came to twice since I've been here, it has been raised. This is the second time. Let me make 5 clear points. 1, the Dutch have an ongoing investigation into Damen for possible breaches of obligations under Dutch law. Fact. 2, 4 years on, they have found no actionable evidence of wrongdoing or corruption. Fact. 3, after 4 years, no evidence of wrongdoing has surfaced in any Caribbean deals, much less Trinidad. So please, for heaven's sake, stop it. 4, the deal for Damen vessels was done in accordance with all required procurement procedures. And 5, the whole issue is being raised to distract from the fundamental failure of the government to secure our maritime borders by failing to utilize the vessels bequeathed to them by the partnership government. End of it. I hope that rests that point, because it carries me back into territory that are irrelevant and does not serve the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, the question has come up, why this bill? And I'll not traverse it because it's tedious repetition, but we will not support bad law. Fundamental. We are principled. And Madam Speaker, the question was asked, what is the reason for this bill? And I will state it. Tomorrow there's a PNM meeting, and I am saying, and I'm sure, I'll bet my bottom dollar, that they will say they brought legislation in the interest of the people, and the opposition did not support it. When the truth is, we did not and would not and will never support bad law. Madam Speaker, before they jump up, let me get to the clause itself. I want to go to clause 17, because clause 17, and I want to raise a fundamental point. Clause 17, yes. Clause 17.1. And one of the problems we have, and I'll go to that later, is the question of the operationalization of the bill. We pass legislation in Trinidad and Tobago. And one of the things that the EU said, and I'll get to that because one of the reasons for this bill is to meet OECD requirements and the EU requirements. But the EU keeps saying that we pass bills, they've criticized us, that we pass bills, so they look at us with the legislative track, which this bill will meet if it passes. And there is the operational part. How do you operationalize what you put into law? And we have a terrible record. This government has a terrible record in respect of the operationalization of legislation. Clause 17.1 says, the director of a whistleblowing reports unit shall no later than the 31st of March in each year submit a report to the minister, right, on activities of the unit during the preceding year. And clause 2 says the minister shall lay a report submitted under subsection 1 in the Senate and the House of Representatives not later than 31st May each year. So, Madam Speaker, when you look in the schedule, there are 21 reports coming from 21 organizations. My colleague MP Indarsingh, we are going to get reports from the Bureau of Standards, the Auditor General, the Board of Inland Revenue, down the line. Occupational safety, health. This is, the minister, according to the Act, is the Minister of National Security. Does our Minister of National Security, does he not have enough work on his desk? He is bogged down, crime is escalated, and we are throwing 21 reports that he has to review and lay in Parliament, and if questions are asked, he has to comment on it. For heaven's sake, the operationalization nightmare. And when we look at the 21 organizations, the Auditor General Department, the Board of Inland Revenue, and that has to change because it's the Revenue Authority, as far as I understand. But forget them, they're incompetent. 3, Bureau of Standards of Trinidad and Tobago. You know what is the problem? There is no standardized form in which these reports are going to be provided to the minister. And the minister will receive reports and pass it to Parliament, a postbox operation. And the problem about operationalization of legislation, we do not know as of now what is the whistleblowing reports unit. We do not know what is the staffing. We do not know. We are told it comprises a director and other staff. What is the salary of the director? Who has been trained to do this job? So they're going to pick Rodney Charles for the Board of Inland Revenue. They're going to pick my colleague Dinesh Rambally for the Elections and Boundaries Commission. They will pick Dr. Lee for the Fair Trading Commission.
All right, so member, number one, when you're referring to members here, you refer to them by the constituency or portfolio. That's the first thing. Second thing is this ground has been covered extensively about the qualifications and all of that of the directors and so on of these units. I have said that this point about the qualifications and all of that for the directors has been raised already.
My point is fundamentally that the legislation will take too long. I want to refer to this is the International Bar Association. And the report says, are whistleblowing laws working? And the IBA and Government Accountability Project published landmark report. And one of the things that the report says is that in the EU, and there's a reason why I'm bringing up the EU. It says in December 2019, European Union Directive 2019/1937 on the protection of persons who report breaches of union law entered into force, also known as the Whistleblowing Directive. Its purpose is to guarantee an EU-wide standard for the protection of whistleblowers. You see, they're talking about a standardized approach to dealing with whistleblowers. Yeah, thanks. When I look at the legislation before me, and I'm bringing it up in a different context, I'm seeing thing that an employee, Section 7.1, an employee of an organization, no, it's not that one, sorry. Where it speaks, it speaks to an organization may develop a whistleblowing unit in the organization, and my colleagues dealt with that. But the question was each employer would have a different approach to organizing the unit before him. It says, the point is made that, whistleblowing reporting officers responsible for receiving and processing internal disclosures of improper conduct. And Clause 12 requires an employer to establish and publish within his organization internal procedures. Now, who develops these procedures? It is left to each organization to do its own thing, so that what may operate in one ministry may be different to another ministry, one employee different to another employee, so there's no standardization. And this is what the EU was drawing attention to in its report, saying that there must be one standardized method of dealing and operating throughout the entire European Union, consisting of more than 27 countries. What we are doing here is a recipe for chaos. Different organizations having different standards, and we don't even have what are the criteria for the establishment, or the criteria that will govern how they operate. Clause 12 requires an employer to establish and publish within his organization internal procedures for dealing with disclosure. So he just does it. I, Rodney Charles, own company A. I get up and I develop, according to clause 12, publish within my organization internal procedure. This is how we will do it here. You go next door, somebody else has a different thing. And the fundamental question is, what is the cost of setting up this internal system of procedures and whatnot for reporting whistleblowing? The cost.
Thank you. And Member Fanaprimo, I'm going to give you a little leeway to end this point and go on to a fresh point, please.
Yeah, I'll finish this point. That organizations in this COVID environment are laying off workers. They do not have money. They do not have foreign exchange. And we're going to impose on them. That point was not raised by anyone. We're going to impose a cost on them that they may not be able to sustain. I move on, because I've been hurried. The EU report, thanks. The EU report speaks about, you see, the problem is when you operate in a first world country, in first world conditions, then you have to come here and deal with third world legislation by third world parliamentarians. And then it's hard. They talk about 5.
I personally take offense to the concept of a third world parliamentarian. I am a very proud parliamentarian. I think that is derogatory.
So, Member for Naprimo, I think the insult is to not any particular member, but to the entire Parliament. And I really don't think that that's what you intend.
That was not my
I really
intent.
think to all of us you should apologize.
It was not my intent.
And I thought this is what the attorney... Yeah, but I thought this is what the Attorney General is going to rise on. Gestures talk too. Okay? Gestures talk. And I observed your gesture. And as I say, while you may be very passionate, sometimes you have to hold it, under some control. Okay, so I accept your apology on behalf of all of us.
I'm guided. The EU report, and the reason why this is important is part of the reason why we are doing this, passing this of the OECD and the EU. And they're talking about best practices, and they make that a component significant in their report. And they're doing this because when they come to analyze us, they're going to look at our legislation, look how it is implemented. Yeah, look how it is implemented and make their judgments based on the operations of the way we do things. And they made 5 recommendations. And they say government should publish reports with consolidated information about the impact of whistleblower laws to society. Right? They talk about laws should remove economic barriers for whistleblowers challenging retaliation. They say all national whistleblower laws should include a periodic review of the law's effectiveness. And bias and discrimination should be addressed through intensive public education and training. So here we have a legislation, and I do not know if you go in the streets or you talk to any businessman in Sawa, the small Sawa Businessmen Association. I may have the name wrong. If you speak to them and ask them about the whistleblowing legislation, how it is intended to operate, what are the implications for them, what are the recruitment requirements, what are the training requirements of staff, how will you use this thing to get the optimal requirements of the legislation? I'm not sure those things are in place. So what we have is legislation that will be passed or not passed, and if it is passed, we may have a situation where the society is almost blindsided, not aware of the operationalization of the legislation. Madam Speaker, one of the concerns that we have on our side is the question of the trust in, and I think my colleague spoke about that, the trust in the government, the trust in giving information to people that are private and confidential, the trust in this government, because citizens are judging this government on what they have not done, not what they say they are going to do, because those two things are different. And the question we ask is, does the PNM seriously expect the population to believe they care about protecting whistleblowers, even their record of suppression and victimization? All of those speak.
Speaker, Standing Order 48.6, please. Victimization, of course.
So, member, I'll ask you to withdraw that. Maybe you could find another way to say what you'd like to say.
I withdraw it. When the citizenry looks at the government and the way they operate, the citizens draw a different conclusion from what the government intends. And critical to the success of this is belief in the government, its fairness, its objectivity, and impartiality. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for recognizing me as I contribute towards this short title, the Whistleblower Legislation. First of all, I would like to recognize the Honorable Prime Minister for the erudite way in which he piloted this piece of legislation and thank him for his wisdom and guidance. I would also like to thank and recognize the people of the constituency of St. Joseph, on whose behalf I make this presentation. Madam Speaker, in listening to the debate on both sides, the difference between the PNM and the UNC for the right-thinking persons of Trinidad and Tobago are now clearly in sight. The UNC wants to keep on engaging in accusations of corruption, allegations, mudslinging, while the PNM, we want to deal with it legislatively and to deal with both white-collar crime and blue-collar crime, and at the same time safeguarding the public's interest. I think for the average person traveling in a maxi taxi, or the man in the Clapham bus, as they say in law, this distinction is clear and stark. Madam Speaker, whistleblower legislation is necessary. And I want to quote from a Guardian article on Monday, 6th May 2019, in which it is said the opposition had raised objections to witness anonymity clauses in the bill and had requested that the bill be subject to a joint select committee. That was then. That was one of the major reasons for not supporting the bill. But Madam Speaker, what are we here about today in 2022? What are the targeted crimes that we on this side, speaking on behalf of 1.4 million people, who have elected us to office? This is mainly to deal with financial crimes. And under financial crimes, these are some of the headings that this bill wants to deal with. Terrorist financing, money laundering. But Madam Speaker, to combat these crimes, you need intelligence. You need intelligence that could lead to charges being laid and hopefully successful prosecution. And this legislation, especially sections 18, clauses 18 to 22, encourages people, and I want to single out two categories of professionals. It encourages especially accountants and auditors who sit in the belly of an organization, whether it's a private sector organization, Madam Speaker, our public sector organizations who know and who see these transactions to step up? And why must we have anonymity as sanctioned in clauses 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22? I want to quote from the DePaul Business and Commercial Law Journal, which speaks to the reasons we need sections 18 to 21, and it deals with the issue of retaliation. Many people are afraid to be whistleblowers because of retaliation, and that is why clauses 18 to 22 are important. And retaliation, Madam Speaker, no one has mentioned this so far, can take many forms: nullification, isolation, ostracism, defamation, expulsion, demotion, and termination. So the whole issue of whistleblowing, as envisaged in sections 18 to 22, depend on that, and Madam Speaker, if we do not learn from our past mistakes and take the politics out of it, as my political leader said, let's take the politics out of it. Are we doomed as a country to keep on repeating the mistakes of the Hindu Credit Union, International Trust, CLICO, and the FCB share issue? Would a future parliament come back and say, you know, if we had listened in 2022 and done whistleblower legislation, we could have prevented that? But Madam Speaker, in response to my colleague who spoke earlier about first world and third world, how do other first world jurisdictions deal with this? And this is to reply directly to MP Rodney Charles. The United States in the early 2000s, after they had their financial scandals with Enron, Tyco, and WorldCom, you know what they did? They passed the Sarbanes-Oxley or SOX Act 2002. So we learn. When they had the financial crisis of 2008, which led to the whole mortgage issue in the United States, which then spread around the world, you had the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act of 2010. We must not have, for want of whistleblowing legislation, another Hindu Credit Union in our hands, another International Trust, another CLICO, another FCB share issue fiasco. Madam Speaker, again, in replying directly to my colleague who spoke before me, talking about first world and third world, and I want to recognize the Attorney General who took offense to this Parliament and all of us being characterized as third world. This is our Parliament. This is Trinidad and Tobago's Parliament. And to hear a UNC person refer to this Parliament as a third world Parliament, Madam Speaker, that was the lowest of the low. But in responding to my colleague who spoke about first world, let me tell you how our first world does it. And that is what we are about here today. National Whistleblower Center, laws around the world, and I quote with your permission. This was recognized as part of international law when the United Nations adopted the Convention Against Corruption. The convention was signed by 140 nations and formally ratified, accepted, approved, or acceded by 137 nations. We want to join that. It goes on. At the national level, there's a growing global interest in establishing whistleblower laws. We want to join that. Whistleblowing protection has been enacted in at least 59 countries, and this is it. One of the most important protections for whistleblowers is the ability to protect their identity by reporting confidentially and anonymously. Why will a Kamla Persad-Bissessar-led opposition object to this? Why? Why? Australia, Member wants to talk about first world countries. Australia is a first world country. Provides avenues for anonymous whistleblowing. So, Madam Speaker, yes, the previous speaker is defeated by his own logic. Madam Speaker, I want to dwell a little bit on one of the entities mentioned in the schedule of the whistleblowing legislation. Other members have gone on about length, about 21 entities mentioned. I want to mention one. And if there is one report in Trinidad and Tobago should tell this country that we need whistleblowing legislation, is the Financial Intelligence Unit report of 2020. Madam Speaker, permit me briefly to tell the country what is the vision and mission of the FIU. And it should be our collective vision and mission here today. The vision of the FIU is for Trinidad and Tobago to have a strong and dynamic financial and business sector, free from money laundering. That is what we are about here today. Financing of terrorism, that's what we are about today. Financial crimes and other financial crimes. That is the vision of the FIU. And what is its mission? And this is where I want the people of St. Joseph and all other constituencies who are right-minded to think about. To effectively detect, which is what this legislation is about, and deter money laundering and financing of terrorism in collaboration with local law enforcement. This bill speaks to that. Regulators, this bill speaks to that. And international counterparts. We cannot do this alone. We need to work with Interpol. Because financial crimes cross borders. And this is what I want the country to focus on. Thereby contributing towards a safe and stable financial, social, and economic environment. Let me just repeat that last line, because this is what everyone wants. Contributing towards a safe, because you cannot separate white-collar crime from blue-collar crime, as the Honorable Prime Minister said when he piloted. Stable financial, social, and economic environment. The question needs to be asked, Madam Speaker, why is this objectionable to the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar led opposition? Why is this not our collective mission and vision? Why? That is the question. How this legislation, and I want to congratulate the Attorney General for bringing this, how this legislation works with other measures. It is a suite of other measures. No one piece of legislation works alone to combat crime. Madam Speaker, this House would have enacted the miscellaneous provisions POCA 2019 legislation. The Proceeds of Crime Act, Large Transactions Order 2019. All of this works in tandem with what we want to do here today. Today is the cherry on top of the cake. Legal Notice number 386, Financial Obligations Amendment Regulations 2019. Miscellaneous Amendments Act 2020, E-Money Order 2020, the Real Estate Act 2020, because real estate transactions is a form of money laundering. And you need whistleblowers there. And the Non-Profit Organizations Registration Act number 7 of 2019. All of this piloted by the Honorable Attorney General. This is for our benefit. Madam Speaker, if anybody wanted any proof that the FIU, as mentioned in the schedule of this bill, is a key source of information of why you need whistleblowing legislation, I quote the following figures to you, Madam Speaker, taken from the FIU TT report of 2020. Suspicious transactions reports and suspicious activity reports. Madam Speaker, the relevance of this is to be found in the definition section of this bill of what an organization is, and under Section 7, which deals with protected disclosures, and Section 11, which deals with internal disclosures. Listen to this. From 2010 to 2020, a 10-year period, the number of suspicious transaction reports, STRs and SARs, went up in 2010 from 111, and listen to this, 10 years later, 2020, 1,831. Do we need any more proof that we need whistleblowing legislation? But, Madam Speaker, the number of transactions isn't the important issue. Listen to the money value of those transactions. I had to count the zeros. You know, 1 million is 1 and 6 zeros? Well, this one has 9 zeros, billions. The money value of those 1,831 STRs and SARs, I don't know if the country ready to hear this, but this is the figure. TT, 27 billion, 13 million, $69,082. $27 billion worth of suspicious transactions. We need whistleblowing legislation, because if we don't, colleagues next door, we will have more Hindu credit unions, international trusts, FCB share issues, CLICOs. Do we want that? I don't think anyone here wants that. But when you read that report, and this is anchored in Section 7 of this bill, suspected criminal conduct, tax evasion, 539 reports. That's why you need a revenue authority to work in tandem with whistleblowing. Tax evasion, not tax avoidance. This is money owed to the taxpayer to pay for medicine, to pay old age pension. That is what you need that money for. And there's a distinction between tax evasion and tax avoidance. Tax evasion is illegal. Money laundering, 530 reports. Suspicious financial activities, 401 reports. Fraud, 205 reports. And listen to this, human trafficking and drug trafficking. Do we as a country want to leave this legacy of tax evasion, money laundering, suspicious financial activity, fraud, drug trafficking, and human trafficking to our children? Madam Speaker, what I just read out to this country is a country that is steeped in corruption, that is countrywide, that corruption is endemic, and eats away at the moral fiber of a country. But we are here today as parliamentarians to do our duty to our 41 constituencies. And that duty as parliamentarians and as politicians is to pass legislation. Legislation that will serve not only this generation, if we pass it here today, but our children and our grandchildren. Madam Speaker, the day for talk, the time for talk is over. The time for mudslinging is over. The time for making allegations, that time is over. The country looks to us today for leadership. The country looks at us today for leadership that will stand the test of time. And for generations of parliamentarians to come, they will look back on this day, Friday, the 4th of February, 2022. And if we all vote for this piece of legislation, all of us, UNC, PNM, we would have been said to have done the country's business. And as my political leader said when he piloted, we put the politics aside for once and do what is right for Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the constituency of St. Joseph, I thank you for this opportunity and good day to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, firstly for the recognition and allowing me to contribute on this bill before this August chamber, a bill entitled the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2022. Madam Speaker, I would just like the opportunity just to do one response to the member who spoke before, and I am hearing his plea in respect of doing the right thing. And we, on this side, has always acted in the best interests of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. And I wish he would have heard his sentiments when the procurement legislation would have been brought to this Parliament previously. So I just leave that right there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are here to discuss the whistleblower legislation, and hot off the press, as you would want to say, Madam Speaker, almost like the Express today. Someone just told us on this side, and we are advised, and I'm asking the question here today, whether there was a meeting between the Honorable Attorney General and a few heads of his department, wherein he advised by the end of March a policy requiring proof of vaccination for staff at the AG office is required for payment. I ask that, please. So that is, we are dealing with whistleblowing.
48-1.
An objection has been raised.
Well, what does this have? Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order. 48-1. Last I checked, we're dealing with whistleblowing legislation, issues of corruption that you'll be all too familiar with. And I don't see how vaccination gets into this.
And I rule in favor of the member for Port of Spain.
Pardon?
North St. Anne's West.
Yes, Madam Speaker. So those issues and whistleblowing continues to be very active in this society, with or without this legislation in this Parliament here today, as we have received information, as I have indicated a couple of minutes ago. Now, Madam Speaker, would you promise thirsty people water from a well and then give them a bottomless bucket to fetch that water for themselves? That does not make sense, Madam Speaker, does it? Well, not unless you are the PNM government. And this is what we are seeing happening here today.
1 minute, please. Member, when a member stands to raise a point of order, the protocol is that you stop, okay, and allow the member to raise the point of order. Now, sometimes one doesn't see.
Yes, because I'm telling this way.
We're not having a conversation. I'm on my legs.
Certainly.
But I am almost satisfied from the position you stand and the direction you're facing that you should be able to see. Okay? Maybe if it is that you have spectacles, it may help. Okay? But please, abide by the protocol. Attorney General.
I rise on standing order 48-1, 48-4, and 48-6.
Okay, so I'll allow you to continue on the point that you're making.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your ruling. And that is what we are happening here today, Madam Speaker, with this bill. The proposed legislation, Madam Speaker, in the present form, is nothing more than a bottomless bucket that this government is asking the opposition to support. And if we do not support this bill, Madam Speaker, what will be the narrative? The narrative will be that the UNC and the opposition are the ones who have removed the bottom of the bucket. And you know, Madam Speaker, just like every other issue, national issue affecting this country and the quality of our lives, the PNM has made whistleblower legislation into a political mamagai, political gimmick, and this, Madam Speaker, is evidenced.
All right, and as I said, I'll give you a little leeway, but the point about opposition not supporting for whatever reasons, that has been traversed a lot. All right, so I ask you to withdraw the word gimmick.
Withdraw the word?
I ask you to withdraw the word gimmick. Don't say it, just tell me you withdraw it.
Withdrawn. Right. Thank you. Now, Madam Speaker, just recently, there was an article by a journalist, one Mr. Curtis Williams. And Mr. Williams is considered one of the premier energy correspondents. And recently, in his expose, Madam Speaker, he identified the debacle that is now at the National Gas Company. And the Prime Minister referred to Mr. Williams as a weekend watchdog, Madam Speaker. So any government and any person wishing to really bring about serious whistleblowing, serious about talking about corruption, and serious about good governance will not have done that to a journalist. Would you not think so, Madam Speaker?
Number one, I'm not involved. Number one, I'm not involved in the debate. Secondly, I am giving you 1 second to tie that into this debate, or else ask you to go on.
No, Madam Speaker, that NGC matter, as I tie it in, was a source of whistleblowing. The information came from within NGC. And that is very important, Madam Speaker, because we in this country have gotten whistleblowing in our mailbox. We are accustomed to that. Now, Madam Speaker, there is a saying that when your neighbor's house on fire, you wet yours. Now, whistleblowing legislation has been existent in the United Kingdom since around the year 1998 in the form of the Public Interest Disclosure Act. Now, Madam Speaker, there was an all-parliamentary group report in July 2018 on whistleblowing itself. And according to the paper, and the name of the paper is Whistleblowing, the personal cost of doing the right thing and the cost to society of ignoring it. And in that report, Stephen Kerr, who's the MP and the chairman of the group, said, whistleblowers are the first line of defense against crime, corruption, and cover-ups. This is confirmed by the Charter Institute of Fraud, who found that 42% of internal fraud is identified by whistleblowers. Now, they have had, and they produce a 10-point plan here, which I will get to shortly, Madam Speaker. But basically, the crux of the report, Madam Speaker, is that whistleblowing legislation has not done any particular, has done a great deal of damage, Madam Speaker, I should say, to the whistleblowers. And I will get to that shortly, Madam Speaker. So, this report of July indicated quite a number of, recommendations. Now, Madam Speaker, when we look at this legislation brought before this Parliament, firstly, it lacks the institutional framework to become fully operational and to have meaningful effect. When you look at Clause 29, Madam Speaker, it says that, and I read here, the Minister may make such regulations as may be necessary or expedient for the purpose of carrying into effect the provisions of this Act. So it requires regulations to be made. And without these regulations, Madam Speaker, the proposed act will be ineffective. It will be nothing more than words written on a piece of paper, a bottomless bucket fetching water out of a well. Madam Speaker, where are the regulations? Where are the regulations? And that is one question what we must ask, because we are, in this bill, Madam Speaker, requiring a 3/5 majority. And I must say, this is the first time that I've been in this House that I am privy to a clause being put in that requires 3/5 majority. Because in the past, Madam Speaker, and in my opinion, there are other bills which would have been brought before this Honorable House, in which the usual argument of Surat and Northern Constructions were made by members on the other side. And this really arose my suspicion, because on other occasions, in my opinion, Madam Speaker, which required a 3/5 majority, those arguments were preferred by members on the other side. Be it as it may, Madam Speaker, let me remind you, and let me remind this House, that it took 6 to 7 years for regulations to be brought in respect of the Procurement Regulation, Procurement Act and legislation. Now,
yeah, so, member for Carney Central, again, we're not dealing here with the Procurement Regulations Act. That's already gone. Could you please focus on this bill and your contribution?
Certainly, Madam Speaker. So the point is, Madam Speaker, that with all these regulations, the government is asking us today to say, and they are saying by this bill, that this bill is inconsistent with Section 4 and Section 5 rights and so forth. And they are asking us, Madam Speaker, to approve this bill in its current form without the regulations being put forward. And the simple point is that the last time they were asked to bring regulations to this House, it took 6 years, and I move on. Let me also remind this Honorable House that the Sex Offenders Registry took almost 2 decades.
Member, I have just ruled on that when you brought up the point with the procurement regulation. Could you kindly move on?
Certainly, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I see in the bill that under the definitions section, we have something called improper conduct. And improper conduct means any one criminal offense. Now, Madam Speaker, my question is, and maybe someone on the other side be able to answer this question. Criminal offense, is the government trying to create, I'm not asking guardingly, a parallel system? Because there are avenues that exist for the reporting of criminal offenses. And is it that the government is trying to create a parallel avenue for the reporting of criminal offenses? Because one can easily go to the police station and make a report. But is it that there is a low degree of confidence in the police service? And does that the low degree of confidence in the police service is as a result, Madam Speaker, of the recent activities in respect of an public institution, an independent public institution in which certain activities occurred? And I ask that I move on, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I bring the same point in respect of a parallel system, improper conduct E, conduct that is likely to threaten or damage the environment. We have the AMA. And then I go back to D, conduct that is likely to threaten the health or safety of a person. Now, we have the OSH Act in place, and we have the agencies such as the OSH Agency and the OSH Authority, which are also highlighted here as designated authorities. So, is it a parallel system? And when you go down to H, conduct that tends to show unfair discrimination on the basis of gender, race, place of origin, social class, color, religion, or political opinion. And then those are some of the things which are also covered, which will be done by the Equal Opportunities Commission. So the question is, yeah, we have these definitions of improper conduct, but there are other institutions that exist which will almost form a parallel system. Madam Speaker, when you look at clause 12, an employer shall have in operation internal procedures for receiving and dealing with disclosures relating to his organization. Now, shall is mandatory in law. And so it says that the employer shall. So you are required, all businesses, all public and private enterprises are required by this act to have internal procedures for receiving and dealing with disclosures. But, Madam Speaker, when you look at clause 15 and you go to 15.1, an employee of an organization may make an external disclosure if A, the organization has no internal procedures. Now, are you mandated by 12.1 to have internal procedures? But now in 15.1a, there's a clause if an organization has no internal procedure. So there is a conflict in respect of these two clauses, which hopefully someone on the government side will address shortly. Madam Speaker, when you look at 17.2, and may I ask how much time I have again, please?
5, 14, 38.
14?
5, 14, and 38 seconds.
Thank you. 17.2. The minister shall lay a report submitted under subsection 1, I'm looking at 17.2, in the Senate and the House of Representatives not later than the 31st of May in each year. Madam Speaker, we are not, that does not give us any encouragement or confidence that the government is going to do that. By recent actions of the government, and I say, for example, in respect of the NIB reports, which the member for Barataria Sawa had to do certain things, in respect of the local government.
I believe that is coming up on the matter for the adjournment. Yes? Please go on to something else.
Again, in respect of the EBC report, those things were not laid in the time they ought to be laid. So this gives us no confidence that having this clause in the bill, that the government is going to act in respect and in a manner in which they ought to. Madam Speaker, as my limited time that I have left, I want to point to another report also made by the All-Parliamentary Group of Whistleblowing, and there were some key findings in the other report of July 2019, and the key findings are whistleblowing cases have a low success rate. Only 12% of those cases are successful. Whistleblowers suffer more and longer than before. 40% of whistleblowers report going on sick leave. 3, less whistleblowers than before have access to legal representation. 4, whistleblowing cases commonly include discrimination claim, yet those are least successful whistleblowing cases. So basically, this all-party group is saying that the whistleblowers have suffered more as a result of the whistleblowing legislation in the United Kingdom. And Madam Speaker, in this last minute here that I have, I just want to indicate that one of the recommendations coming out of this committee is that an independent office, such as a regulator, ombudsman, with regional centers, so that it takes it away from the confines of the of the company and put it into an independent office, better legal protections for whistleblowers, as well as some specialist independent tribunals to hear these matters on whistleblowing. Madam Speaker, I believe my time is spent, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Member for Lupino Bonner.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I feel privileged to make a brief intervention in this debate on this bill that was piloted earlier on this morning by the Honorable Prime Minister and the Member of Parliament for Diego Martin West. And an act, or rather a bill, Madam Speaker, to combat corruption and other wrongdoings by encouraging and facilitating disclosure of improper conduct in the public and private sector, to protect persons making those disclosures from detrimental action, to regulate the receiving, investigating, or otherwise dealing with the disclosure of improper conduct, and to provide for other matters connected herewith. Madam Speaker, as a young member of Parliament serving in this term, the second year, I thought it was very important to enter into this debate as a PNM Member of Parliament to add my support and my voice to a very critical piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, that will act in the interest, or rather protect the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, all the speakers went before me, especially those on the government side, have all made a very convincing case to the people of Trinidad and Tobago as to why we need to protect whistleblowers in our fight against corruption and white-collar crime in Trinidad and Tobago. I was so happy when the Prime Minister, in opening this debate, was very skillful to demonstrate, not only to this Parliament, but speaking to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, by not accusing anyone, especially those on the other side, of any wrongdoing, but in a very powerful way, articulating his position that we have a corruption problem in Trinidad and Tobago that is costing this country billions of dollars. But when I look on the other side, Madam Speaker, especially those who entered Parliament with me for the very first time, the younger members of Parliament on the UNC side, I thought that they would have taken an opportunity to demonstrate to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, yes, we accept that we have a corruption problem in Trinidad and Tobago, and at least we could hold hands together and demonstrate to the young people of Trinidad and Tobago that we could collaborate and pass laws and legislation to protect the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I was very disappointed, Madam Speaker, and very disappointing up to this point in time. At 5:18 p.m., starting this debate at 10 a.m. this morning, that not one member of the opposition has stood up in this Parliament and demonstrated a willingness to support this government in its fight against crime and corruption in Trinidad and Tobago. What we have experienced so far is limbo dancing, engaging in all kinds of arguments of legalese, pointing to clause and misrepresenting what the bill is offering to protect whistleblowers, those persons who would have seen and witnessed wrongdoing in their organization, and feeling that sense of protection that they can come out and divulge information to protect the interests of their organization and by extension the country. And up to now, up to this point in time at 5:19 p.m., not one young member of the opposition can demonstrate to the children of this country that we could put aside politics and work with the government as parliamentarians, as persons who take a serious oath of office to protect the national interests, to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Not one at this point in time can say, at least we could agree, that we have a corruption problem in Trinidad and Tobago and it is our duty to fix it. The Member of Parliament for Diego Martin Northeast and all members on this side would have demonstrated and shown evidence of all the countries in Malaysia, in New Zealand, in Jamaica, that would have passed similar legislation to protect whistleblowers and persons who would want to come forward and give critical information in the prosecution of crime and wrongdoing. He would have demonstrated that. But over and over again during the last 12 months sitting in this parliament and passing similar types of legislation, somehow Trinidad and Tobago is coming last in the passing of critical legislation to protect the public's interests. It happened recently with the Revenue Authority. And now today...
Madam Speaker, with all due respect to my colleague 55(1)B and 48(1), I'm failing to see the relevance of his arguments at this stage.
Okay, Member, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Trinidad and Tobago Parliament, there is a habit where deeply entrenched laws that have their jurisprudence and have their precedence in most Commonwealth jurisdictions always seem to be late off the mark. And when we come here and we encourage members of the UNC to support us, to support whistleblowers, we hear all kinds of hollow arguments as to why they cannot do it. The member for Superior, SCMP, stood there for 20 minutes engaging in all kinds of arguments, legal arguments, nitpicking at various clauses in the bill, and trying to convince the children of this country why they don't need whistleblowing legislation to protect their interests. It saddens me. It saddens me as a young member of parliament. I feel sorry for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, especially the children, who are expecting us to pass legislation to protect their interests. But we have 19 members of parliament who are not prepared to protect their interests by passing this legislation. We could have come here, Madam Speaker, and stand for 20 minutes to talk about the Piaco Airport corruption scandal case. I could have come here, Madam Speaker, and talk for 20 minutes about corruption in the land acquisition process. I recall, Madam Speaker, when I was head of the legal department and Ministry of Works and Transport, the first thing that greeted me when I got there were boxes of documents coming from the bowels of the licensing office. And I was told by the permanent secretary that they all represented illegal registration of vehicles in Trinidad and Tobago, disclosed by a whistleblower. So we have problems. We have problems. As parliamentarians, as ministers of government, we are seen as corrupt and we are seen as part of the problem. And today we have a duty and we have a responsibility to demonstrate to the country in a very powerful manner. We know how you feel about us. It is not entirely true, despite the fact that we have evidence over the years of ministers of government, former attorney general facing the court on corruption charges. And we understand your cry, and we know that you are looking for leadership. But you have 41 members of parliament who are willing to put our hands on deck and our collective hands together to pass legislation like this whistleblower bill to protect your interests. But we have 19 members out of the 41 that are not prepared to do it. But, Madam Speaker, we on this side will do what we can do. We will use our 22 votes and we will protect the public's interest with our 22 votes. And if the UNC, in their usual style, wishes to place their objection and their obstruction, then so be it. But history will be unkind to all of them. But they have an opportunity to enter into this debate and come to the table to protect the country's interests. And I still hold out some hope that they will come to the table and protect the country's interests by supporting this whistleblower legislation. And if they fail to do it, I say shame on all of them. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Keith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to the Whistleblower Protection Bill of 2022. And Madam Speaker, before I begin to say that I agree with everything that all my colleagues on this side have said. Now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to analyze this bill not in what has traditionally been done in the debate today, but in terms of what is currently happening in Trinidad and Tobago and for that matter, the entire world. If we go to the definition section of the bill, improper conduct was defined as, in Part D, conduct that is likely to threaten the health or safety of a person. So, Madam Speaker, whistleblowing does not always have to involve a financial issue or a terrorism issue or a money laundering issue. It can also involve a healthcare issue. And what I have found, Madam Speaker, in England, it has not worked in England. In the 6th report of the House of Commons Health Committee in England, the NHS was found to be largely unsupportive of whistleblowing. And many of the staff, including doctors, were fearful of the consequences of going outside official channels to bring about light on unsafe care. They went on to say that we recommend that the Department of Health bring proposals on how to improve the situation. So, Madam Speaker, England has implemented whistleblower legislation, but it has not worked in the healthcare sector. In Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker, we are in dire need for improvement in our healthcare system. But is this bill, in its present form, the means to achieve this? So, Madam Speaker, so who is a whistleblower? A whistleblower may be defined as a person who raises concern about wrongdoing. And it's a quintessentially English term, and it is derived from police officers blowing their whistle to alert colleagues and the public when they saw a crime being committed and they needed assistance. So that is where the term comes from. So, Madam Speaker, in a global pandemic with over 3,000 deaths in Trinidad and Tobago, may they rest in peace, how does this protect a healthcare worker that wishes to divulge information about what is happening in our nation's hospitals? So, Madam Speaker, in terms of clinical evaluation, there are 4 situations in which a clinician may consider raising concerns. Firstly, Madam Speaker, they may report the systemic failure of a regional health authority to provide adequate nursing resources. Secondly, Madam Speaker, they may be requesting a review of clinical outcomes of an entire department. Thirdly, they may be reviewing poor clinical outcomes of a single practitioner. And fourthly, they may be anticipating and reporting a single catastrophic event. So, Madam Speaker, we have had numerous cases of doctors, nurses, and even patients who survived COVID-19 in Trinidad and Tobago to tell the nation of the horror story that is the parallel healthcare system. And why has this happened? Madam Speaker, in the Trinidad Express, in an article on the 14th of December of 2021, titled "Hopeless at Mount Hope," a junior doctor did what he could to become a whistleblower. And he went to the Express, he spoke on a condition of anonymity, calling on the Ministry of Health to address the concerns of staff at the time. And chief of his concerns, Madam Speaker, was the issue of understaffing, which he said left junior doctors physically, emotionally, and mentally exhausted. He also said, Madam Speaker, the COVID-19 team is small, and one junior doctor sees up to 60 patients, is assigned to the responsibility of clinically managing 60 patients, and this was in December of 2021. He also said, Madam Speaker, nurses are overworked. People are missing their medication. When you have one nurse to give medication to 60 patients, when you would normally have one nurse to 5 to 10 patients. The ratios of care, Madam Speaker, what he said was stretched far beyond what they should be. So this is a whistleblower in the healthcare sector. He said doctors are rarely able to take breaks to eat or just rest. And he believed, Madam Speaker, this is what they said in the article, that if there was more staff to attend to COVID-19 patients in Trinidad and Tobago, the COVID-19 death toll may not be as high. He said doctors are trying their best to provide care given their lack of resources. He went on to say, Madam Speaker, there is no wall oxygen, and that means that's oxygen piped directly to the room. There aren't enough oxygen tanks, and a lot of the time the oxygen tanks finish, and you get the patient detail. Yeah.
So remember, this is
of course
a debate, and I understand where you're going, but could you tie in what you're saying now? You're saying this is a whistleblower, he said certain things. Tie it in now.
Okay, of course, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was going to tie it in, but it was coming a little later on. So what he said, Madam Speaker, is that the issue had been raised with the hospital's management. This is in the article, but junior doctors are fearful to speak up, as some have been reprimanded for speaking up how bad the conditions are. So that is the point I was trying to get at, Madam Speaker, right? Because he was being, they are scared of being victimized in the public healthcare system. So, Madam Speaker, just to continue, he was saying they don't have appropriate PPE, they don't have sufficient supplies, and they need more senior doctors. He went on to say, Madam Speaker, it feels as if when we speak up, it falls on deaf ears. And the Trinidad Express said at the time that they could not reach the Health Minister, Terrence Deyalsingh, for comment on the doctor's concern at the time. So, Madam Speaker, what the junior doctor was saying is that there was a systemic failure in the treatment of COVID-19 patients in our nation's hospitals, and that he was too scared to come forward and bring this information to the public authorities. So how are we to expect, Madam Speaker, that this junior doctor would write this statement, sign his name to it, submit it to his superior, and we would expect this to happen, this would realistically happen in Trinidad and Tobago without victimization. And that is the point I was trying to make, Madam Speaker. Is this bill applicable? Because we spoke about the financial aspects of whistleblowing in terms of terrorism, in terms of fraud, but there are also other types of whistleblowing that this bill should be applicable to. So, Madam Speaker, he went on to say doctors have to work sometimes without gloves in the COVID-19 wards, and junior doctors without prior COVID-19 training or emergency training are being asked to resuscitate patients without senior supervision. So, Madam Speaker.
48.1. All we're hearing is the reading of some article on COVID.
This is not about COVID. So, member, the thing about it is that I appreciate what you are trying to do. I can't allow you to stand up and read or regurgitate an entire article. Okay, so that I think you're trying to make a particular point. You've tied it into the matter for the debate, and I'll ask you to go on to something else.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. So what I have found from my research, Madam Speaker, is that doctors, they are too fearful, in this case, being victimized. And when you review what that junior doctor has said, it applies directly to the 4 cases or instances of clinical mismanagement that can occur in a public healthcare system. So, firstly, the reporting of a systemic failure of a regional health authority.
But you've made that point. What I'm saying is, tie it in to what we have before us. You were not to regurgitate what you've already said about the 4 instances you've given. A real life example.
I was going to tighten.
And please do it now.
Yeah, so what I was going to apply to Trinidad and Tobago's case, right, where the systemic failure of a regional health authority to provide adequate nursing resources, this would be applicable to what is happening at the Mount Hope Hospital. And
point of order, Madam Speaker. This has absolutely nothing to do with any clause in the bill, not even a sub-clause in the bill. 48.1.
Okay, and again, member for Caroni East, you pointed out what improper conduct could be under that B of the definition, and you've shown how it applies. All right, so this is not a debate on the healthcare system or a debate on COVID. You've already shown the nexus, how it can apply, how that could constitute improper conduct, and I therefore invite you to go on to another point.
No problem.
Okay, please.
So, Madam Speaker, in the United Kingdom, they have the Public Interest Disclosure Act, PIDA, of 1998, which was passed to protect whistleblowers in wake of the Bristol pediatric cardiac surgery scandal. And what a committee has found in the United Kingdom is that this whistleblower legislation in the United Kingdom has not adequately protected whistleblowers, adding common standards for their protection seem a long way off.
Order.
So, Madam Speaker, what I'm trying...
Madam Speaker, point of order, 48.1. What does UK legislation, clauses in UK legislation, sections of UK legislation have to do with this bill? None of these clauses are in the UK legislation. 48.1.
So, all right, so member, I appreciate, and I'm going to give you a little leeway to tie in what you found in that report to this bill.
Yeah, so Madam Speaker, so what they found is that their whistleblower legislation did not protect healthcare workers. So I'm trying to speak specifically about healthcare workers and not financial fraud.
Madam Speaker, 48.1, he keeps going off the bill. 48.1 into irrelevancy.
Madam Speaker, the bill is supposed to protect healthcare workers as well.
I'm on my left. And
sorry.
What I'm saying to you, member for Caroni is I appreciate the point that you've made. I'm asking you now, you've spoken about what they found in Britain. Relate that to this bill. That is the basis of the objection, which I am really upholding, but giving you an opportunity to relate that to the bill here.
Yeah, so, Madam Speaker, what I'm trying to say is that this particular bill in front of us, has not met global best practice standards, right? Clause 11, Madam Speaker, prompts concern about the independence of a reporting officer.
I'd like to hear.
Yeah.
I would really like to hear.
They should listen. So, Madam Speaker, such officers, such as the whistleblower reporting officer, may be caught in a serious conflict of interest. So, best practices, Madam Speaker, would dictate an arm's length distance between the officer and the executive of the respective organization. So, Madam Speaker, the appointment mechanism should be reviewed. Speakers before me have spoken about the qualifications of these officers. I will not go into that detail, Madam Speaker. In Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker, there are many instances of major leaks of privileged information. Confidential reports to the police service, for example, reach the ears of those who the complaints have been made against, Madam Speaker. So effective international legislation holds management accountable, Madam Speaker, and provide extensive whistleblower rights and protections. So, Madam Speaker, such legislation internationally imposes stiff penalties and effective legal recourse for acts of retaliation against persons that may infringe upon whistleblowers. So, Madam Speaker, this bill does not offer a firm assurance that a whistleblower would be protected or victimized or dismissed, Madam Speaker. And this is a disincentive against whistleblowing and could render this legislation lame and ineffective.
A heavy growing din in the chamber. In fact, the member for Caroni East has been straining to rise above it.
Very disrespectful.
I will ask all members to abide by Standing Order 53.
So, Madam Speaker, Clause 14 is not specific, and the government clearly has a reluctance to legislate appropriately on this aspect of the law. Many clauses of this bill are ambiguous and leaves room for interpretation, Madam Speaker. And, they should link, specifically with this bill, they should link the clauses of this bill to existing OSHA law. So, for example, healthcare workers will know what level of protection that they have.
1B. That was Caroni South.
Okay. So I'm still going to give you some leeway. Continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the private sector has been brought under the ambit of this regulation. So, practitioners such as myself as a dentist would be under this legislation. But it's difficult to understand why private entities were included into this bill, which should be meant for the management of taxpayers' funds, Madam Speaker. There are tens of thousands of small and medium-sized businesses in Trinidad and Tobago, and there must be uniformity in dealing with private companies and not just say that they can all establish their own mechanisms. Madam Speaker, again, this legislation has fallen short. Purposeful action, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this legislation would be meaningless if there is not timely, appropriate, and purposeful action by public sector, Madam Speaker. State entities must acquaint themselves with the stipulations of this law, and companies must enact strong codes of ethics and programs on principle to assure fair treatment of workers and moral business practices, Madam Speaker. So speakers before me said that the legal terms should be understood by all, and I have a misgiving. I'm not sure that it would be understood by all. Companies need to apply compliance officers to make sure that measures are conformed with. But there's a high level of non-conformance or compliance in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. There are regular breaches of the Companies Act and of OSHA regulations, and no one is brought to justice in Trinidad and Tobago. Justice is slow and it's sparse in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. So the government, should they intend to go forward with this bill, they must have extensive and effective public education campaign. Employers, Madam Speaker, must be mandated to properly inform their employees of their rights. And employees must know what are their relevant legal rights, Madam Speaker. And this campaign must be rigorous. It must be sustained. You know, the government just dropped this bill on us, and they did not do the necessary groundwork with the public to inform them of the pros and cons of this bill and to educate them and proper consultation for them to understand, do they really need this bill, Madam Speaker? So the government must show by lead, Madam Speaker, in creating a culture of speak up. And this administration has ignored all public reports of wrongdoing in the public sector. A speaker before me.
But I'm not going to allow you to say that.
I withdraw?
Yes, please.
So, Madam Speaker, this bill still, as I said before, doesn't meet global benchmarks. There are loopholes, there are questionable provisions, and whistleblower legislation, Madam Speaker, must meet best international practice. We also have the issue of vexatious whistleblowing, where in the healthcare sector, Madam Speaker, there's the possibility of unsubstantiated claims against against a dental practitioner, and that remains a constant possibility. So, there must be systems in place, Madam Speaker, to support and investigate suspicion rather than systems that go out looking for suspicion, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, I just wanted to add a little healthcare slant to the debate, and I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member Farima.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I join this debate in support of the legislation, the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2022. And let me first of all congratulate the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, for not only piloting the Whistleblower Protection Bill, but I also wish to recognize his very sound, meaningful, outstanding, and very clear contribution. Madam Speaker, having read the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2022 and having served in politics for a number of years, I believe that it is my duty to support this bill. As a matter of fact, I consider it a privilege to contribute to this bill, and I think is one of the more important debates that have taken place in this Parliament. Madam Speaker, why is it so important to this country for us to support this bill, for members of Parliament to support this bill? And I am certain that the majority of us here in this Parliament today must be concerned about this issue of corruption in Trinidad and Tobago. As a matter of fact, I would find it very difficult as a politician who wants to do the right thing to vote against this bill. And I would like to think that all right-thinking politicians will vote in favor of this bill. And I am happy to be part of a government who has the strength to do the right thing by bringing this Whistleblower Protection Bill before this Parliament today. Now, as we listen to the contributions on the other side, we are reminded once again why this is important. To oppose this bill, in my humble view, is to oppose the battle against corruption and wrongdoing. So, at the end of the day, the approach of the opposition comes as no surprise. Now, unfortunately, whilst their discourse may be impassioned, as is customary, it is full of misinformation and falsehoods. What has come out clearly in this debate, Madam Speaker, is that they are not very keen to combat corruption and protect those who stand up against it. What has some of the statements been made by some of my colleagues on the other side? it was the member for Caroni Central, for example, who uses the data from one of the documents he referred to by talking about the fact that in England you have a 12% success rate. My honourable colleague that spoke a while ago, the honourable member for Caroni East, used instances in the health profession to explain why he is of the view that this bill will be unsuccessful. The honourable leader of the opposition spoke about the fact that this bill will fail once it's challenged in the court. Now, whilst they're entitled to their view, we are not of that view. We are firmly of the view that this bill, this whistleblower protection bill, is absolutely necessary. Now, what are they trying to say to the public? As is customary, they are trying to say to the public, as always, that whatever bill the government brings is not going to be successful. Whatever bill the government brings should not be supported. And they put forward all sorts of instances, as usual, to misinform the public and convince the public that this government is doing the right thing. I want to say to Trinidad and Tobago, the population of Trinidad and Tobago who is listening, that this government is not afraid if the opposition puts forward that the bill will not be successful. We have a responsibility to do the right thing. The Honourable Prime Minister made that promise during our election campaign, and one thing is certain, is that a number of speakers on the government side made it very clear that there are a number of countries in the world who have taken the position about the importance of whistleblower legislation. Now, the fact that you may not be successful and that you may have only a 12% success rate, as the Honourable Member for Caroni Central stated, is not a reason for not piloting the bill. As a matter of fact, there are a number of countries where that rate, that 12% rate, may be very similar. But we know that when you're dealing with the issue of whistleblowing, it's not a simple matter. But the fact that it's not a simple matter, it is not sufficient for this government to say that we will not have whistleblower legislation because in many countries in the world it has not been successful. That is not good enough. We have a responsibility as the government of Trinidad and Tobago, I maintain, to do what is right. We have a responsibility to protect whistleblowers, and therefore our responsibility is to bring this legislation. We know it is about protecting the people. Step forward and call out wrongdoings. Who would oppose that? Who would oppose a government doing what is right? So is it that you are simply going to say that, okay, in England, they have a 12% success rate. It's a waste of time. Don't bother. We will not say that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And we agree that people have a right to ask questions, especially as technology is reshaping every aspect of our lives. But we must be mindful of how these issues are viewed overseas, because Trinidad and Tobago's leadership across Latin America and the Caribbean region depends on the example that we set, upon our openness as a government, upon our commitment to stand with those who do right and hold accountable those who do wrong. In other words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have to do the right thing because it is the right thing. Now, much has been said on the other side, but it does not matter so much whether the government or the opposition has confidence in the whistleblower bill. What matters most is whether the people who will need the protections have confidence in the act to protect them. Passing the bill is an important step in our effort to disrupt corruption. It does not give any power to anyone except to the people who work in the public interest. The bill protects even the unprotected if they come into the public light. Mr. Deputy Speaker, by Clause 10, an anonymous disclosure would not be a protected disclosure. However, if the identity of the person making any anonymous disclosure becomes known, the disclosure shall be deemed to be protected to be protected disclosure as if it had not been made anonymously. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for me, having listened to all my colleagues on the other side, the posture of the opposition, and you can almost say their mantra is that the duty of the opposition is to oppose. And as customary, you have some members in particular of the opposition presenting to this House today what I will call very obtuse arguments against the legislation that in our humble view is meant to benefit the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's an old African proverb that says, when dry bones are mentioned, old people feel uneasy. The reaction to this proposed legislation from the other side projects a lot of disquiet and unease. And I ask the question, why? Now, we all know that corruption is one of the biggest threats to the survival of any nation. Many of my colleagues on the other side spoke about the fear of reprisals. But it's the said fear of reprisals is one reason many people turn a blind eye to corruption. This legislation, the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2022, enshrines in law protection for those who come forward to help us to root out corruption and deserve the support of every well-meaning citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. But sadly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as we have seen before us today, the fight against corruption does not seem to be welcome by some in this chamber. Whistleblower legislation enables us as a people to stop nefarious white-collar crimes and other illicit activities. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it is therefore very easy to conclude that anyone who is opposed to stopping white-collar crime and illicit activities must be in favor of white-collar crime and illicit activities, or even possibly afraid that such legislation may be applied to them. And that is why some people outside of this chamber are raising baseless and spurious arguments against whistleblower legislation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, and we have heard some of those arguments echoed in this very chamber today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is no reason why the people of Trinidad and Tobago should not be afforded the best possible laws and legal framework to fight, defeat, and eliminate corruption. Politicians are often accused of not fulfilling their promises, and therefore, I want to again congratulate the Honorable Prime Minister who made this promise, and as leader of the People's National Movement, he indicated to the people of Trinidad and Tobago that at the earliest opportunity, this bill would have been brought to the Parliament, and he has demonstrated that he is a man to his word. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the challenge before us today is to see how many from the other side, who all claim to love Trinidad and Tobago, are prepared to stand up and do the right thing. I wish to remind this Honourable House of words of the Irish philosopher Edmund Burke, who said in his work titled Thoughts on the Cause of the Present Discontents, written in 1770, when bad men combine, the good must associate, else they will fall one by one, an unpitied sacrifice in contemptible struggle, unquote. Mr. Deputy Speaker, some scholars contend that Burke's quote was paraphrased to the more popular attribution that says, the only thing necessary for triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. So the question before us today is how many members on the other side, as I said before, are prepared to do nothing. At the end of the day, I just want to close by saying that what exactly does this bill seek to do? It seeks, and I think it's important that I make this statement for members of the public who are listening. What it seeks to do is to protect whistleblowers from detrimental action. We are trying to make it law that persons, mostly public servants, who patriotically report wrongdoing in any and all of the 3 branches of government will not be unfairly subject to disciplinary action, or demoted, or harassed, intimidated, or victimized, transferred against their will, unfairly refused transfer or promotion, subject to a term or condition of employment or retirement from employment that is altered to his or her disadvantage, provided with an adverse reference or refused a reference, unfairly denied appointment to any employment, profession, or office, threatened with any of the actions specified in paragraph 8H that I just read out, otherwise adversely affected in respect of his or her employment, profession, office, or otherwise suffering injury, loss, or damage in relation to his or her employment, family, life, career, profession, trade, or business. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thought it very important that I should share with the members of the public those very important aspects of the legislation. So let me close by saying there are men and women in our public service who work every day in the public interest, and they do so because they love this country called Trinidad and Tobago, and because they are patriots. I believe that it is our duty and our sworn obligation that when they lawfully raise their voices on behalf of ordinary citizens of this country, we, as their elected representatives, live up to the same ideals that motivate them. With these few words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you very much.
Chief Whip. Chief Whip, Leader of the House. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister, you have 45 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, colleagues all, your attention and your participation in this debate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was hoping that this being such a clear and present danger in Trinidad and Tobago, that all members of this House would have been moved to get to the rampart so as to protect the greater interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I must say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that accustomed as I am to not seeing the kinds of cooperation in this House that could make life better for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, that on this occasion, at least on a matter that we are all agreed that there would have been some semblance of hope that the possibility to use this tool to facilitate the amelioration of corruption in Trinidad and Tobago would have got wider support. Instead, I have not heard one of my colleagues from either side make the point that corruption is not a major problem in Trinidad and Tobago. And therefore, I assume and concur that corruption is a major problem in Trinidad and Tobago. What I've heard from colleagues on my side is that we should and we must do something, and this is one of those things that we should do. But unfortunately, what I've heard from the other side, representing people as we are on this side, are lots of examples of how whistleblowing has taken place in Trinidad and Tobago, and therefore there is no need for this legislation. What a fallacious and self-serving argument. I even heard fabricated foolishness as justification for not providing support. And I speak here specifically of the horribly disappointing disposition of my colleague from Oropouche East, who in this debate found space and time to say that the engineering issue on the creek, where there's some subsidence where a road is being built between the lagoon and the sea, that the collapse is as a result of rock being brought from Tobago. And if we had brought rock from St. Lucia, the collapse would not have taken place, and therefore we don't need whistleblowing legislation. Because he has blown the whistle on that folly. I simply want to say, since it has been brought into this debate, that it ought not to be left on the record, that the rock at the creek, the armor rock that is protecting the road from the sea, yes, it came from Tobago. It's andesite. The rock that is supposed to be imported from St. Lucia is andesite. And there's absolutely no difference in geological composition or engineering quality between those two sources, except that one is available in the country, in the government quarry in Tobago, and the other has to be bought by foreign exchange. What does that have to do with whistleblowing? Except that the member for Oropouche East thought that that would assist in making a case against this legislation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we need to get serious in Trinidad and Tobago. We don't have all the time. Not only on this issue, but I reflect on whither goes the country and what does the future hold for our young people who are today young but will not always be young. Some are in school, if they are in school at all. Others are young people who would like to have a home, raise a family. And others are, in fact, waiting on a pension that has to be paid by monies not yet earned. Whither goes Trinidad and Tobago? The time has come, if it has not long passed, to stop the foolishness that is going on in Trinidad and Tobago. Otherwise, we will run out of the ability to shape our destiny. Because if we could sit here for the whole day and talk about and not be able to say that we do not have a corruption problem, but on the other hand to agree that we do have a serious one, but there's no need for whistleblowing. In other words, what is going on must continue. What is hidden must remain hidden so that the beneficiaries of the corruption can benefit from the delays and the secrecy and continue to act with impunity. I want to repeat what I said earlier this morning, that when those people do that, the worst effect that it will have on this country is to cause other people who would otherwise have behaved properly to change their perspective on national development and on patriotism and believe that they too should join the band, and it can only get worse, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker.
That this House to now adjourn to Friday, the 11th day of February at 1:30 p.m. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at that time we will do the summary courts bill.
Friday the 11th, you said, right?
Next Friday, Friday the 11th at 1:30.
Honorable members, there are two matters that qualify to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of the House.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have moved a motion for adjournment. There is nobody here to discuss any of the matters or the motions on the adjournment.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you could be minded that I did have a conversation with you and advise the Leader of Government Business accordingly.
Madam Speaker, I have not been advised of anything. I heard the acting whip say that I was advised, but I have not been advised of any. I'm on my legs. I'm on my legs, please. I have not been advised of anything, Madam Speaker, and I've moved the motion for the adjournment, and we're now in a state of stasis because none of the members have got up when the Deputy Speaker indicated that there were two matters. Nobody rose on the other side. There certainly aren't matters on our side.
All right, so just 1 minute, just so that we are clear. There is one matter on the adjournment. The member for Oropuch West, in writing, asked for his matter to be deferred. So that to correct the record, there's just one matter that is on the adjournment. All right? And I believe that matter is in the name of the member of St. Augustine. She is now here. Member for St. Augustine.
Madam Speaker, my name is Khadija Amin, and I am a patriot of Trinidad and Tobago.
Excuse me,
and
you mean you're the member for St. Augustine?
Yes.
Yes, please.
And it is in defense of democracy that I bring this motion. This is a motion to condemn the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government for his failure to lay the 10th report of the Election and Boundaries Commission under the Municipal Corporations Act 2504 and the Election and Boundaries Commission Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly Act Chapter 2550 for the purposes of local government elections in the House in a timely manner, which was sent to him by the EBC in June of 2021, pursuant to the EBC Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly Act. Madam, Madam Speaker, the EBC is required to submit a report not less than 2 but no more than 3 years from the date of submission of the last report. The 9th report was laid on June 12, 2017. The 10th report was due to be laid in this House on June of 2020. In July of 2020, legislation was passed in the House of Representatives, which provided that notwithstanding subsection 2, the 10th report of the EBC shall be submitted on or before the 11th of June 2021. And it is our understanding that the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development is in fact in receipt of this report, and he received this report since June of 2021. Now, Madam Speaker, why is this report important? This report is significant because it sets out the boundaries for seats within regional corporations in local government. And what it does is that it allows the EBC to define and review boundaries of the electoral districts within each municipality and submit it to the minister. They will make recommendations and send a draft report, which the minister can accept and lay in the House, or him and the cabinet can make changes and bring it to the Parliament. And when that report, with or without changes, come, if there are changes, the minister will bring the report along with a statement to explain the reasons for the changes. If when that report, whether it is modified or not, is rejected by this House, or for some reason it is withdrawn by the minister can amend the report and bring it back to the same Parliament for that draft report to be again considered. If, however, and which most often happens, if the House approves the report, the minister then submits it to the President, who will make an order in accordance with the law. But what we have seen here seems to be a deliberate something that is happening. And it is not the first time, Madam Speaker, the PNM has a history of postponing elections. Madam Speaker, I was first elected a councillor in the year 2003. And an election was due in 2006. And I remember the then PNM government postponing local government election year in, year out, 2007, 2008, 2009, by coming to Parliament and using their simple majority to postpone, to extend the life of local government for 1 more year, and so denying people the opportunity to vote according to our democratic right in this country. And it wasn't until Kamla Persad-Bissessar became Prime Minister in 2010 that a local government election was called and the people were allowed to vote in July of 2010. And there was a whitewash. The UNC won 10, the UNC and the People's Partnership won 10 out of the 14 regional corporations. And I wonder if the PNM at that time suppressed the elections because they know that public favor was not with them. Madam Speaker, and under this present PNM administration, the same thing seems to be happening over and over. There was a PNM council, there were 2 councillors who died, one for the Belmont electoral district and one in Barataria. That was a couple of years ago. And it wasn't until the opposition threatened legal action that the Prime Minister announced the elections for both Barataria and Belmont. Recently, very recently, we had the same happen in the Debe South electoral district, where former Councillor Parshottam Singh died on February 14th of 2021. And it wasn't until the leader of opposition threatened legal action that the Prime Minister announced a by-election in Debe South, which is now carded for Monday coming, Monday 7th. And Madam Speaker, I have no doubt that the UNC's Rishad Seecheran will win that seat handsomely and represent us well. And I mentioned these things, Madam Speaker, to ask the question and to share the history of the PNM when it comes to local government, when it comes to elections, and when it comes to neglect of their duty as is required by law. Why would the PNM hide this report? Is it incompetence? Did someone who had a responsibility in the process from the report being sent by the EBC to it being laid in Parliament fail in their duty? Where is the Minister of Local Government, and why is he not responding to this? Is there a lack of interest from the government? And I ask this because the other option is that the PNM willfully decides they want to suppress democracy. So, Madam Speaker, the EBC also in its leg of the responsibilities set out in law, the EBC is an independent commission according to our constitution. And the EBC has an extra duty to protect its functions from political influence. So while it might have been in the public domain that some senior person in the EBC is a close relative of a former PNM minister,
I really have to stand on 48.1 with respect to where you're going. This is about the failure to lay the report.
Yes.
So I'd ask you to get back on track, please.
Yes. Yes, Madam Speaker. So the changes in boundaries must be free from political influence, but the process has a political arm that falls under the responsibility of the minister and the cabinet. Madam Speaker, on Monday, last Monday, at the UNC's virtual platform meeting, political meeting, the leader of opposition announced her intention to take legal action against the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, the Honorable Colm Hussein. He's not here today, unfortunately. And she said that the member for Superior indicated she will lay the report and get a court order she will file for a court order to be obtained for this boundary report to come to Parliament. On Monday, I filed this motion, and it was met with approval. And then subsequently, I saw a supplemental order paper where the report surfaced. But the question, and which is why I kept the motion, and I read the motion, because the question still remains. The Minister of Local Government failed to lay the report when it came to him. The UNC, as a political party with an interest in democracy, has been looking out for this report. When we did not see it, our General Secretary wrote to the EBC on the 18th of January to inquire about the status of this report, and which is when we were told that it was in fact sent to the Minister in June of 2021. So I asked the question, since the Minister received the report, did he not question where it went? If he did in fact send it to Parliament, how did it not surface?
Member for St. Augustine, your time is now spent. The Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I respond on behalf of the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, and indeed on behalf of the Government of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I listened attentively to what was just placed on the Hansard of this Parliament, of this House of Representatives. And I find the actions of the member for St. Augustine to be particularly unfortunate, to be bordering almost on being deceitful. And Madam Speaker,
to use another word, to withdraw that word and use another word, please.
I apologize, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, I'm really disturbed that the member for St. Augustine...
Have you withdrawn the word?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I withdraw.
Thank you.
And I apologize. Madam Speaker, I find the actions of the member for St. Augustine, I repeat, particularly unfortunate. Madam Speaker, we in this Parliament have traditionally observed certain practices. And in fact, one such practice is that the office of the Parliament or parliamentary staff are not normally brought into the discourse on the floor of the Parliament or into a situation that the staff of the Parliament is taken to task. Madam Speaker, this is not unique to our Parliament, but this practice exists in most Commonwealth parliaments. Madam Speaker, I place on the record that subsequent to the matter filed by the member for St. Augustine being approved and circulated, I was informed that an administrative error had occurred in relation to the report inadvertently not being laid. Madam Speaker, I am also informed that the member for St. Augustine was also informed that the report was in the Parliament and that there was an administrative error. And yet, Madam Speaker, the member for St. Augustine continued and persisted with this motion today. And Madam Speaker, I find that particularly disturbing because notwithstanding that information, the member came to this House today and tried to give the impression that the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government was at fault. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, she knows that that was not the case. She knew that when she stood and said what she had to say because she had been informed that there had been an administrative error. So she came here.
Member for St. Augustine, you had your opportunity to speak. And Member for St. Augustine, I'm addressing you. The first infraction is, the rule is that you wear a black mask. I didn't see it before. Okay? And Whip, you have a responsibility. Some of these errors I don't take as inadvertence. Okay? The other thing is, the member is speaking, you had your opportunity to speak.
Madam Speaker, the member was informed that the report had been sent to the Parliament during the recess and would have normally been on the order paper at the earliest opportunity. Sadly, there was an administrative error, so there was no fault that lies with the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. And I repeat, Madam Speaker, the member for St. Augustine deliberately has tried to mislead this House. And I find that odious, I find that reprehensible, Madam Speaker, and I find that the member for St. Augustine has led this House down a road that
Madam Speaker, stand in order, 48-6, please. Imputing improper motives on the member for St. Augustine.
Member for, I believe it's Caroni Central. If the matters are in fact true, as put forward by the Leader of the House, I feel another standing order is the one that you should be seeking to invoke. Please continue. Overruled.
Madam Speaker, it is disturbing, it is vexing, it is irritating, it is irksome, it is displeasing, it is maddening, it is exasperating, it is galling. Madam Speaker, it is very perturbing, worrying that a member of this House should come here and try to mislead all of us and mislead the people of Trinidad and Tobago on an issue that she knows is totally untrue and not what she is putting forward to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and onto the record of the Hansard, Madam Speaker. And I express my displeasure and the displeasure of those of us on this side for her being so. Madam Speaker, the member has been totally dishonest to this House and dishonest to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, as soon as the error was identified, it was corrected, and the draft Elections and Boundaries Commission, Local Government and Tobago House of Assembly Order 2021 was laid at the start of today's sitting. And Madam Speaker, even then, the member persisted in saying that the only reason that it was laid was because she raised the issue as a motion on the adjournment. Again, Madam Speaker, very perturbing behavior on behalf of a member of this august chamber. Madam Speaker, it was laid, and I trust that we will once again recognize and appreciate the established practice previously referred to and treat with those who support our work as parliamentarians in an apolitical manner in the same way with which they discharge their responsibilities. Sadly, Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity, and I hope that the member for St. Augustine will not be so dishonest again. Thank you.
I just would like to remind all members of this House of the onerous responsibilities placed upon them. Okay? And if the matters that have been discussed here, if they are indeed true, I am really disappointed in that could amount to a matter of contempt. So that I hope that if the matters that have been revealed are true and are within the knowledge of the member for St. Augustine, that the appropriate action on her part to the Parliament and to the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago will be taken at the earliest opportunity. Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Friday, February 11, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Friday, February 11, 2022 at 1:30 p.m.